Stay tuned for Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. We have another story designed to hit you right between the ears. Murder, of course, is a common, everyday subject of the mystery story. But we promise you that this one murder has an entirely new kind of definition. You've heard the expression, being of two minds. Well, Joe Vincent, our hero, or should I say our victim, is very definitely a man who could be described that way. The only trouble is, one of those minds seems to be bent on homicide. Our mystery drama, My Own Murderer, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slesser and stars Mandel Kramer. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. What is the past? What is the present? Sometimes our minds can no longer tell the difference. Sometimes the strains and stresses of our lives stop us from sorting out the differences between then and now. You're about to meet a man who has this problem, and others. But in order to meet him, we have to take you away from what we hope are your comfortable surroundings and bring you to the mean streets of Skid Row, to the shabbiest part of a large metropolitan city, because that's where you'll find Mr. Joseph Vincent.
I woke up. There was nothing unusual about waking up. I've been doing it all my life. But lately, waking up has been the beginning of a nightmare, not the end. The moment I opened my eyes, I knew this morning was going to be one of those days when I'd have to face that terrible emptiness again, that frightening jump between the real and the unreal. Because when the cold light of morning oozed through the dirty panes of the window in front of me, when I finally made sense out of the strange angles and unfamiliar shapes that formed my surroundings, I realized that I was in a room I'd never seen before. It was a hotel room, probably. They were always hotel rooms, foul-smelling boxes. But I was Joseph Vincent, and I didn't belong in a flea-bag flophouse of a hotel. I didn't belong in this cell of misery. I was Joseph Vincent, and I was rich. Hello?
Hey, you, checkout time is 12 o'clock.
What was that?
This is a hotel, buddy, not a furnished room. You got 20 minutes to get out of there, or I'll have to charge you another $9.
$9? Is that the rate?
That's right. I told you that when you checked in.
When? When was that? What time last night?
I don't remember.
Was I drunk?
Look, mister.
All right. Just tell me one more thing. What's the name of this hotel?
It's the Hotel Margoli's.
All right, thanks. And don't worry, I'm leaving. I managed to get myself out of the bed. I was still dressed. My pants and shirt were eroded by wrinkles, but my jacket was lying untouched across a moldy armchair. I reached for the wallet and checked my money. It was all there. Then I saw something else. It was a water glass and a small bottle. I picked it up and looked at the label. There was a skull and crossbones on it. My flesh turned cold, and the small label blurred in front of my eyes. It was poison, no doubt of it. I put the bottle down with disgust. I struggled into my jacket. Went to the mirror to check out the condition of my face. And there it was once more, the same familiar sight, the letters written in soap across the face of the mirror. And the message was signed as it always was, but this time the words read, "Next time you die."
Come in, Mr. Vincent.
Thank you, Doctor.
Please sit down.
Thank you.
Why don't we begin with the obvious? Tell me how you got my name.
Well, you may not be flattered, Doctor, but I found it in a directory, a medical directory in the library.
Well, at least you know something about my credentials. So, why not tell me about yourself?
Well, you know my name, Joseph Vincent. I'm in Wall Street. Or I was. I've been sort of retired for a while.
Mm-hmm. How old are you, Mr. Vincent?
56.
It's young for retirement. Was it voluntary, reasons of health?
Yes, it was voluntary. I made quite a bit of money in the market. I didn't see any real reason to keep to a 9-to-5 schedule, especially after my wife died.
When was that?
It was about a year ago. It was an automobile accident. I was in the same crash, but I came out with just a concussion. Eleanor was killed outright.
Was she driving?
No, I was. Anyway, that was when I decided to quit. The work didn't seem so interesting to me anymore, and then there was this other thing.
What other thing?
This thing that had started to happen to me.
What was that exactly?
Dr. Abrams, someone is trying to kill me.
Are you really certain of that, Mr. Vincent?
Yes, there have been 3 attempts. The last one took place 2 days ago. That's when I decided it was time for me to see somebody.
A psychiatrist and not the police?
Yes.
May I ask why?
Well, the person who is trying to kill me is myself.
Mr. Vincent, are you telling me that you have suicidal impulses?
No. No, Doctor, I don't have anything of the kind. Not me. Look, I get these spells, Doctor. They started right after the accident. I keep waking up in filthy hotel rooms.
Is that what happens during these spells?
Yes. I suppose maybe you could call it amnesia, blackouts. I've had half a dozen since the accident, each one a little longer than the one before. They come on suddenly without any warning. And then I just find myself in one of these cheap rooms downtown around 10th Avenue or something. Sometimes I wake up at home in my own bed.
Do you live alone?
No, I have a housekeeper, Mrs. McLeavy. She's been with me, for more than 20 years. She's been worried sick about these disappearances of mine.
Tell me about the last time.
Well, I woke up in a place called the Hotel Margolies. I must have been drinking. I had a hangover. I could still taste the wine I'd drunk, a cheap Muscatel. There wasn't any wine bottle in the room, but there was something else. A bottle of poison.
Poison?
Yes. And there was one more thing.
What was that?
A note. Written on the mirror in soap.
What did it say?
It said, "Next time you die." And it was signed Joe Vincelli.
Joe Vincelli? Who's that?
It wasn't the first time Vincelli had threatened me. Twice before he left notes for me on the mirror. This time he tried to poison me. Next time is it.
Mr. Vincent, who is Joe Vincelli?
I told you. It's me.
Yes.
Look, I know my name is Joseph Vincent, but it wasn't always. I came to America 34 years ago, and my name was Giuseppe Verdi Vincelli. My father was a great opera lover. Everybody called me Joe when I arrived, and I had a lot of different jobs. I was a construction worker. I was a barber, a salesman for an ice cream company. Then a friend of mine got me interested in the stock market. I went to school at night for about 4 years, and then I got a job down on the street. I don't know, maybe I was smart or maybe I was lucky, but...
And why do you think Joe Vincelli is after you?
I don't know, Doctor. That's why I'm here. So you can explain it to me. Why this other man that's in me, in my own body, wants me dead.
Dr. Abrams?
Yes, Penny?
I just wanted to remind you that Mr. Vincent will be here at 4 o'clock.
Oh, yes, I remember all too well.
You don't sound very happy about it.
I'm not sure that this case belongs to my office.
You've dealt with suicidal types before.
Yes, I've dealt with them, and it's not difficult to find a suicide motive in Vincent's case. Guilt over the death of his wife.
Because of the auto accident?
An auto that Vincent was driving. Subconsciously, he blames himself for her death and is seeking punishment. The only punishment that fits the crime. So he's resurrected the cruder, more violent personality of Joe Vincelli to do the job for him. And I'm afraid he might succeed.
How awful.
This other personality knows that Vincent is trying to defend himself, so he's all the more cunning, all the more difficult to reach.
Maybe you need an exorcist, Doctor.
Maybe I need a detective.
What?
It may take months to get the answers out of Vincent's unconscious, and by that time...
But what could a detective do?
He could follow the man, find out where he goes during these blackouts, what he does.
Do you think that would help?
If I knew the answers to those questions, I might be able to save his life.
Dr. Abrams, don't you remember what my husband Pete does for a living?
Your husband?
He's a cop.
I don't understand what you intend to do, Dr. Abrams.
Well, I know it's unorthodox, Mr. Vincent, but I think the problem is critical enough to warrant some unusual tactics. That's why I wanted you to meet Mr. O'Connor.
Just call me Pete, Mr. Vincent.
Pete is my nurse's husband. At the moment, he's on leave from the police force.
I've got a minor disability. A junkie stabbed me in the side last month. But don't worry. I can get around just fine. Well, what do you intend to do? Arrest Joe Vincelli?
You're not too far wrong. What we need to do, Mr. Vincent, is find out exactly where your friend Joe Vincelli takes you when you have these spells of amnesia. Now, I could continue to probe your unconscious for that answer, and I will, but at the same time, I'd like to try a direct approach to the problem.
Yeah. I see that it does make sense. I've often thought I needed to be watched.
If we can catch you in the personality of Joe Vincelli, Mr. Vincent, maybe we can make Joe listen to reason and leave you alone.
But the least we can do is stop him from killing you.
Just wanted to say good night, Dr. Abrams.
Good night, Penny. See you tomorrow.
You know, if you wanted me to work on those files tonight, I could do that.
No, Penny. You run along home. The files can wait for another time.
Well, tonight isn't a bad time at all, since I won't have a husband to cook for.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I forgot. Pete's starting this surveillance tonight.
He calls it a stakeout. I'll get that. Dr. Abrams' office.
Penny, it's Pete.
Hi. We were just talking about you.
Ah, great. That's why my ears are burning. To say nothing of the rest of my face.
You sound funny. Is anything wrong?
Yeah, I'm wrong. This layoff of mine must have turned me stale.
Pete, what's happened?
I loused up the job.
Well, what's the matter?
Doctor, I think you'd better talk to my husband.
Hello, Pete. What's the trouble?
He outfoxed me, Dr. Abrams. The first night, I let Vincent get away. He took this razor and got away from me.
Razor? What are you talking about?
I spoke to his housekeeper, Mrs. McClevey. She caught him packing up this straight razor and leaving the house. And if we find Vincent with his throat cut, it'll be my fault.
Well, the question is, who got away? Was it Joseph Vincent, the wealthy, cultured, retired stockbroker? Or was it tough Joe Vincelli, a man capable of violence, perhaps capable of murder? And would both personalities finally come into conflict and end both their lives? We'll learn a great deal more when I return shortly with Act 2. Joseph Vincent has disappeared, and in the offices of Dr. William Abrams, a gloomy trio has gathered to determine their next step. None of them certain that Joseph Vincent hasn't already known the vengeance of his alter ego, Joe Vincelli.
I don't know how I could have been so stupid. The boys in the station house hear about this. They won't let me back.
Stop blaming yourself, Pete.
No, it's my fault, really. I should have warned you that something like this could happen.
Yeah, but the very first night of my stakeout. Well, that's something I never figured.
It's something that Joseph Vincent's alter ego figured, however.
Pete, how did it happen exactly?
Well, I was sitting outside in my car, and I saw Mr. Vincent leaving his house. So I started the engine. Well, that's when he waved to me and came over.
Well, what did he say?
He just said he was walking around the corner to the newspaper store.
Did he look the same, sound the same?
Exactly. I couldn't see anything wrong with the guy at all. He fooled me, Penny. He wasn't Joseph Vincent at all. It was this other guy, Joe Vincelli.
Well, what did you do when he didn't return?
I went looking for him, of course, but he was nowhere in sight. So I figured he hopped a bus or a taxi.
His car was still out in front.
That's right. Well, anyway, that's when I decided to go into the house and talk to Mrs. McLeavy.
His housekeeper?
Right.
And she told you about the razor?
Yeah. She said she passed Vincent's bedroom and saw him putting the straight razor into a case and slipping it into his coat pocket.
But why?
I think I'd like to ask Mrs. McLeavy that myself.
I feel just terrible about this, Doctor. Just awful. I just don't understand it, Dr. Abrams. I've known the man for 20 years, and I've never seen him act so strange.
When was the first time you knew about Mr. Vincent's problem?
I never did know the first couple of times. He didn't say a word, but then he couldn't hide the truth anymore. Once he was gone for a whole week, just walked out of the house without a word, and didn't come back for a week. His clothes were a terrible mess. They were in such bad shape, he told me to throw them away.
And did you?
Yes.
Did you notice anything unusual about the clothes? I mean, any strange markings, perhaps something in the pockets?
Well, there was one thing.
What was it?
Well, I'm a little bit ashamed to say.
No, please, Mrs. McLeavy, it might be important.
Well, it was a calendar. One of those.
Those?
Oh, you know, with one of those women on it without a stitch.
Oh, yes, I see. Do you still have it?
No, I threw it away, along with his dirty clothes.
But do you have the clothes he wore the last time he disappeared?
Oh, yeah, I got them all ready for you. Just back from the dry cleaners.
The dry cleaners?
Of course. I sent them out just as soon as he came back.
Oh, Mrs. McLeavy, we wanted those clothes just the way they were.
Well, I can't imagine why you'd want dirty clothes, Doctor.
Well, never mind. I'll take them just the way they are.
I'll get them for you.
Oh, Mrs. McLeavy.
Yeah?
One more thing. Did Mr. Vincent always use a straight razor?
Why, no, he never did.
What?
He used an electric razor all the time.
Hey, Joe! For the love of Pete, if it ain't Joe Vincelli.
Hello, Mike. How are you?
Where you been for the last couple of weeks? I give up on you already.
Well, I've been around.
Around, huh? Tell me the truth. You were hitting the bottle again, huh?
Oh, I don't know, Mike. Maybe a little.
You're sure a funny guy, Joe. 5 times you come to work for me, and 5 times you walk out without a goodbye. If I didn't like you so much, I'd throw you out on your ear, eh? You're a good barber, Joe. You give people their money's worth.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate that.
A man like you, a real artist with a razor. Joe, listen to me. Why don't you try and cut it out, huh? The vino, I mean.
Yeah, I guess I should, Mike.
That stuff don't do no good. You ought to be working steady, saving money. No, for your old age.
Sure, I know, Mike.
What's the matter, Joe? You don't look so good.
Oh, well, it's my head. My head, it hurts.
You see, that's what the vino gets.
No, I haven't had a drink. It's just that my head hurts sometimes. Mike, you will take me back, won't you? Can I work for you again?
But for how long, Joe? 2 days, a week? With you, I'm never sure.
But I need the work, Mike. I don't know what I'd do with myself if I didn't work.
Okay, Joe, okay. I could never say no to a good barber. You got the job.
Thanks, Mike.
And listen, You bring your old razor, Joe, huh? Or you hawk it, maybe?
No, I didn't hawk it, Mike. I got it right here.
I wish you wouldn't look like that, Dr. Abrams.
I'm sorry, Penny. I can't help blaming myself for what's happened.
That's fine. I've got a husband who blames himself and a boss who blames himself.
Maybe it was wrong to handle it this way. Maybe we should call the police.
He is the police, and he really doesn't think you have grounds to involve them, Doctor.
That man is carrying a murderer around with him.
I suppose so. But I can't help wondering. It all seems pretty obvious to me about where Mr. Vincent goes when he has these blackouts.
All right, where?
You know the old expression, cherchez la femme?
Yes, I know. Find the woman.
Don't you think that's the most likely explanation?
Because of that girly calendar Mrs. McLeavy found?
Well, it does seem to indicate an interest in the opposite sex. The poor man's been widowed for over a year. Would it be surprising if he went out hunting for feminine company? That must be Pete.
Let him in, Penny.
Hi, honey. How are you?
Okay, I guess. I'm afraid I don't have much to report. I got the laboratory report on Vincent's clothing.
The suit Mrs. McLeavy had dry cleaned.
Yeah, that made it kind of tough. But there was one substance the dry cleaners didn't get out.
What was that?
Well, near as they can tell, Doc, it was powder. Face powder.
Face powder.
Are you
There's doubt about it. It was a kind of cheap brand, but that's what it was.
Well, what do you know? I was right. Cherchez la femme.
Nobody gives us a shaver like you, Joe. You really got the touch.
Oh, thanks, Mike.
It's worth it to be having you work here. Just so you can give me a shave. Hey, Joe, you son of a gun, so you're back.
Oh, hi, Phil.
How are you, Joe? Where you been lately? I missed you, old buddy.
Oh, I've been away.
Last time I saw you were hitting that vino pretty hard. Oh, you're a bad boy, Joe. You know that gin and vino don't mix.
That's right. Hey, we played gin rummy together, didn't we?
Hey, how you like that? Doesn't even remember. Took $50 off me and he can't remember a thing. Hey, good for you, Joe. Teach you these young punks that lesson. Well, how about when your great shaves, Joe?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm not working anymore today.
You mean you're quitting so soon? Yeah, Joe has got the headache. Oh, that's too bad, Joe. Hey, listen, if you feel like relaxing, how about coming over to my place? My girl Anita is there. She'll fix us a little pasta or something, and maybe we could play a friendly game of gin.
Well, I don't know.
Hey, Joe, no. Maybe you better go home and lie down for a while.
Home?
Well, yeah, you got some place to stay, don't you? Hey, come on, Joe. Give me a break. Let me try to win back some of that bread.
All right, Phil. I'll give you a chance. Just let me get my coat.
Hey, great. I'll wait for you outside. Hey, listen, Joe. You really think it's a good idea?
Oh, sure. Why not?
Oh, you don't know that guy. What are you doing playing cards with a guy you don't even know?
I've got to do something, Mike. I can't just eat and sleep. A guy's got to do something.
Well, I just hope you know what you're doing. Go on, Joe. Help yourself.
Boy, these cards are really lousy.
They'll look better after a little more vino, Joe.
Looks to me like you boys need a fresh bottle.
No more from me.
Don't you like the stuff, Joe?
Maybe I shouldn't drink anymore. My head feels like a tom-tom.
Hey, maybe it's the red stuff. Hey, Anita, how about breaking out that Chablis? How's that sound, Joe?
Yeah, okay. Hey, I gave you the 8 of hearts.
Oh, that's nice of you, Joe. I'll take that there little 8 of hearts and give you the 2 of diamonds.
Here you go, boys. Nice fresh
2
bottle.
diamonds. 2 diamonds don't do me no good.
Drink up, Joe.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks a lot.
How about picking another card, Joe?
Oh, didn't I just pick one?
You're getting a little stupid now, Joe.
Drink your vino, Joe. That'll make everything look better.
Yeah, go ahead, Joe. Have a drink.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It's good. It's very good, Phil. This is very nice. Oh.
Oh, careful!
Hey, Joe.
Yeah, he's out like a light. Dead to the world.
Hey, come on. Give me a hand with him.
What are you going to do, Phil?
You know what I'm going to do, baby. I'm going to make sure that Mr. Vincelli is really dead to the world.
It would appear that Mike the barber gave good advice to his friend Joe Vincelli. Too much vino obviously doesn't do him any good. In fact, too much vino seems to be threatening his life at the moment. Obviously, more than one person seems to want Mr. Vincent dead. Or is Phil's intended victim Joe Vincelli? We'll find out when I return shortly with Act 3. Joseph Vincent has disappeared, and a man who used to call himself Joe Vincelli has taken over his body, returning to the trade he knew as a young man. But Joe Vincelli has encountered another young man who doesn't seem to like barbers and is about to do something about it. At the same time, in the office of a psychiatrist named Dr. Abrams, a worried trio ponders the problem.
I can tell you one thing. Vincent didn't take a taxi when he walked around that corner. I checked it out with the Hack Bureau. No cabbie in the vicinity picked up a guy that fits his description that night.
Therefore, he either walked to where he was going or he took a bus. Let's face it, we're at a dead end.
Don't use that word.
You really think the guy's a menace to his own life, Doctor, huh?
Well, he hasn't been my patient long enough for me to answer that, but based on his past history, I'd say the chances are pretty good.
I'll get it. Dr. Abrams' office. Who? Yes, he's here. Pete, this call is for you.
Oh.
A man named Halsey.
Oh, yeah, it's Sam Halsey from the lab. Hello, Sam? Yeah. Uh-huh. How many did you say? Well, that's peculiar, huh? Yeah, sure. Well, thanks a lot, Sam. I really appreciate this. So long.
What was that all about?
Well, the laboratory isn't still working on those clothes of Vincent, are they?
No, not the suit that was dry cleaned, but I found another suit in Vincent's closet. I kind of, borrowed it to see if we would turn up the same kind of face powder.
Did you?
No, but Sam says they found something else. They found hairs on the suit. Small particles of hair.
Mm-hmm. Blonde or brunette?
Well, that's the crazy part. They found both. And some redhead, too.
Wow. Did you say he wasn't a Romeo?
Now, wait a minute. If they were small particles,
Huh?
Of course, I just remembered what Vincent told me about his early life in this country.
What did he say?
He had several jobs here before he got into the stock market, and one of them was barber.
Barber?
Hey, that would explain it all right. The small bits of hair.
And that calendar he brought home that time. Where's a better place to pick up a girly calendar than a barber shop?
And that face powder on his clothes.
Well, that's it. He goes to a barber shop.
I'd say he probably works there.
And that would explain why he packed that straight razor of his. It's probably the same razor he used when he started shaving guys in America.
But why in the world does he want to work in a barber shop? He's a rich man.
But he's not a rich man when Joe Vincelli takes over his body. He's the poor immigrant all over again doing the same work he did then.
So all we've got to do is find out which barber shop he works in.
He's sure to be working under his old name, Vincelli.
But there must be 1,000 barber shops in this city. We can't call all the barbers.
Well, if we're lucky, we won't have to call them all. We'll find the one where Mr. Vincelli is working.
Hey, come on, Joe. You can make it, old buddy. Just a few steps more.
Hey, what is this? You're bringing that wino back here?
What's the matter, Don? This hotel want customers?
Not like that one.
He won't be in any trouble. He'll just sleep it off.
Yeah, well, just make sure he's got enough money to pay the room rent.
You don't have to worry about my pal.
Yeah, maybe you better pay for it in advance.
Okay, sure, friend. Anything you say. As long as I can make sure my boy Joe is all right.
Hello? Apex Barbers?
Vincelli.
Do you have a
no,
barber named
Vincelli.
All right,
thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank
Hello?
you. Thank you.
Is this the Continental Barber Shop?
Hello,
Please tell me.
Freddie's Barber Shop.
You have a barber.
You got a barber named
Lincoln
Joe
Barber Shop?
Vincelli working there?
Tell me if you have a barber named Joe Vincelli there.
What's that? Hey, Doc, Penny, I got him.
Never mind.
Yeah, I understand. But can you tell me where he went? Isn't he there? No, he took off this afternoon with a friend.
Does he know where the friend lives?
He said he doesn't know. Hello? Listen, are you the owner? Yeah, it's very important that we find Mr. Vincelli. Well, but you must have some idea.
Pete, tell him we'll come down there and talk to him in person.
Yeah, look, if Joe is in some kind of trouble...
No, it's not the kind of trouble you might think, Mr. D'Angelo.
You said you were a cop, right?
Yes, I'm a police officer, but this gentleman here is a doctor. Joe Vincent's doctor.
Who's Joe Vincent? The guy I know is named Vincelli.
Yeah, well, they're one and the same.
We think that your friend may be in danger, Mr. D'Angelo. He has definite suicidal tendencies.
Joe does?
That's right. And unless we can locate him, he may never work for you or anyone else again.
Well, like I told you, there's a fella comes in here. Joe played cards with him a couple of times. All I know is his first name, Phil.
Well, what does he do for a living?
I don't know. I think he's a bookie. I told Joe not to get mixed up with him.
And you don't know where he lives?
No, I don't know. Oh, wait a minute.
Huh?
He has got a girlfriend in the neighborhood named Anita French. Maybe she can tell you where he is.
That's it, Joe. That's all it's going to take. Just turn on the heater and let some nice gas into the room.
Oh.
Sure, Joe. Hey, you just lie back and take it easy. Now, just one more thing. Gotta get the soap. Here it is. Now, let's see. What do we want to write today, Joe? Hey, I know. Just one word today, Joe, okay? Just one word.
Yeah? What do you want?
Miss French?
That's right.
Police, Miss French.
Police, what did I do?
Oh, nothing, miss. We just want to ask you a few questions. Well, maybe we come in?
Huh? Yeah, I guess so.
Well, it looks like there's been a card game here, huh?
Is that why you're here, on a gambling bust? Well, forget it. It was just a friendly game.
No, that's not why we're here. We came to ask you about a friend of yours named Phil.
And his friend, Joe Vincelli.
Was Mr. Vincelli here today, miss?
Yeah, he was. So what?
Where's Mr. Vincelli now?
How should I know? The game broke up and they left.
Miss French, this may be hard to explain, but this man you know as Joe Vincelli isn't Joe Vincelli. He has another personality, another identity.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, it's not important that you understand. What is important is that Joe Vincelli is in danger of taking his own life.
What?
We've got to find this guy before he hurts himself. Now, can you understand that much?
Hey, Pete, wait a minute. Look at this.
Well, what is it, Doc?
A matchbook.
The Hotel Margolis. Hey, that's right across the street.
That's where Vincent went the last time. Maybe he's gone back again.
Mr. Vincent! Joe! Are you in there?
He might be asleep.
Or worse. Come on, you. Open the door.
All right, I'm ready. All right. Oh, good Lord, it's gas.
Turn that heater off.
The window open.
Hey, Doc. Look at that mirror.
Yeah, he's written all over it with soap.
Hey, is he dead? No, he's still alive.
All right, get him out in the hall, quick.
Give me a hand.
Okay.
Come on.
Yeah, you sure he's breathing?
Yeah, he's okay. Mr. Vincelli.
I'd sure like to know what's going on.
Shut up. Come on.
Dr. Abrams. Is that you?
Yeah. Yes, it's Dr. Abrams.
Oh.
Do you know who you are?
Yes, I'm Joseph Vincent.
Wow. Well, that's something, anyway.
Hey, Doc.
Do you see what it says on the mirror?
Yes. Just one word. Death.
Yeah. And it's signed Joe Vincelli. What? What happened? Did I do it again? Did I try to kill myself again?
It looks that way, Mr. Vincent.
Only this time you almost succeeded. Hey, wait a minute.
What is it, Pete?
Mr. Vincent, let me see your hands. My hands? Look at them. They're filthy.
Well, so what?
Well, it means he hasn't washed them. No. I guess I didn't. There's no soap smell on them either. Not a trace.
What are you getting at, Pete?
The note on the mirror was written with a cake of soap, but there's no trace of soap on Mr. Vincent's hands. He didn't write on that mirror, Doc. We were wrong about Joe Vincelli.
No, Pete. I'm sure there's a Vincelli personality.
But maybe Vincelli isn't a killer. Maybe the killer's got an identity all his own.
Hi, Mike.
Oh, hello, Phil.
Nita said you called her. Something about my buddy Joe.
Yeah, that's right. I'm afraid Joe won't be around to shave you no more, Phil.
No kid. Disappeared again?
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah. But look, I don't want to lose a good customer. You sit down. I show you I can give you as good a shave.
Okay, Mike. I want to take a chance. Poor Joe. He really liked this vino too much.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Here, let me put this towel around you.
Hey, is he going to be okay? You know?
I'm afraid it's a kind of serious fear. Hey, this lather too hot for you?
No, it's fine. Well, go on, Mike. Tell me the worst.
I'll tell you the worst, Phil.
Hey, Joe, what are you doing here?
Hand me that razor, Mike. I'll take over.
Yeah, sure, Joe. And I'll be in the back if you need me.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter, Phil?
Huh?
You always said I gave the best shave in town.
Listen, Joe, maybe you better not. A man in your condition...
Don't move. Razor's a very delicate instrument, you know that?
Joe, take it easy, huh?
One wrong move here, you could kill a man in 2 seconds.
Joe,
Feel how sharp that blade is against your throat? Oh, I keep my razor sharp, Phil.
Get that thing away from me!
Wouldn't move if I were you.
What is this?
You know what it is, Phil. I'm not Joe Vincelli anymore. I'm Joseph Vincent now. And Joseph Vincent doesn't remember how to handle a razor anymore.
Hey, you're crazy.
Not as crazy as you thought I was. I thought it was Joe Vincelli who wanted me dead. But it was you. You, Phil, all along. Why? What for?
I swear, I never meant to hurt you.
No, just to kill me. Now, if you don't tell me why...
Hey, stop! Hey, look, I'm bleeding.
Only a small cut, Phil. In another few seconds...
Somebody help me!
You can help yourself, Phil. Tell me who you are.
I'm Phil McLeavy.
McLeavy?
I'm your housekeeper's son.
Mrs. McLeavy's son? I don't believe you. She wouldn't do anything like this.
She doesn't know anything about it. It was all my idea.
What idea?
Stop it. Hey, stop it, will you? Look at the blood.
Talk or I'll kill you.
Oh, okay. When she told me about those spells you had, I figured it out. She showed me a calendar you brought home once. It had the address of Mike's barbershop, so I came here.
Why did you follow me?
I thought if you're trying to kill yourself, nobody would ever think it was murder.
Why? What was in it for you?
Well, I knew you were going to leave my mother a lot of money. You didn't have anybody else. And when she got it, I'd get mine too.
You would kill her next.
No, I swear it.
You know something, Phil? Some people should get their throats cut.
No, Mr. Vincent.
Hold it right there.
Help me. He just tried to kill me.
Stop blubbering, Sal. You're okay. You just had a very close shave.
They say that barbershop shaves are becoming a lost art. And if that's the kind of shave they're handing out these days, I can well understand. Of course, we hope the barbers in our audience aren't offended. Personally, we think there's only one thing more relaxing than an afternoon in a barber's chair. And that's the time spent listening to the Radio Mystery Theater. Perhaps you'll remember the story about the man in the barber shop who was getting a fine straight razor shave while a very pretty blonde lady manicured his nails. He said to her, "You're the prettiest girl I've seen in years. How about a date tonight?" She replied, "Why don't you ask my husband? He's shaving you." What? No laugh? Well, that's not the purpose of the Radio Mystery Theater anyway. We're here to hand out chills and thrills, and we hope you'll be back for more. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Robert Dryden, Catherine Byers, Suzanne Grossman, Ian Martin, and Sam Gray. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Tonight's WR Mystery Theater was also brought to you in part by ShopRite Supermarkets, where you get a lot more for a little less. The preceding program is furnished by the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 comes from Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. This is Chief Inspector John Davidson, who is in charge of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum.
Good afternoon. Can you imagine mistaking this exhibit here for a revolver or a pistol, or in fact for a gun of any kind? Here, have a look at it. Sorry, I dropped it. If it had landed on my great toe where that cab horse trod on it in December 1907, well, thank goodness it didn't. No, I shouldn't think that anyone in his right mind could possibly mistake this for anything but what it obviously is, a hammer. Yet a large number of persons, some of them policemen, were at one time quite certain that it was a gun. Now, I hung it up here on the wall in the year 1929, the same year that Pierrepoint, the hangman, did as much for the man who used it. Now, this is Chief Inspector Reginald Porter, who will tell you how it happened. Reginald?
On the morning of 11th January, 1929, I was handed a telegram which had been sent the night before from Southampton.
A case of murder has occurred here. A man has been found shot in a room, the door of which was padlocked. The body was found today. It has probably been in the room some 8 or 9 weeks. Will you please send a man down to investigate the matter? McCormick, Chief Constable of Southampton.
One thing was obvious to me at once. That Mr. McCormick had had very little instruction on the art of eliminating unnecessary words in his telegrams. A good CID detective sergeant could have told the story in 20 fewer words, although I agree not so elegantly. In Southampton, a smart young detective sergeant, smelling of pear soap and a good grade of hair oil, escorted me to the scene of the discovery.
The place here was formerly a garage, sir, as I'm sure you can see.
Yes, I can see, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Is this the one that was padlocked?
Yes, sir. As a matter of fact, Both this door and the one in the rear were padlocked. The rear one is still intact. This is the one that was broken.
The main entrance?
Quite, sir.
The men who found him broke the lock?
Yes, sir.
Where are they?
They should be inside, sir. I'll ask the constable at the door, sir.
By all means, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
I say, Constable, those two gentlemen are inside, Sergeant. I suppose you're looking for them, aren't you?
The ones that found him?
Inside, sir.
Inside here, Chief Inspector. No, sir. This way, if you please.
You needn't sound like a blasted shop walker, you know, Sergeant.
Morning, sir.
Morning, Constable.
They'll be inside, sir.
I heard you.
Yes, sir.
Door's open, sir.
Am I blind?
Yes. After you, sir.
Where are they?
Mr. Remington? Mr. Finn?
Where do they go?
Mr. Finn, are you here?
Over here, Sergeant. Over here.
Over there, sir.
What are they doing in heaven's name?
I don't know, sir.
Here, Sergeant.
Where? I don't...
Behind the oil drum, Sergeant. I see them. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning,
sir. Morning, sir.
We got here, Sergeant. Gentlemen, this is Chief Inspector Portner of the Yard.
Scotland Yard. Where'd you find him?
Right down there, sir. He was crumpled up against them oil drums.
Dead, sir.
I can see the blood. That is blood, isn't it?
I'm afraid so, sir. There's quite a lot of it, isn't there?
Yes, sir, for one man, sir.
Find the gun?
No, sir, not yet. We're starting to look again this morning.
You did find the body, though, didn't you?
Oh, yes, sir. Rather, these gentlemen did.
How'd you happen to find them? You're the ones that broke the lock? How'd you get in here? I haven't been briefed in this thing yet. Don't even know the murdered man's name yet.
Oh, his name...
His name was Rafe Street, sir.
He was our agent.
Your agent?
Our company's chief inspector. Lion Oil Limited.
He sold oil and petrol, sir.
All these drums are ours, Chief Inspector, you see. Mr. Street was not actually our employee, you see.
Just an agent. You see, we hadn't heard from him for several months.
Several months?
October 28th, to be precise, Finn.
I hope you don't mind being precise, gentlemen. This is a murder, you understand. Sergeant.
Sir?
Had this man been reported missing before his body was found?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
I'll want to know why his disappearance wasn't investigated, if he was reported missing, you know.
I'll check, sir.
Now, gentlemen, I am to understand that your agent had not been heard from for something over 2 months. And you people up to now made no effort to find out why. Is that true?
Well, sir...
Oh, I can explain that, Chief Inspector.
Do so, please.
Well, in the first place, the late Mr. Street was a man of no known relatives, according to our records.
That's right, sir.
He had sleeping and living quarters in the back of this building. And I suspect there was nobody to notice his absence.
Wouldn't you people notice him?
Well, the company had written to him several times regarding his failure to send in his reports of November the 1st and December the 1st.
Isn't that unusual with you people?
Not necessarily, sir. Our agents are often late in rendering their reports.
Oh, yes. We did become concerned, Chief Inspector, when we'd heard nothing at all from Mr. Street for so long. He owed us 3 consecutive monthly reports.
November 1st, December 1st, and January 1st.
That's right.
So the company sent us down from London to investigate, you see.
That was when you found his body?
We found the garage door padlocked front and rear, and...
We had no keys, of course. These premises were Mr. Street's.
So I got a tire leaf on my toolkit. Together we ripped the padlock off the front door.
We have that padlock, sir.
Be quiet, Sergeant. And then you entered and found the body.
Precisely.
We could have them both for breaking and entering.
Sergeant, will you please put a sock in it?
Well, sir.
Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
You didn't use a hammer to break that padlock, gentlemen?
No, sir.
No, sir. Tire lever. From,
Well, then will you tell me what that bloody hammer's doing?
Sir, is it necessary to use such language?
Sergeant, you have an evil mind. Will you look at that hammer there beside the Lion Main SAE 30 oil drum? How'd that blood get all over the hammerhead if that man was shot? I left the fragrant sergeant to arrange for and supervise a draft of detectives from the Southampton police to organize and conduct an all-out search of the garage warehouse for the gun with which the victim had allegedly been killed, and proceeded in good order to the mortuary where the body lay. It was not in very good shape, but a careful examination on my part convinced me that the cause of death was not a bullet, but a series of wounds caused by repeated blows from a heavy object. Now, please don't at once begin to find fault with the Southampton police. The wounds resembled a great deal more than superficially those often caused by bullets. Gregory Aldous, the police surgeon, pointed this out to me.
You see here in particular, Chief Inspector, a deep punctured wound, exactly like one made by a bullet. And here...
Yes, I see.
And here again. And the fractures themselves were so covered with dried blood, it would be the obvious thing for a layman to say at once, gunshot wound.
I wouldn't have.
And you Scotland Yard chaps are geniuses, of course.
Well, I will admit if I hadn't noticed that bloody hammer on the floor.
Don't be so modest.
I was about to say where you chaps had seen it a dozen times and paid no attention to it.
I think I'd better just make sure there isn't any bullet in his head. Or evidence of one having been there.
Well, I'm sure I'm not going to watch you do it, Doctor.
That will be helpful, sir.
Mind you're careful now. I shall want to try that hammer to see if it fits those marks on the skull.
So shall I, sir. Must be an extraordinary hammer to produce marks like bullet holes.
It is. The end of the hammerhead opposite the striking part, the peen it's called, Doctor, is quite thin and long and about the diameter of a 38 caliber bullet. The kind of hammer often used by motorcar mechanics, as Mr. Remington of Lionel Limited was good enough to point out to me.
How's he know?
He was once a motorcar mechanic himself, my dear Doctor.
And when are you going to arrest him, Chief Inspector?
It had occurred to me at the very moment I was saying it to Gregory Aldous. I went back to the garage to find him. He had gone back to London to report to his firm's officials, but Finn was still there, helping assiduously but ineffectually in the search for the alleged murder gun. I sat him down in a corner of the place which rang to the voices and the noises they made as they overset racks of oil drums. Haven't found it yet, eh?
Not yet. Oh, my sainted aunt, I'm tired.
Tired?
Those oil drums were in the neighborhood of 100 weight apiece. I've moved several million of them.
Remington move a lot, too?
Not really likely. He had to go to London.
Yes, I know. Tough on you.
Well, he's my boss.
Fine to be a boss, isn't it?
He's all right.
Known him long?
Met him in the Navy 20-odd years ago. I was his boss then.
Oh?
Wavy Navy. We were the crew of an MTB. I was skipper, full lieutenant. Remington was just a sub. I hadn't a job when we were demobbed, and he was going back with Lion Oil. He offered me one, and I've been there ever since.
That before he was a motor mechanic or after?
During. We ran the company's garage in Cheltenham before we got onto this job.
You're both motor mechanics, then?
Yes.
You're both familiar with that kind of hammer I found, then?
Oh, quite. We used dozens of them.
No. Sergeant! Sergeant!
Yes, sir. You want me, sir?
Sergeant, that hammer's still here?
The one you found, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Take it, please, and deliver it to Dr. Gregory Aldous of the mortuary where the body is.
Dr. Gregory Aldous, the police surgeon? Yes, sir, I know him.
Right, but be very careful with it.
Oh, I will, sir. I had Geordie Tucker photograph it, sir, before I moved it and wrapped it up in paper and put it in a biscuit tin I found. I'll send it right away.
Take it, I said.
Yes, sir.
Wait there for me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Nice chap, that.
Oh, yes, quite. So you've known Remington a long time?
Oh, yes.
How long have you known this dead chap, Street?
Never saw him till now. The first time I've ever been in Southampton, even.
Oh? Remington know him long?
He'd never seen him either.
Oh, hadn't he?
I don't think so.
He'd tell you if he had, wouldn't he?
I expect so. Oh, why?
Just wondered.
You think Rem killed him?
My dear man, how do I know you didn't?
Why on earth should we kill him?
That's what I'm going to find out. Come along, I want to see this fellow's books and papers. Now then, you chaps get going there and see if you can find me that gun, which I doubt. Come along with me, Finn.
All right.
This his office, you suppose?
It must be. It's the only door in the place.
Open it. You've got keys, haven't you?
I've got no keys.
Then I'll open it. Stand clear. Some use for regulation police boots after all.
This must be where he slept.
Oh, fair frosty in here.
Ew. It's a pity there isn't a window.
Had he any desk?
Doesn't seem to have had.
Well, how'd the man do business?
He did all right. He was a good customer, even if he did live in a pigsty like this.
Wonder where he kept his money. Here, what's this?
What is it?
I found where he kept it.
Kid's money box.
Well, it's empty now. Don't touch it and spoil the dabs.
What?
Fingerprints.
Oh. Robbery, eh?
Place was locked up.
There's a spring lock on the door.
Ah. Poor devil must have closed it himself when he came out. Or no, the murderer did it after he killed him and broke the money box open. Cool bladder. He must have known the place pretty well.
What are you looking at me for?
Where are you going?
Well, I just want to see what's in his coat there.
Where?
Here.
Oh. How did you know it was his?
Oh.
What's his name? Street?
I don't. There must be, though. The murderer wouldn't leave his.
Have a look at it. Give it to me.
Here.
Pockets full of papers. Well, not exactly full. Letter. Here, hold it first.
Okay.
Ah.
What's the matter?
How well do you know your friend Remington?
What?
This letter, Mr. Finn, is attached to one of Street's invoices. This is the letter. It's on the stationery of Messrs. Clive and Buckley of this city. It says, "Dear sir, the amount, £14.11, mentioned in your attached invoice was paid to your salesman, Mr. Remington."
What?
Your salesman, Mr. Remington, in cash at the time the goods were delivered.
You can't. Remington didn't know them.
We suggest that you consult your Mr. Remington regarding this amount, for which we hold his signed receipt. Yours, etc., Clive and Buckley, per Terence Buckley, Secretary of Treasurer. I'm afraid I must ask you again to come with me.
Where? Where are you?
We are going to the nearest police station, sir, where I shall telephone London to bring me Mr. Remington. I'm going to consult you both. Come along, if you please. There's no trouble at all to reach Scotland Yard in London and to arrange to have Mr. Remington contacted at Lion Oil and then accompany an officer back to Southampton. In the meantime, Mr. Finn consented to accept the hospitality of the Southampton police until his partner arrived. Myself, I went to the mortuary, found Gregory Aldous gone, and left that gloomy place for Aldous' official quarters where he sat talking with the sergeant, who was not so redolent of oils and unguents by now. Gregory Aldous looked at me pleasantly.
Well, was I right, Chief Inspector?
Hmm?
You arrested Remington?
He'll be in custody at once, yes. What did you discover about the hammer?
It fits perfectly, sir.
I was speaking to Dr. Aldous, Sergeant.
Excuse me, sir.
Does it fit the wounds, Doctor?
Perfectly.
Good.
There's no bullet in the skull, though.
I hope he didn't spoil it.
It's a trifle difficult to spoil a skull that's been worked on by somebody with a peen hammer, sir. The sergeant here has made an interesting discovery, Chief Inspector.
Oh, has he? And what have you discovered, Sergeant?
Where the hammer came from, sir.
What's that?
You looked at the handle, of course, sir.
Of course I looked at the handle. Why?
You saw that Morris Works and a number was branded on it.
Sergeant, I must admit I did not.
Thank you, sir.
Who is this Morris Works? Did you find out?
If you had lived in Southampton, sir, you'd of course recognize it at once.
Of course.
Well, what's so blasted funny?
That's the factory where they make the Morris motorboats, sir. The Morris Works.
Well, I'll be blowed. That shows you what a Londoner doesn't know, doesn't it? And what else did you discover, Sergeant?
Well, sir, I rang up a chap we know at the Morris Works, and I asked him about that number.
Good.
And he put me on to the tool issuing department, and a man there recognized it at once.
Better and better.
It was the number of a chap in the engineering department, a motor mechanic.
You see, Elders?
You were right.
I was right. Go on, Sergeant.
Well, sir, that's the lot. We found this fellow, name of... I wrote it down. I found this at the garage while we were hunting for the gun.
There isn't any gun.
Nothing but the hammer.
Yes, sir. The fellow's name is P. Gallanson. No, that's not it. Oh, here, on the other side. Here it is. Teddy Finucane.
Go out and arrest him at once, Sergeant. You found him, you make the arrest.
Thank you, sir.
Doesn't suspect anything, does he, eh?
He's not the one, sir.
What? What are you telling me?
No, sir. On October 24th last year, Finucane reported that his hammer, a spike peen hammer, he called it.
I told you, Aldous.
Spike peen?
Go on, Sergeant.
Well, he'd lent it to a man, a stranger, who never brought it back, and he had to requisition a new one. That's all, sir.
Wow. Sergeant, just as soon as they deliver this Remington chap from London, you and I'll hurry him right down there.
It would save time if we got this Teddy Finucane to come up here, sir.
Right. Then we'll let him identify the fellow. No, by gad.
What's the matter?
Let him identify whichever one of the two borrowed the hammer. If he doesn't know the man's name...
He doesn't, sir.
Well, that's either Finn or Remington. They're good friends. We'll see which one he identifies. Sergeant, that's extraordinarily good work.
Thank you, sir.
Tell me, what kind of hair oil is that you use?
Oh,
it's an excellent taste. The identification parade, to which both Remington and his friend Finn readily consented, was scheduled for 10 in the morning in a vacant room at the Southampton police station, to which the sergeant was attached. Mr. Teddy Finucane was seated alongside my desk with me as the crowd came in and stood along one wall. I had secured 6 or 8 other persons to stand in with them to make it as fair as possible for the suspects. That, of course, is standard procedure.
Will you gentlemen please take off your hats? Thank you.
Not that there was any doubt by now.
We're all ready, sir.
If you please, Mr. Finucane. Now, will you please tell us whether you recognize any of these gentlemen, sir? Good, the first one.
No.
Remington was third, Finn seventh in line.
This gentleman, Mr. Finucane?
No.
This one, sir?
Yeah, I know you.
Well, you ought to, Ted. Even after all these years.
Corky Remington! Oh, I haven't seen you since the night you and I and Joe Finn were thrown into the clink together.
And Sheerness.
Where in the world have you been?
Joe Finn's right here, Teddy. Why, Joe, it's Teddy.
Why, Teddy Finucane, why, you old blighter.
You know them?
No. Well, they're the best pals I ever had in the Wavy Navy in the war, and I haven't seen them since. Say, Corky, what time is it? The pubs will be open any minute. I know you'll excuse us, won't you, Admiral? Boy, Corky, what are you doing here?
I'm the blinking suspect, mate.
By 9 that night, they were all 3 in jail. The charge was under the Act of 1872 in such cases made and provided, Section 80 of which reads, being guilty while drunk of riotous or disorderly behavior in any highway or other public place, whether a building or not. It had been both, and the Royal Navy Volunteer Reserve had done themselves proud. Mr. Teddy Finucane, former artificer petty officer attached to motor torpedo boat squadron Ump, was able at last to master his hangover and speak to me.
No, sir. They ain't the man I lent my hammer to. No, sir. Positive.
I'm very sorry to put you to all this trouble, Mr. Finucane.
Pleasure, sir. But it couldn't be them. Neither one of them has a slide in his left eye. Port, starboard, right eye.
Cross-eyed, you mean?
Swivel. Should have told you before. And a cut on his same right cheek. Big one. That's all I know. There's Corky.
He'll be able to join you for breakfast, Mr. Finucane, I'm sure. He and Mr. Finn both.
Breakfast?
I shall probably join you then.
Breakfast. Goodbye.
Come on, Sergeant. Well?
I'm as disappointed as you are, sir.
You're not old enough to be, son.
Yes.
Well, we'll find him someday.
Not much use keeping this any longer.
What is it?
The card I wrote Teddy Finucane's name down on, sir. Picked it up at that garage where the dead man was, stuck in the edge of an oil drum.
Anything else on it?
Just a name, sir.
Oh, well. Name?
Gollinson, P. Gollinson.
Never heard of him. Why should that card with a name on it be there, though? Gollinson.
I don't know, sir.
Huh. Did you ever play a hunch, Sergeant?
I do all the time, sir.
Do they work?
Quite often, sir.
Come with me. I'm going to play mine. I borrowed a telephone in Dr. Gregory Aldous' office at the police station.
Trunk call, sir? I'll get it for you. What's the number?
Whitehall 1212.
Right. Put us through to Whitehall 1212 in London, please. It's Chief Inspector Portner calling.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Chief Inspector.
Put me through to the CRO.
Criminal Records Office, yes, sir.
Criminal Records Office.
Look here, this is Chief Inspector Portner.
Yes, sir.
Here we go, Sergeant. Do you have anything on a man named... Wait a second, let me see the card, Sergeant.
Gollinson.
Gollinson. Gollanson. P. Gollinson.
I'll see, sir.
The eye, sir.
What did you say, son? Oh, yes. He has a slide in his right eye.
What, sir?
A slide, a cast.
Yes, sir.
And a large scar on his right cheek. Can you check him at once, please?
I'll try, sir. Will you wait, please?
I'll wait. He's looking, Sergeant.
Oh. Are you there, Chief Inspector?
I'm here.
We have him, sir.
Sergeant, we got him. Where is he?
Collinson. Peter Herman. You want his record, sir?
I want his whereabouts.
He's got a bad record, sir.
Good. Give me his address.
He'll be quite easy to find, sir. He has 8 more months to serve at Wandsworth Prison of the term he was sent on for last November.
That's all. That's nearly all, anyway. There he was in Wandsworth, calmly sewing mail sacks. He knew what he was doing when he pled guilty to breaking and entering 2 days after he murdered poor Street. Rather, he thought he did. He had worked for Street for a short time and had been stealing from him consistently, using the name Remington, which he had seen in some of Street's correspondence. We took him to Southampton. This time, Finucane identified him at once as the borrower of the hammer with which Street was killed. Street, Gullinson said quite calmly, had accused him of stealing. And he had hit the poor man several times with a borrowed tool. So he stayed in Southampton for the assizes, and when they found him guilty there, Sir Charles Wilson sentenced him to go back to prison. This time at Winchester, where they hanged him.
Heard today on Whitehall 1212, Horace Braham as Inspector Portner. Others in the order of their appearance were Harvey Hayes, Lester Fletcher, Maurice Gosfield, Pat O'Malley, Gerard Burke, Francois Grimard, and Gordon Stern. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. When you're driving your car, remember that speed has its price. Death or injuries that can cripple you for life with endless bills to pay and endless years of suffering. Just because you may speed at times and get away with it, don't be lulled into a false sense of security. The price tag on speed violations last year was 15,000 killed and 500,000 injured. This year, thousands of lives can be saved if you and millions of other motorists come to the sober realization that speed is the biggest killer on the highways. Follow the campaign of the next president on NBC.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Mark Twain once said that everybody talks about the weather, but no one does anything about it. An ever-increasing army of people feel that way about pollution, but happily are doing something about it. Trying, anyway. But trying, mark you, against great odds. Odds which can be lumped under the one descriptive word, apathy. Apathy. Perhaps the most destructive negative force mankind has ever known. A force which could easily have led to the strange tale I bring you now.
Nels, I order you. Put Magda out of the house instantly.
She's my wife, Mr. Manderson. You can't ask me to...
You fool! She's caught the Red Death. Brought it into my house, my sanctuary. Look at her. Beads of sweat on her face. Blood red sweat. She's caught the plague.
Plague or not, I am not putting her out to die.
Then I am. And one move from you to stop me and you'll go out with her. I mean what I say, Nils. Every word of it.
Our mystery drama, The Mask of the Red Death, was especially adapted from the Edgar Allan Poe classic by George Lothar and stars Carl Swenson and Stats Cotsworth. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The Mask of the Red Death. The word mask, you should know, is spelled M-A-S-Q-U-E and means masquerade. And to begin this particular masquerade, I'm going to ask you to join me in a huge house, a mansion, on top of Lookout Mountain. We're in a vast living room, one wall of which is made of plate glass, through which, in whatever direction the house turns, yes, you can turn the house by pressing buttons, can be seen miles on miles of country far below. There are others in the living room with us. including the multimillionaire owner of this luxurious estate. That tall, expensively dressed, gray-haired man over there, Milo Manderson.
So just shut up, Jack. Once and for all, shut up.
Milo, all I'm saying
And
is...
I'm sick of hearing you say it. Flossie's sick of it. Doreen's sick of it. We're all sick of it. So shut up.
Okay. Oh, just let me point out one more
Jack,
thing.
Please. Can't you see how upset you're making my father? You're talking as if he were doing something perfectly awful, when all he's doing is saving us from the Red Death.
You ought to have a little more gratitude, Jack.
Don't you understand? Any of you understand? Look out that window into the valley where the village is. The farmlands, dead animals in the fields, cows, horses, pigs, chickens, everything.
Doreen, shut him up. Shut him up or I won't care if he is your husband, which is the only reason I brought him along. I'll throw him out.
I'll make up your mind, Milo. You didn't bring me here. You forced me here.
For Doreen's sake, not yours. You penniless hayseed, you farmer. Huh. Would you believe it? 1996. Here we are in the year 1996, and he's still farming like it was 20 years or 30 years ago.
Not 20 years ago, Milo. Not 30, 100. I'm trying to bring the land back to what it was, trying to replenish the earth, to restore what fools like you took out of it with every pollutant you can think of. I'm trying to save...
Now I've had it. I'm warning you for the last time. Doreen, talk to this fathead you married. Talk some sense into him.
Milo, give Flossie a little drinky. A little martini.
I could do with one myself. Now, you talk to him, Doreen.
Jack, my father's right.
With you, he's always right.
Now, listen to me, honey. There's a plague out there, and it's spreading. It's spreading all over the country, and people are dying by the thousands, and all Father's trying to do is save us from it.
I tell you, he can't.
He can. Father has never failed, never, at anything he made up his mind to do. He spent weeks stocking this place with food and water, everything we'll need to stick things out until the plague's over.
All those people dying out there, and we
Well, why shouldn't we? They'd do the same if they could. Who wants to find himself sweating blood all of a sudden and dying in hours? Not me. I'm sorry for them, Jack. I really am. But that's no reason for me or you to go out there and die with them.
There's such a thing as conscience, Doreen.
Oh, Jack, you're impossible. What's that noise, Father?
The helicopter. Yeah, let me turn the house. You'll be able to see it coming in from the east. There she comes.
Who's in the helicopter, Milo?
Bringing in a couple I hired to do the cooking and housework. The Ostroms, Nils and his wife, Magda. I hired them through a New York agency and had my pilot fly them out.
What about the plague, Father? They could be bringing it with them.
I had them checked out, complete physical, and every precaution taken to keep them from any contact with people till they got to the chopper. Nothing to worry about.
Oh, look at that gorgeous hunk of man getting out of the cup.
That's Nils.
Ooh, 6'4" if he's an inch. Long blonde hair. Oh, wow.
You keep your eyes on me, baby. I'm the guy you're going to marry, remember, not him.
How could I forget? You're the guy with all the money.
Yeah. Okay, here they come. As soon as they get in the house, we lock the place up solid, and I mean solid. Nobody gets in or out till this plague is over. You're Nils Ostrom, that right?
Yes, Mr. Manderson.
And this is Magda, your wife.
Yes, sir. I should tell you she cannot hear or speak. She is a deaf mute.
A deaf mute? Well, how in Hades are we going to talk to her then? Give orders?
She can read your lips. Excuse me, sir?
Yeah, what?
The pilot of the helicopter, he asked me to ask you, will you let him stay?
No way.
He is standing out there, sir, waiting for one sign or another from you. To motion him to come inside or wave him away.
Well, he's going to get waved away.
Wait a minute, Milo.
What now, farmer boy?
I'm going with him.
Now, Jack, we've been through all this before.
I'm sorry, Doreen. I love you. You know that. But I just can't save my own skin while others are dying. Not if I can do something to help. Milo, you forced me to come here.
And I'm forcing you to stay.
Father!
Well, that'd defeat your own purpose, wouldn't it? To shoot me, Milo?
Oh, no intention of killing you, Jack. Just a bullet through the leg to stop you, and I'll do it. I'm going to protect you from the plague whether you want it or not. Not for your sake, but for Doreen's. She loves you. You don't ask me why, but she does. That's the only reason I'm keeping you here. Nils, you and your wife start locking the place up.
Yes, sir. Come, Magda.
I'll wave that pilot off.
You could have let him stay, Milo. You may be sending him to his death.
And if it weren't for Doreen, you'd be going along with him. Now shut up and help get this place locked up.
Oh, here you are, Jack.
Yeah.
Milo sent me to find you. Everybody's at the dinner table but you.
Just leave me alone, Floss, huh?
Sure. Only, where does it get you? Sitting in the dark, brooding.
Look down in the valley, where the village is.
Okay, Jack. I'm looking.
What do you see?
Not much. I mean, it's nighttime. There used to be a lot of lights down there. Like, you know, people in their houses doing whatever people do in their houses. But in the week we've been here... Hey, has it been a week? Yeah, a week. Well, anyway, since we've been here, at least half the lights have gone out.
They didn't go out. They burned out. People died of the Red Death, and the lights just burned out.
Tough?
Is that all you can say? Tough? Do you realize what's happening out there? Not only down there in the village, but all over the United States, Canada, the world.
Jack, baby. There's something you've got to understand about little Flossie.
Oh.
Up here in the head, nothing. Down here, and here, plenty. But up here in the head, oh, forget it. And that's why, when this is all over, Milo's going to make me wife number 4. Only you know something?
No, what?
Well, I've been listening. All this week, I've been listening to you. And it kind of gets through to me that, well, maybe you've got something. Tell me about what you're all wrapped up in. This orgasmic farming thing.
Organic. You wouldn't be interested.
So why am I asking?
Well, it's simple. It's like a bank account.
Well, that I know about.
All right. So then, if you take out more than you put in...
No bank account. Overdrawn. Fini.
Exactly. So... Well, it's simple. The land, the earth, where all the world's food comes from, it's a bank account. Now, unless you want to be overdrawn, you got to put back in what you take out. Well, the world has been taking out and never putting back in. The land is bankrupt. It's overdrawn. It's poor, not rich anymore. So what comes out of it is poor, not rich. So no matter how much people eat, what they eat is practically worthless.
Oh, yeah.
You follow me, then?
Like a tiger. If what we eat is worthless, well, then we get sick.
We get sick. The air gets sick. The waters get sick. And then we get what we've got now, the plague of the Red Death.
Oh. So him, Milo, what he's doing, trying to save us from the Red Death, well, what good is it? I mean, if the plague stops like he says it will.
It will, but there'll be others, worse. They're God's way of saying, man, you're overdrawn.
Lost.
Uh-oh.
Lost.
Milo's looking for me. I'm supposed to find you and... right here, lover, right here.
Now, what is this? You and the farmer boy in the dark.
Talking, doll, just talking.
I sent you to look for him, get him to the dinner table, and you sit here in the dark just talking.
Well, I gotta talk to somebody, and you're never in the mood. Not for that.
Well, what's so interesting in him?
Well, he was telling me about organic farming and how it could save the earth from going bankrupt.
No, not that again. Come on, dinner's getting cold. You heard me, Jack.
I'll stay here, Milo.
Oh, come on, Jack. You ought to eat. Keep up your strength.
On that food? It's practically worthless.
Well, just to keep me company, then. We can talk some more, and I like talking to you.
Yeah, that's about all Farmer Boy can do, talk. Anybody can talk. I act. You just remember one thing, Flossie girl. I'm the one that's saving you from the Red Death.
Yeah. Only answer me a question, Milo.
Sure.
Saving me. For what?
More souffle, Mr. Munderson.
No. And I'll tell you something, Nils. Your wife's cooking hasn't been so hot in the past few days. She better get on the ball.
I am sorry, sir, but she has not been feeling herself.
I'll have more, Niels. I think it's quite good.
Yes, madam.
Yeah, and what about the coffee? I asked for another cup.
Yeah, in a moment, sir. My wife is heating it.
Anyone see the news on Global Vision today?
Oh, I did, Doreen. Why?
They said a plague is spreading, that it's shown up now in France, Italy, Spain, everywhere.
Nothing surprising about that.
I didn't say it was. I just said it was on the news.
No need to take my head off, Doreen.
No need for you to be sarcastic.
I wasn't being.
Oh, don't tell me.
Look, all I said
it isn't
was...
what you say. It's your attitude. I notice you don't take that tone with her.
Me? How'd I get into this?
You know how you got into it. Don't pull the innocent on me.
If you're implying...
Don't skip it, Nils. Where is that coffee?
Here's my wife with it now, madame. Magna, let me help you with the tray.
I don't intend to skip anything. If you're implying that I've been up to anything...
Look, you little...
Now stop it, the two of you. The last 2 or 3 days you've been at each other like a couple of alley cats, and I'm sick of it.
Well, you just tell your girlfriend...
You watch your tongue. Flossie isn't my girlfriend. She's my fiancée. What's more... What the devil?
Sorry, sir. I'm very sorry. My wife, the tray slipped from her... Magda!
Look out, she's collapsing.
Magda! Oh, my dearest.
Let me give you a hand with her, Nils.
No, sir, stand back.
But, Nils...
No, get back, sir, get back. Don't come near her. Can't you see?
See what? Her face. She's sweating blood.
Yes, I'm afraid she has the red plague.
It's worse than that. She's brought it here.
So, in spite of all precautions, the Red Death invades Milo Manderson's sanctuary, his barricaded retreat atop Lookout Mountain. And you ask me, another disease has invaded the mansion. Jealousy. Doreen's and Milo's resentment of what appears to be a developing friendship between Floss and Jack. I'll be back shortly. As ye sow, we are told in the Bible, so shall ye reap. It would appear that multimillionaire Milo Manderson is on the threshold of doing some reaping. He thought himself and his few chosen companions safe from the plague of the Red Death, secure in his isolated retreat atop Lookout Mountain, the world and the spreading death in it barred from his door. Not so. Magda Ostrom, wife of Nils, the couple Manderson brought to do the menial work of the household, has just collapsed.
Get her out.
What?
Get her out. Out of this room, out of this house.
Oh, now cool it, Milo. The woman's dying.
And we're not dying with her.
Father! Don't start breaking
The
things.
money I spent to protect us, the precautions I took, weeks of thought and preparation. To doctors. How many doctors did I send them to examine them and check them out, make sure that they were free with a fight?
Father, get hold of yourself.
Now she comes down with it. In my own house. This sanctuary, I nearly killed myself to make ready so we'd all be safe. Get her out of here.
You can't ask me.
Get her out.
I will not. No, Mr. Manderson, I will not. Magda is going to die, but she is not going to die alone.
Then die with her.
Milo, no.
Get out of my way.
Give me that gun.
Father!
Here.
Stop it. All of you, stop it.
Oh, now you're giving orders. You.
Shut up and listen. My wife is trying to say something in sign language. Yeah, Magda. What? No. How about my darling? You... Very well.
What did she say, Nils?
She said there is no hope for her. And there is no sense in two of us dying.
What's she doing? Where's she going?
Out of the house. To die alone. Goodbye. My dearest. Goodbye. I'll see you dead for this, Manderson.
Mr. Madison. And I'm not scared by threats.
No threat, Mr. Manderson. A promise.
Business has been brought to a virtual standstill throughout the world. Here in the United States, countless thousands who tried and are still trying to leave the congestion of the cities for what is considered the relative safety of rural areas.
Shut that thing
are
off.
blocked by military and local
I said
police.
shut that thing
Riots
off.
in the...
Oh, look! His face. The Red Death. He's got it. His face. Red. With sweat.
All right, I'll shut it off.
The sight of death becoming too much for you, Mr. Manderson?
Shut up.
I'm sorry, sir. I thought perhaps the sight of my wife's body lying out in the patio where she collapsed and died.
Neil, you'll go too far, I warn you. I'd shoot you now if we didn't need you.
Need me? For what? Are you also incompetent, so helpless you can't do for yourselves? The ladies can cook?
Me? I can't boil water.
And I don't intend to. That's what you are paid for.
You are so like your father, madame. You think everything can be bought, even life.
Now, you look here. Since your wife died 2 days ago, you've been acting like... Well, like anything but the servant, you are. Now, you just cut it out. You just remember your place. Remember who and what you are. Do you understand me, Nils?
Totally, madame. Is there anything madame wishes before I go to make up the beds?
Not at the moment, but when there is, I'll let you know.
Thank you, madame.
Now, that's the way to handle a servant. Nice going, Doreen. I'm proud to call you daughter.
Well, I'm not proud to call her wife. The man isn't himself. He's broken with grief. He loved his wife. He saw her go to her death alone. He watched through this window as she collapsed out there on the patio and died before his eyes. And you treat him as if he were nothing, the way you treat me, treat Floss.
I thought you'd become Flossie's champion, and now I know.
All I'm saying is you
It's
can't...
too much, as usual. You've got a big mouth and a head stuffed with hay. The trouble is here, we're bored. That's the one thing I didn't think of, that we'd get bored. We've been cooped up here for nearly 2 weeks now.
9 days.
Will you please shut up?
Well, 9 days isn't 2 weeks, is all I'm saying.
I can take care of that.
How, Father?
Well, I don't know yet. I'll think of something. Meantime, how about some bridge?
Not me.
Sorry, Marlo.
Sick of bridge.
Well, then how about... blazes with it. I'm going up to the solarium to get some sun.
I'll go with you, Father. Jack?
No, I'll stay here.
With Flossie, of course.
Yeah, we'll have the orgy I've been planning for weeks.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Join me in an orgy, Floss?
But you know something?
What?
I have joined you.
What do you mean?
Well, me, I'm no great brain, but... Well, I'd have to be a dope not to... Well, anyhow, begin to realize that you're right. Milo and Doreen, well, they're wrong.
Oh?
Mm-hmm. If you mean it, what you keep saying all the time, that is.
You mean...
Well, like the world's gone to hell. It's become a cesspool, you called it.
Yeah, cesspool of corruption.
But it can be cured, brought back to what it was once. Pure and clean and beautiful and healthy. You mean it when you say you want to get out of here and go out there into the world, right into the middle of the plague, whether it kills you or not, so that you can do all you can to help people build a brand new world?
Yeah, I mean all that. But I can't get out. Milo's got the keys to every door. The windows are unbreakable.
I could get the keys. Easy.
You do that? You're with me, not him?
I never was with him. It was a deal, kinda, you know.
Yeah.
So what do you say? Well?
That means leaving Doreen.
Oh. You still got a thing for her, huh?
I never lost it.
Oh. Well, you got decisions to make. Leave Doreen and do what you believe is right. Or don't leave Doreen and don't do it.
A decision I don't think you need make, Mr. Reynolds. Not yet.
Nils.
I apologize. I overheard something of what you've been saying. Whatever your decision, it would be foolish for you to go out into the world right now, sir.
You think so, Nils?
I know it, sir. The plague is reaching its height. In a few days, it will begin to break and then recede. But right now, and for the next few days, it will be at its most dangerous point.
But
believe me, sir, leave here now and your death will be assured. And you are among a handful the world cannot afford to lose. Not at this time.
Nils, you're something else. You know that? Sometimes you talk like you know all there is to know.
It'll be fun, Doreen. A barrel of fun.
Costumes. What about costumes?
That's all taken care of. Hey, now, Floss, Jack, yeah, you, Nils. I got a great idea. You say you're bored. You say life in the Milo Madison hideaway holds no variety for you, no spice at all for you. Well, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you a party.
A party?
Not just a party, Jack the boy. A masquerade party.
Are you crazy?
What do you mean crazy?
Party? A masquerade party? When out there the world is dying? Milo, it's obscene.
You see, Doreen, I told you. Beat my brains out thinking of something to liven things up, to keep us from going nuts with boredom. Where do I get? Where?
You don't go along with this, Doreen. You don't.
Well, I didn't at first.
But then he changed your mind.
What if he did? At least he's doing something. All you do is talk.
That's all I can do. Locked in here, a prisoner. What more can I do?
Something. I don't know, but something. Don't just talk. Do.
All right, I'll do. Milo, you take your masquerade party and stuff it.
I've decided we're going to have a masquerade party. And that's what we're going to have tonight. And you're going to be in it, you and Flossie.
Floss, you go along with this?
No.
Now, look, you little...
Tramp? Is that what you're going to say, Milo?
Don't put words in my mouth.
Don't you put thoughts in my head. Thoughts I wouldn't rather think. Look through that window. There's death out there. All around out there. A masquerade party. How could you think of it? How awful could you be to even think of it?
We are going to have a masquerade party. And we're going to have it tonight. If it's the last thing I do.
It will be.
What?
It will be the last thing you do.
Now, what do you mean by that?
I mean, I understand why you decided to have a masquerade party. 2 days ago, when I held my dying wife in my arms, I told you what I thought of you. And no servant, no lackey, ever told Milo Manderson the truth since the day Milo Manderson realized he had made his first million. Before that day, you, Milo Manderson, you, still retained some shreds of humanity. But on that day, and ever since, oh, God, I call on you. What has this mortal become?
He's crazy. Look at him. Arms outspread. Looking up at the ceiling, calling on God like he knew him. He's out of his head.
Hear me now, Milo.
Miss...
Milo! Hear me. It's revenge you're after. I told you the truth. The truth of not what you are, but what you have become. God made you beautiful. You have made yourself ugly. You must learn you are wrong. And in learning, come back to God, come back to truth. You want revenge on me? You shall have it. And you shall learn the emptiness and the hollowness of it. Revenge is mine, saith the Lord, not yours, mine. And this, Milo Manderson, you are about to learn. And may God, in his infinite mercy, help you bear the agony of the learning.
A strange speech, surely. Nils calls on God as if, as if he knew him as intimately as I know you. And we do know each other, you and I, very well indeed by this time, don't we? Ought to. Been together a long time. Pleasant time for me, anyhow. Hope for you, too. Back shortly with Act 3. Death, in the form of a plague, known as the Red Death, lays waste the world, while in an isolated mansion atop Lookout Mountain, multi-millionaire Milo Manderson, seeking refuge, barricades himself and his companions from it. Now, vengeful or callous, or both, he proposes to hold a masquerade party to relieve the boredom of their voluntary imprisonment. We rejoin the small, beleaguered group in the vast living room of the mansion as...
He's gone crazy. You have, Nils. You know that. You've gone crazy.
No, not I, you. A long time ago.
You don't see me acting like I was God.
Don't I?
I think Nils is right. In a way, Milo, you've come to think you're more than God, really.
Well, now you are going too far, Jack.
No. Wait a minute, Doreen. Wait just 1 minute. Let this hayseed husband of yours go on. So, God sent the Red Plague to wipe us all out. That is, eh?
Maybe he didn't. Maybe he didn't have to. From where I sit, you created it yourselves.
You're as crazy as Nils.
Wait and see, Milo. Just wait and see.
Yeah. And while I'm waiting, we'll have our party. Yes, there's a big closet in the game room, and it's loaded with costumes. From the bash we had up here a couple of years ago, Doreen, you remember?
Yes.
So you can all get your costumes from there. Nils, you break out the Port Rocher. I've been saving that champagne for a special occasion. And if you ask me, this is going to be a real special occasion.
It will indeed be that, Mr. Manderson. The most special occasion of your life.
Jack.
Yes, Doreen.
Hook me up and back. This Marie Antoinette costume is hard to manage.
Oh, okay.
You look handsome. That black and white domino. What kind of mask? Black or white?
Black.
Oh, romantic as well as handsome. And sulky. Sullen.
Worried is the word, Doreen. Very, very worried.
Oh, now don't tell me that little act Nils put on, that performance of stretching his arms wide and crying out to God. Don't tell me it got to you.
The way it got to you?
To me. I thought it as laughably ridiculous as my father did.
Your father
He's
did...
only trying to save us from the Red Death, Jack. And it's about time you gave him some credit for it instead of insulting him every chance you get.
I'm not insulting him. I'm trying to wake him up.
I don't know why it is, no matter how I try to keep things pleasant between us, you always manage to start your eternal harping on pollution.
I'm sorry, Doreen.
Oh, you're always sorry. But that doesn't help. You ruin everything, just as you're trying to ruin my fun.
Fun? How can you talk about fun?
Because I need fun. That's why, because my father's right. We're going house crazy with boredom, and I don't see how a few hours of fun will change anything in that world you worry so much about, one way or the other. The music is starting. Oh, let's go down. Jack, please, please, for once, let's enjoy ourselves.
Ah, come Floss. Come on. The way you're dancing. Put some life into it, baby.
I don't feel like dancing.
Well, you will. All he needs a couple more glasses of champagne. Soon take care of that. Now, say one thing for Nils. He may be batty as a bedbug, but he's a good servant. This Port Roger is perfectly chilled. Okay, honey. Another glass for you, and another for me. Bottoms up.
I can't. How can you? How can you?
Don't cry, Floss. Don't cry.
I can't help it.
How can I try to be happy with all that's out there beyond that window? Be happy? You want to know the truth? I'll tell you. The truth keeps crowding in on me, pressuring me, trying to suffocate me. But I push it away. Because if I didn't, it would suffocate me. Flossie, the truth is, way deep inside me somewhere, I'm scared.
Scared? You?
Doreen. Jack. Well, welcome to the party. Oh, look at you, sweetheart. Dolled up like Marie Antoinette. Careful you don't lose your head tonight. And Jack, hey, you look terrific in that black and white. What's it called?
Domino.
Yeah, that's it. That's what it looks like. Oh, and say, you want to see something really terrific? Take a gander at Flossie, a fairy queen.
You look lovely, Floss.
But white? My dear, you in white.
No, hey, come now. None of that. Not tonight. Tonight, even if it is just for tonight, we're going to stop sniping at each other. Hold it. Wait a minute. We need Nils. He's a guest, too. He's a kind of a serving guest, but still a guest. Nils? Hey, Nils. The party's starting. Come on, join in. Coming. And hurry up. We all want to see what costume you're wearing.
This one, Mr. Manderson.
Yes.
Who do you think you are? Who the devil do you think you are?
I beg pardon, sir?
Your costume, it's blood red.
Suit, shirt, cape, the mask covering your face. All blood red.
The Red Death, Nils?
Yes, sir. The Red Death.
Wait a minute. What are you up to?
Simply turning off the music.
So that's it, is it? You intend to ruin my little party, do you? You come dressed as a Red Death to throw a wet blanket over the fun we're going to have. Well, I'll take care of that right here and now. I'm ripping that costume off you, ripping all of it off. Beginning with the mask. There.
I am not costumed as the Red Death, Milo Manderson. I am the Red Death.
A skull. A blood red skull. No face. A skull. Blood red.
You are the Red Death. God help me.
God will not help you now, Milo Manderson. There comes a time when mortals must help themselves, and your time has come.
What do you want of me?
You may make a choice I will give you. You may make the choice for good or ill.
Name it. I'll choose what's right, what's good. I swear it to you.
You can choose to live?
Yes.
Or die.
What do you mean, Nils? I'm sorry. That's not your name, of course.
Oh, it will do.
What do you mean? To live or die?
One of you or your father, must die. And the choice I leave to him.
Are you saying that Milo must choose either to give up his own life and save Doreen's or refuse and let her die?
I am.
Wow. I mean, wow.
Nils, what about Floss? What about me?
You have no part in this. When I am gone, as I soon shall be when I no longer plague the world, you and others like you will be needed to restore it, replenish it.
Me? Him I can understand, but me? I'm nobody. I'm nothing.
And that makes you something. Milo Manderson, what is your choice?
Haven't I anything to say about all this? Haven't I some choice in whether I live or die?
None.
But that's not fair. If my father chooses to let me die to save himself...
But he hasn't. Not yet. Choose, Milo Manderson. Choose.
Father.
I can't die. I can't face death. It's too horrible. The thought is too horrible. Horrible.
Your daughter dies then.
Yes.
What? What was that?
He can't make a choice, don't you see? He hasn't the courage to choose death for himself or for me.
Scared. He said it himself. Deep down inside, scared.
And I never knew in all these years. Never knew. I thought he was the strongest man on earth, but he's just a scared child. He'll take me.
He must make the choice. Choose. Choose.
No. Take her. Take Doreen. She offered, didn't she? She's not afraid. But I am. Look at me. Look, I'm sweating with fear.
Look again. You're not sweating with fear, but with death.
Red. Remember, I sweat. Blood. Red. I...
Stricken, Milo Manderson. Stricken with the Red Death.
But why? Oh, why? You gave me a choice.
And again, you chose the wrong one. You chose to do evil instead of good, as you always have. Always. Now die.
No!
Die. And may your soul go to the hell it deserves.
No!
He flung himself through the window.
Lying out there next to Magda. Oh, Mother.
Easy, easy. Take it easy, sweetheart. Nels, I think... Where is he?
He was there a second ago. But now, just the costume laying in a pile on the floor. He's gone.
Well, let's hope so. Let's hope he's gone forever. Not only from here, but from the world out there.
What world? What's left of it?
There are still some lights burning in the village. And everywhere else, I guess. Those that are left. Maybe God made a choice. And maybe we're part of it. Whether we are or not, the only choice we've got is to go out there and start helping. Start rebuilding, start creating another... and with God's help, a better world.
So ended the masquerade, if you will, of the Red Death. The year 1996 isn't too far off as years go. And as we know, there are men and women in the world today with the foresight to see what lies ahead if the pollution of our air and our water and the very earth itself isn't brought to an end. I'll be back shortly. The strange tale I've just brought you was an allegory, a story designed to symbolize a message, a truth. Of course, it never happened, but it could. Our cast included Stotts Cotsworth, Carl Swenson, Lois Smith, Jack Grimes, and E.V. Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale. Listen.
What's that? What's he saying?
He's crying. Crying as if his heart would break. This is terrible. Poor Wyatt. He's in agony otherwise.
Yes, I can hear him. Poor man. Will, what is he crying over?
It can't be the painting, even if it had been damaged when those sailors bumped the box. Elvira, it can't be that.
It isn't.
Isn't?
I told you I've had this feeling all along. This sense of something. You know. And now I'm sure. It isn't a painting that's in that box, Will. It's a corpse.
A corpse?
And the question that I've been asking myself all along is, whose?
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
And the little gray cells. These will always catch the criminal.
Hercule Poirot, Detective Extraordinary. From the thrill-packed pages of Agatha Christie's unforgettable stories of corpses, clues, and crime, Mutual now brings you, complete with bowler hat and magnificent mustache, your favorite detective, Hercule Poirot, starring Harold Huber in Murder is a Private Affair.
Hercule Poirot to see Madame Baldwin.
This way, sir. Madame expects you. Mr. Hercule Poirot.
Ah, Mr. Poirot, come right in. My family has been panting with eagerness waiting for you.
Speak for yourself, Aunt Amelia.
You see, Mr. Poirot, you'll get to know the family without my introducing you. That was my stupid nephew, Henry Baldwin.
Really, Aunt Amelia? I think this procedure of yours is not only high-handed but insulting.
You hear that, Mr. Poirot? She thinks I'm insulting her. That's my nephew Henry's wife, Alice. Henry's the only one of the Baldwins who married a plain girl like Alice. That's why we call him stupid. One reason, at any rate.
Excuse me, madame, but I do not see the place of Hercule Poirot in this, what appears to be a family squabble.
Your place is where I tell you. You get your check for this little matter.
Madame, when you sent for me, I thought you might be in difficulty. I see now that I was mistaken. Au revoir.
Just a minute, Mr. Poirot.
Madame, I have fortunately attained a place in my profession where it is not necessary for me to be insulted by impolite ladies, nor to watch this same lady inflict insults, deserved or not, upon her family.
Good for you, Mr. Poirot.
Thank you, mademoiselle.
I'm sorry if I was rude, Mr. Poirot, but it's partly force of habit and partly annoyance. Also, I take it as one of the privileges of the oath. Will you forgive me?
But of course, madame.
I brought you here to solve a murder, quietly and with no fuss.
Madame, I suppose you realize that is a most amazing statement. Murder is never quiet.
Exactly. And I'm not going to have this fine old house of mine tramped on by a lot of heavy-footed policemen with photographers taking pictures all over the place.
Madame, it is difficult to follow you. Do you mean that there has already been a murder, or that you suspect there is going to be one?
Both. My maid was killed this morning, and I am going to be killed as soon as the murderer thinks it's safe.
Madame, this is a matter for the police.
Oh, fiddlesticks. There's no necessity for the police. The whole thing can be settled today.
How, madame?
Very simply. My maid was killed because someone of my family mistook her for me. Quiet. I may be old, but I'm not a doddering imbecile. Not yet.
And what leads you to make this assumption, madame?
Mr. Poirot, I may not be a detective, but when an old lady in her 70s has a fortune of $6 million to be distributed upon her desk to the members of a greedy and impatient family...
Mother, I've stood all I'm going to. I don't know what the rest of the family's going to do, but I'm getting out of here.
Go right ahead, Lawrence, my son. But remember, the murderer of Marie is going to the electric chair.
Madame, I do not know what has been going on in this house. But once again, I strongly advise you to call the police.
Well, Lawrence, if you're going, please close the door gently behind you.
Mr. Poirot, are you going to take this case?
I can scarcely answer that, monsieur, because as yet I do not have the facts.
It's very simple. May I, Mother?
Certainly, as long as I'm here to see that you tell the truth.
Well, this morning, Mother went into the pantry to prepare the coffee and found her maid, Marie, stabbed to death. She immediately jumped to the insane conclusion that someone of us had done it.
Mr. Poirot, it's well known that I insist on preparing my own coffee every morning. All the members of my family know it. There was no one in the house except the servants and the people you see in this room. Well, today I overslept, something I haven't done in years. And when I went down to the pantry, I found Marie. She's very much like me, approximately the same age and build.
But, madame, I still do not see why you do not call the police.
It's very simple, Mr. Poirot. I know that someone in this room is a murderer, and I want you to find out which one it is. And then, when you've discovered the murderer, he or she will commit suicide, and we'll simply give the story to the papers as a double suicide. That will clear everything up, and... Where are you going?
To call the police, madame. Your suggestion is not only vicious, but also it is against the law.
Mr. Poirot, you are brought here on a confidential matter, and
Murder, madame, is never confidential.
Jenkins, I told you we were not to be disturbed.
I know, madame, but this is about Marie.
Marie? What about her? She's dead.
Yes, I know, madame. But Marie, or rather, her body has disappeared. It's no longer lying in the pantry.
Don't feed the animals, miss. It's against the rules.
Lawrence, look at that magnificent beast. Look at the way he walks up and down the cage.
Tigers do have power in their walk, don't they, Olivia?
They're beautiful.
Yes, it's vaguely reminiscent of you, darling. That same feline grace.
Why, Lawrence, you improve each time I see you.
You couldn't, Olivia. You were too overwhelming the first time I met you.
When I was engaged to Henry Baldwin, you mean? By the way, how is dear Henry and that stupid little wife of his?
Worried, Olivia. Very worried.
How did it go?
Are you sure it's all right to talk here?
In the Central Park Zoo, my dear. No one's around but the tigers and the children.
No, I don't know quite how to say. Oh, Mother blew up, of course.
I knew she would.
Oh.
Don't jump, Lawrence. She can't get at you.
Well, I'm nervous. Mother went right to work, assembled us all in the library, and accused one of us of trying to murder her.
Was she frightened?
Well, that's hard to say, Olivia. You know, in many ways, Mother is like you. You're both strong women. Maybe that's why I love you so much.
Oh, never mind that, Lawrence. Go on about Amelia.
She called in Hercule Poirot.
Poirot? That's right, Tiger. I don't like it either. Poirot's about the only one smart enough to see through this.
Then you think we ought to drop it, huh?
No. No, we'll just have to watch our steps, Lawrence.
I don't know, Poirot, but I swear that sometimes I think police headquarters is a much quieter place when you weren't in New York.
Oh, come now, mon cher Stevens. Surely you are not saying that the city of New York had no murders before Hercule Poirot arrived.
Sure we had, but they were simple gang killings. Some torpedo put the slug on another hood, and, well, there you had it.
There you have it indeed, mon ami, an entirely new language.
Well, I understand that better than this Baldwin dame. She's sure a holy terror. Followed me around the house, bawling me out and calling me names. Poirot, where is that maid's body?
Alas, mon brave, that is a question that I ask myself.
And who could have taken it? Now, you tell me that the whole family was sitting there in the library with you.
That is right, monsieur.
And we checked on the servants. None of them could possibly have moved it.
Mon ami, there is something in this case that is out of focus. Observe. We are seeing it in a distorted light.
I'm not seeing it at all. We checked every inch of that pantry for bloodstains, and not a one. Everything washed clean, which means that whoever took the corpse away also had time to clean up the pantry floor. Poirot, I'd give my eye teeth if you'd gotten a look at that body.
It is not the body that bothers me so much as the feeling I have. That unless we are careful, there will be another murder.
So you believe the old lady's story that someone's out after her?
I neither believe nor disbelieve it, Stephen. There is something that we have missed. Something that is in the back of my mind. Something that would open up this whole case for us.
Now, look, give me something to go on, will you, Poirot? Do you think that the old lady Baldwin is in danger, or don't you?
But of course she is in danger, mon ami. But from what source, I cannot yet tell. Sometimes I almost feel as if...
As if what?
As if she were in danger more from herself than from anyone else.
Mr. Hercule Poirot, madam.
Oh, have him come in, Jenkins.
This way, sir.
Bonjour, madame.
Good day to you, Mr. Poirot. I suppose you've come back here to do some more snooping?
Madame, for a woman who has just stated that she was sure an attempt was made on her life, you are singularly unafraid.
What good will it do me to be afraid? Certainly I should be if I felt that I had to depend on either you or the police. You've done nothing but track up the house and ask a lot of silly questions.
Then you are relying on yourself to stave off whatever threatens you, madame?
I've done it all my life, and I'm too old to change now.
May I ask what it is that you intend to do?
Yes. I'm going to change my will. Leave every cent to charity. That ought to stop the wolves from howling for my blood.
I ask myself, madame, if they were howling before today.
What? What do you mean? Of course they were. Oh, excuse me. Hello?
Hello, Amelia.
Who is this?
Not a friend, Amelia, not a friend. Aren't you frightened?
Listen to this, Mr. Poirot. No, why should I be?
You were right, you know. Marie was killed by mistake. But perhaps that was all for the best. Now you know we mean what we say.
And who is we?
Shall we say your creditors?
You'll have to be more specific than that.
I'm afraid I can't, and I haven't much time. Amelia, you're lucky to be alive. You won't be unless you give us $50,000.
You won't get it.
We'll mail you instructions as to how we want it and when and where.
You're wasting your time, whoever you are.
I think not, Amelia. I think not. Marie died quickly and painlessly. But there's no reason why you shouldn't be longer about it and suffer. Think it over.
There. You still think that I'm fooling you, Mr. Poirot. You heard that?
No, madame. This telephone call gives one furiously to think, eh?
So maybe some good will come out of your thinking.
Madame, you are a strong-willed person. May I advise that you either leave the city for a short time or take police protection?
Oh, nonsense. I don't scare easily. And I won't have the police tramping around this house. I thought you said you had an idea.
That is quite true, madame. But my idea simply tells me that there have been evil forces unchained in this house.
Well, I told you that.
Au revoir, madame. And please, if you will not heed my advice, make sure you bolt your door.
Henry.
Yes, dear? Say, this is exceptionally good coffee tonight.
Thank you, darling.
I married a good cook, didn't I, Alice?
Yes, Henry. You married a good cook. Henry.
Yes, dear?
Oh, nothing.
Come on. There's something bothering you. I can see it with that little worry line between your eyes.
Henry, why did you marry me?
Oh. So we're back to that again, huh?
Yes, we're back to that again. I was Alice Lennox, a plain little girl, and you were Henry Baldwin, nephew of the great Amelia. Oh, it was all wrong.
You mean you don't love me, Alice?
Not love you. Henry, you know I'm so mad about you it hurts. It's just that I can't understand why you married me.
Because I love you, darling.
And what about Olivia?
Oh, Alice, that's just part of my wild oats. Every man who's worth his salt is entitled to a few wild oats, darling.
I never should have married you, never. But, Henry, you don't know what it meant to me. You don't know what you meant to me. Here I was, perfectly resigned to living out the rest of my life as an old maid, and then someone beyond my wildest dreams falls in love with me.
Darling, that happens sometimes. Let's see how that is, dear.
I'm afraid. I'm afraid to let anyone in. I'm so sure that every time I open that door, someone will be standing there who'll take you away from me.
Now, don't worry, darling.
Bonsoir, madame. Bonsoir, monsieur. May I intrude for a little while?
Oh, why, yes, come in.
Oh, but I see that I interfere with your dinner. That is unforgivable.
No, Mr. Poirot. We're just finishing. Get some coffee?
No, thank you. I will be brief, eh? That little scene this morning at the house of Madame Baldwin, that was most unfortunate, n'est-ce pas?
Well, we're quite used to Aunt Amelia's tantrums, Mr. Poirot.
You mean, monsieur, that your aunt is as insulting as that always?
Only since Henry married me, Mr. Poirot.
Madame Baldwin objected to your marriage, then?
Only enough to cut Henry out of her will altogether and have him fired from his job.
Ah, yes. Madame Baldwin is a stubborn woman.
Well, this was one time that she didn't get her way. I married Alice and not Olivia.
Pardon? Olivia?
Olivia Wilson, the actress. You've heard of her?
Not until now, mademoiselle. Tell me, in the Baldwin family, there are you, Monsieur Henry, and Madame Baldwin's son, Monsieur Lawrence, and that young lady who sat in the library so quietly and said nothing, yes?
Oh, that's Jean. That's Lawrence's sister.
She's a very sweet girl, Mr. Poirot, but completely terrified by Aunt Amelia.
Needn't worry about Jean, darling. She's the smartest one of us all.
And what makes you say that, Monsieur Henry?
Well, a few years ago, Jean fell in love with a nice enough boy by the name of Harrison.
And, of course, Aunt Amelia wouldn't hear of Jean marrying him.
You see, Aunt Amelia likes to choose the people that Baldwins marry.
So poor little Jean didn't marry Harrison.
But she is one of the Baldwins who has her cake and eats it, too. She still sneaks out and sees him on the side.
Oh, Henry, don't. You make it sound so mean and hateful.
Yes, there is so much in this case that is spiteful and evil, madame. So much that it worries me.
Tell me, Mr. Poirot, have you found Marie's body yet?
Not yet, monsieur.
Mr. Poirot, why did you really come here? Do you think we had anything to do with what happened?
I came, madame, to see if you had a telephone.
Poirot, will you please tell me why we're on this train heading for a little town like Boonville?
Because, mon ami, as I have already pointed out, Boonville is the home of Madame Baldwin's maid, Marie.
Now, look, Poirot, there are some things I just won't believe. I've been a cop for over 15 years now, and I know that one of the toughest things to do is get rid of a body. Bodies just don't disappear into thin air.
Très bien, Stevens. You are on the right track. Continue.
I am? Well, the way I figure it is this. No one of the family could have stolen the body.
Precisely, mon ami. Now you are making good use of the little gray cells.
And no one of the servants could have taken it.
My congratulations, mon brave.
Yet here we are on a train, which means that somebody not only grabbed the body and washed the pantry floor, but they shipped the body off to Boonville.
No. It is here you go wrong.
Oh.
Regard, Stevens. I once told you we had the wrong view of this case, eh? We were looking at it from the wrong angle. The center of this is a selfish, dominating old woman ruling a family and being hated by this family.
What's that got to do with Marie's body?
In a way, everything. You have just said that no one could have taken the corpse, and you were right. And yet the body was taken away and the floor washed. There is therefore only one possible explanation.
Sure. The body got up and walked away.
Exactly, mon ami. But first, Marie washed the pantry floor, so we would think that the bloodstains which had never been there had been washed away.
What? What are you trying?
Well, good morning, Lawrence.
Good morning.
I've been waiting here for you for some time. I rather expected you'd be late after reading the morning papers.
What do you mean by that, Olivia?
So you really did it, darling. You know, I'm beginning to admire you more and more.
Now, stop it, Olivia. You know I had nothing to do with Mother's death.
Oh, Lawrence. You can break down and tell me the truth. After all, it's strange that it should happen just the way we planned it so many times. Stabbed in a bedroom, no one around.
Olivia, you're crazy. I tell you, I didn't do it.
Have it your own way, Lawrence, but he doesn't seem to believe you either.
Olivia, I won't have you talking this way.
Well, then, Lawrence, darling, tell me who did do it. And don't say it was a burglar.
I don't know. I swear that's the truth, Olivia. I don't know who did it.
And what are the police doing about it?
Oh, they've been all over the house. Told the family that none of us could leave town. They even had Henry and Alice over and questioned them thoroughly. Was Poirot with him? Yes, but he didn't say much. Just went around shaking his head and peering into corners. But why are you so interested? You... Olivia.
What, darling?
Olivia, where were you last night? You broke a date with me.
So I did.
Olivia, where were you?
Oh, Lawrence, you're stupid to ask me. You won't like it when I tell you.
I want to know, where were you?
All right. I had dinner with your biggest rival for my affections, Stuart Charles. And a very interesting dinner, too.
I don't believe you.
It's easy enough to check. Just call Stuart, not. Lawrence, that man over there with the mustache. Quick, who is he?
Where? What? Why, that's it.
Poirot, of course.
Yes.
Oh, you fool, you stupid, blundering fool. You let him follow you here.
But, Olivia, I didn't know. You can't blame me.
Listen. We're going to walk out of here together. When we get to Fifth Avenue, you can turn downtown. I'll turn uptown. After that, I don't care what happens to you. But I promise you one thing. Mr. Poirot won't be able to stay with me.
But, Olivia...
Come on. But I had to get rid of a man.
As I remember it, Olivia, that was always your trouble.
Oh, but this is different. A different kind of a man. As a matter of fact, I got rid of him mainly because of you.
Well, now, that was very considerate of you, Olivia. But you seem to forget that I don't object any longer if you bring someone else along when you meet me.
I didn't bring him along, darling. He was following me. And his name was Poirot.
All right, Olivia, what do you want?
Information. Tell me how you killed Amelia.
If I had, I wouldn't be fool enough to tell you.
Henry, don't you ever get bored with that dull wife of yours?
That is an interesting question, Mademoiselle Olivia.
Oh.
But I feel that I can give the answer.
I was sure I'd shaken you off.
But of course, that was the impression I wanted you to have.
What's the big idea, Olivia? Is this something you're trying to spring on me?
Monsieur, I assure you that this is one time that Mademoiselle Olivia is completely innocent. She had no idea when she telephoned you that she was arranging an appointment for 3. Tell me, monsieur, why did you meet Mademoiselle?
Why should I?
Because it is most important. Mademoiselle Olivia is involved in a plot. In this plot, she has 2 assistants. One of them I already know. The other I am seeking.
Well, that's ridiculous. That's the most absurd story I ever heard. A plot. Really, Mr. Poirot, your mind is much too melodramatic.
But of course, mademoiselle, we have had a murder and many threats. That is not melodrama, eh, mademoiselle?
A murder? Was that 2?
Ah, no, only 1. Mary is in perfect health.
She's what?
And now, will you tell me why you consented to meet mademoiselle?
Because of Alice, Mr. Poirot.
Oh, Henry, darling, that's funny. It's too funny.
Strangely enough, mademoiselle, that is the one reason that I will accept.
Well, thank you, Mr. Poirot. You know how Alice feels about our marriage. She's worried all the time because she thinks she isn't beautiful.
How right she is.
She has more charm and sweetness in her little finger than you have in your whole glamorous makeup, Olivia. Mr. Poirot, you can see for yourself that this girl is a troublemaker. She's always been that way. And when she phoned me and told me that she had something interesting to tell me, I thought I'd better meet her and see what mischief she was cooking up now.
I see.
I wonder if you do, Mr. Poirot. I could hardly call your progress startling up to this point.
And you are right, mademoiselle. But there have been too many cooks in the mischief in this case. It is time that Hercule Poirot took over the cooking. And I assure you, I shall cook the goose of the murderer. Stephen, take your feet from the desk and come with me.
Where are we going? What are you up to, Poirot?
I have been making assignations.
What are you talking about? We have a murderer to catch.
Precisely, mon ami. A murderer who killed for hate and love. And therefore, I, Hercule Poirot, have been playing Cupid.
Excuse me, Poirot, if I say this is the first time I've ever seen Cupid with a mustache.
But of course, mon Dieu. And I assure you that I am not particularly proud of the role. In this case, I am bringing together 2 people whom I dislike. But come, I have set events in motion which should catch the criminal.
All right, but I wish you'd tell me what you're going to do. There are too many suspects in this case, Poirot. Any one of the family could have done it. Not one of them has an alibi for last night.
And do not overlook Mademoiselle Olivia. She is a most dangerous woman.
Now, look, if you know who did it, let's arrest him and get it over with.
A miracle, a taxi.
Huh?
Taxi!
Where are we going?
298 Preston Drive, please.
That's where Henry Baldwin lives. Is he the guy who did it?
Mon ami, I do not think that Monsieur Baldwin is at home.
Poirot, will you please tell me what's going on?
Monsieur Stevens, I told you that I am not proud of what I have done, eh? But murder is a crime which calls for any action.
And what did you do?
I think, Stevens, I have sent out an invitation to murder.
Henry. Well, what on earth brings you here? I'm so surprised I'm forgetting my manners. Come in.
Stop acting, Olivia. You know very well you sent for me.
Darling, you out of your mind? I did nothing of the sort. I'd hardly send for you when I expect Lawrence in a very few minutes. And I don't think he'll be very pleased to find you here.
Well, then what's this, a gag?
It's a telephone message, obviously. It says that you're to come over here right away. Henry, I swear to you I didn't call you.
Olivia, if you're lying to me...
All right, twist my arm. But look at me. Henry, I didn't send that message.
All right. I believe you. But who did?
I don't know. Somebody is trying to involve us in something.
I'd better get out of here before Lawrence shows up.
It couldn't have been Lawrence.
I don't care who it was. I don't want
Henry,
him...
Do you think Poirot could have done it?
What? Why would he do a thing like that?
I don't know, unless he thinks that...
Thinks what?
That I killed Amelia.
Why would he send me a message to bring me here?
I don't know. But, Henry, I'm glad. Aren't you?
I'm getting out of here.
What are you afraid of, Henry?
I'm afraid of a lot of things.
Of course you are. You've always loved me, darling. You know, in your heart, you'd have married me in a minute if only Amelia had had the brains not to object to our marriage instead of trying to throw us together.
Well, that's not true.
Isn't it? Isn't it, Henry? Oh, darling.
Lawrence.
No, it's not Lawrence, Henry. Me, Alice.
I can explain, Alice.
You don't have to explain, Henry. Just what I always knew.
Alice!
Henry, make her put down that knife.
No, Olivia. I used this knife once before.
No, don't say it.
Yes, Henry. I killed Aunt Amelia. I always hated her. She was evil. And she hated me for marrying you. She tried every way she could to ruin our life. I never thought of killing her until that dreadful day when someone put the idea in my mind. With Marie.
I did that, Alice. We wanted to frighten Amelia into giving us some money. We never thought of murder.
Funny, isn't it? You should put the idea of murder into my head. I'm going to kill you, Olivia. You'll never have Henry. You're not going to live, Olivia.
Put the knife down, Madame Alice.
Let's drop it.
So it was you. It was you all the time. It was you who sent me the note telling me I'd find Henry here.
Yes, Madame. I had to make you drop your mask and come out in the open. Reveal yourself. As I said to Madame Amelia the other day, murder cannot be private.
Be sure to listen next week when Agatha Christie, America's favorite mystery writer, brings you her favorite detective, Hercule Poirot, starring Harold Huber in The Bride Wore Fright. Music for Hercule Poirot is composed and conducted by Sylvan Levin. The program is directed by Carl Eastman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is the BBC Home Service and the British Forces Broadcasting Service. Saturday Night Theatre. We present David March, Rona Anderson, and Gudrun Ure in Shadow of Murder, adapted from her novel by Charity Blackstock. Shadow of Murder.
Colonel Berry, by the Hoolish train! Colonel Berry, by the Hoolish train!
Oh, sorry.
Oh, do come in. I was just saying to my little daughter how nice it would be to have someone to talk to, wasn't I, Kate?
Yes. I assure you I wouldn't dream of disturbing you. I expect there are empty carriages.
There's a corner seat for you.
I shall be getting off at Ballahoonish.
Ah, you'll be staying at the station hotel then?
And no, the Pastor Glencoe and the Three Sisters. Oh, damn.
You'll have to dry your paper out before you can read it.
I see. Do you mind if I smoke?
Of course not.
Perhaps your daughter...
Oh, no, thank you. Kate never smokes, do you, darling? Such a dangerous habit. Besides, I think it's a wee bit unfeminine. So you're staying at the Three Sisters. That means we're practically neighbors. I'm Mrs. Stewart of Ettive Farm, and this is my bad little daughter, Kate. She looks such a cross-patch, but I think she's rather nice, though maybe I'm prejudiced. Oh, it's going to be marvelous having you so near. You must, of course, come to see us, Mr... Such a bleak place you've chosen for your holiday. But Mrs. Forbes is a nice little buddy, and I'm sure she'll do her best for you. There are only 2 other guests at the moment. You will be an artist, of course.
No. If you insist on knowing, I'm a writer.
Oh, but how thrilling. Kate, do you hear that?
Yes, Mummy.
Oh, she's such a reader, you know. Are you writing about the massacre?
Oh, Mummy, you should...
No, I'm not writing anything. I have just divorced my wife, Mrs. Stewart. I've had, if it interests you, one hell of a time. And the reason I've chosen so bleak a place is that I don't want to see anyone or talk to anyone.
Oh, you poor man. In that case, Mr... Oh, I'm afraid I didn't quite catch your name.
I didn't give it you. Shawfield's the name. John Shawfield.
Oh? Why, of course I remember now. You were married to Sylvia Court, the actress. It was in the papers, wasn't it?
It was.
Well, we'll just have to try and cheer you up, won't we, Katie? Well, you're being very quiet, darling. Oh, she never talks much, Mr. Shawfield, but I know she's as sorry for you as I am.
Oh, Mummy, really?
It's all right, Miss Stewart. I don't need anyone's pity.
That's probably just as well, Mr. Shawfield.
Now, what?
I understand exactly how you feel, you see. I was divorced, too. Oh, such terrible tricks life plays in one. And Sylvia Court's the loveliest girl. I adored her last film.
No one could deny she was a good actress.
Now, we're not going to let you brood. The past is so isolated. But I'm sure the MacDonald boy will be only too delighted to meet a fellow scribe.
Who's MacDonald?
Oh, he's at the hotel, too, the dearest boy. He's doing a book on the massacre, getting the local color. He says he wants it to soak in.
That should be easy enough in this climate.
His ancestor was in it, you know. Alexander MacDonald of Achtriochen, who was carried to the hills by his nurse in that terrible night. Young Ian is his descendant. Oh, he's a fanatical Jacobite, though actually he's lived all his life in the south. You said your name was Shawfield.
I did.
Oh, I should have recognized it, of course. Campbell of Shawfield. Oh, young MacDonald will have his knife into you, you know.
I assure you, my name...
The word Cruachan will naturally be familiar to you.
Why on earth should it be?
It's the Campbell battle cry. It's a word that has the bitterest significance in Glencoe. I'm afraid I fail to see why this is amusing.
Mummy, he can't help his name.
Thank you, Kate. I'm quite capable of seeing that for myself. Well, I'm not blaming you, Mr. Shawfield. There are good Campbells as well as bad.
Well, that's fair enough. Who, by the way, is my other fellow guest? You did say there were 2 of them.
Oh, Mr. Curtis. Such a dear wee man.
Is he a clansman, too?
Oh, dear me, no. He's very English. A retired bank manager. I believe he's had a nervous breakdown and is here on doctor's orders. Oh, he's very quiet. Only goes out occasionally for a wee spin in his car. He's so devoted to Huey, it's quite touching.
So devoted to Huey?
Oh, yes. He even buys apples for him.
Huey is a horse, Mr. Shawfield.
Oh, a Jacobite horse, I presume.
Oh, that's just silly.
No sillier than the rest of it.
Oh, Huey's a darling. Mrs. Forbes adores him. We call him the Lord Provost of Glencoe. Well, now, we've told him everything, haven't we, Kate? I do hope you'll not be bored with us, Mr. Shawfield.
I don't see how I could possibly be.
Well, if you are, you must come and see us. But don't walk alone in the pass at night, will you? Not with that murderer around.
Murderer? What murderer?
Oh, Mummy, please don't.
Oh, don't be so silly, darling. You're not a baby. Of course Mr. Shawfield must be told about it. Didn't you read about that dreadful man who killed his wife and buried her under the floorboards?
Oh, now you come to mention it, I did. We shared headlines, as it were. But I'd no idea we were also sharing a holiday.
It was really shocking. Of course, Kate is so sensitive. She takes after me, and I don't want to frighten her, but... He cut her up into little bits, Mr. Shawfield, and they seemed such a devoted couple. Nobody knew about it at first. He said she'd gone away to stay with her sister, and then he went away himself, but of course... Well, I mean, he put disinfectant down, but anyway, they dug her up in pieces. In tiny pieces, Mr. Shawfield. Can you imagine it?
Yes, better than you might credit.
The things people do. And the police think he's somewhere around here. The local people are convinced he's actually hiding in Ossian's cave on the cliffs of Hanochdu. Though how he could ever climb up there. We're all so scared we might suddenly meet him. He cut her up into little bits. His own wife. What gets into people, Mr. Schofield, that they do such awful things?
Perhaps you can only take so much for so long. It might happen to any of us, Mrs. Stewart. It might so easily have happened to me.
To you? But you're not a murderer.
Oh, aren't we all? But you've no need to be afraid of him. His state is far worse than yours could ever be. If you met him, he'd do the running away. I'm sure
we're here. There's a halt here and we can get a lift the whole way home. Oh, if you just help me down with my baggage.
Oh, yes, of course.
That's it, thank you. Oh, goodbye, Mr. Campbell. We'll be seeing each other very soon, and then you can tell me all about your book. Oh, Kate, hold this for goodness sake. You know they don't stop here for more than a minute.
Mummy, his name is known.
Don't forget to call on us. Goodbye just now.
Will you be Mr. Schofield?
That's correct.
The car's here for you, sir, from the Three Sisters. I'll be taking you up the pass.
How far's the hotel now?
Oh, it'll be half a mile. A mile, perhaps.
Then stop, please. I'm going to walk it.
Walk? It's a terrible night.
Well, never mind. It suits my mood. But you'd better take my case on for me.
It'd be easier if I took you on as well. Mistress Forbes will think it strange if I arrive without you.
Look, surely there's no law against my walking if I want to. Do you think the murderer will get me? They say he's a little man and I'm 6 foot odd. I expect he's asleep now anyway. Tucked up cozily in Ossian's cave. Poor devil. I hope he's got a hot water bottle.
I don't know what Mistress Forbes will say. After all, I was supposed to fetch you, and she'll not be too pleased to think I've left you in the middle of the pass. It seems daft to me. Are you sure you'll not change your mind, sir?
No, I need to stretch my legs and breathe a little honest-to-God fresh air. Tell Mrs. Forbes I won't be long. I'll be as hungry as a hunter and needing a nice stiff drink.
I'll be on my way then.
What a night for a massacre. What the devil's that? Who's there? Are you by any chance a Campbell? Cruachan! Oh, why? It's Huey. Oh, my boy, Huey. I'm afraid I've nothing for you, old boy. Hey, leave my raincoat alone, will you fat clot? You're bulging it up without my buttons. Oh, off you go, friend. It's too damn cold to stay gossiping here, and I haven't got as much flesh on me as you have. Next time, Huey, I'll have an apple for you. Good night, old boy. I've no doubt we'll be seeing a lot of each other. Oh, hello, Mrs. Forbes.
There you are.
Hope I haven't kept you waiting. It's a brute of a night. Oh, that dinner smells good.
Well, I've kept it hot for you, Mr. Schofield. Oh, this is one of your fellow guests, Mr. Curtis.
How'd you do? Pleased to meet you.
And this is Mr. MacDonald.
How'd you do?
Well, there are just the three of you. We are never full in the winter. Now, would you like a drink?
Oh, very much indeed.
Yes.
Large whiskey, please. Perhaps you two gentlemen care to join me?
Well, that's most kind. I don't usually indulge just after a meal, but a small port would be very enjoyable.
Good. And you, sir?
I haven't got the money to drink. I understand you write books, too.
How does she do it? Oh, thank you, Mrs. Forbes. I need that. Cheers. Yes, Mr. MacDonald, I write books, too.
I gather you're writing on the massacre. It's only fair to tell you my book has been commissioned and is due to come out soon.
You've no need to worry. I'm no more interested in massacres than I am in murderers. I'm here for a rest.
Not interested. But of course you would say that with your ancestry.
Such a nice port. I do like a sweet port. Your very good health, Mr. Schofield.
Schofield.
As you say, Schofield. Cheers, Mr. Curtis. Are you sure you won't drink, Mr. MacDonald?
I do not drink with Campbells.
Oh, one should drink with everyone, even if one dirks them afterwards. Well, I gather my dinner's ready, and after that I'm going straight to bed. Should I perhaps say good night to the murderer?
Why do you say that?
Now, isn't the poor beggar supposed to be hiding out there? I don't envy him. I think I'd rather be in prison.
Do we have to endure this gale? We'll all get our death of cold.
There are worse deaths. And it's he who's cold. Fancy lying out there with a ghost of a disintegrated wife.
Oh, do please shut that window. My chest is not...
Sorry, Mr. Curtis. I'm a selfish devil. There are no ghosts. Only the old mate Hewitt patrolling the old military road. There. Well, I'll be off to my dinner now. Good night. I'll see you in the morning. Good morning. Oh, I see we're to sit at the same table.
I think Mrs. Forbes felt it was a bit silly to sit at different corners of the room, as there are just three of us. May I pass you the condiments?
Oh, my God! Do you have to use that word? You'll be crooking your little finger next.
I fear I do not have the advantages of your education, Mr. MacDonald. I'm sorry if my way of expressing myself displeases you.
I'm afraid Mr. MacDonald's education doesn't extend to his manners. Pay no attention, Mr. Curtis, and I should like the condiments very much. This angry young man's simply showing off.
I'm not staying here to be insulted.
Well, well. So silly to sit at different corners of the room. Or is it?
Oh, dear me, dear me.
I'm afraid we'll have to ask his parents to remove that boy. Have you had a lot of this?
Well, he's an artist, of course. I believe all artists are a little nervy.
Now, forgive me, but that's just baloney. Why do you put up with it?
I endeavor not to judge my fellow men. Only I do think animals are more agreeable than humans. By the way, Mr.
Shawfield.
Of course. My memory. I was just going to say that you can always use my car when you need it. You need never hesitate to ask.
Oh, how kind of you. I'll probably take advantage of that one day.
Well, you're very welcome. I always say it would be a sad world if we didn't help each other.
Yes, I suppose it would. I gather you're a great friend of Huey's.
Oh, we're the greatest friends. Such a human animal. And I fear he's a little greedy. The local farmers have to lock their guests against him at night. Unfortunately, once Mrs. Stewart, she owns the Etty farm near Dalnes.
I know.
A very sweet lady. She locked her gates once, only she made a mistake. She didn't lock Huey out, she locked him in.
Oh.
And he ate a whole sack of oats.
Oh, good heavens.
But it was serious, you see, because if he'd drunk water after that, he'd have burst. Oh, it wasn't funny, I assure you. Fortunately, the dear old chap couldn't find anything to drink.
Well, why does Mrs. Forbes let him wander about like that?
Oh, he likes his freedom. You know, Mr. Shawfield, I sometimes wonder if the soul of the MacDonald chieftain MacEairn inhabits dear Huey's body.
Certainly plenty of room.
Well, when one watches him walking the pass night after night, one really gets the impression he's still brooding on the massacre. If one only knew the thoughts in his wise old head.
Apples, biscuits, oats, I should imagine.
Oh, no. No, you don't understand.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make fun of him.
Well, I think I'll take my little constitutional. I've not been very well, you know. I've not been well at all.
Well, it's bitterly cold out.
And I need fresh air. I don't like being cooped up.
I wonder if this coffee is still hot. Oh, yes.
Oh, was that Mr. Curtis going out?
Yes, he's braver than I am. I'm just going to sit by your lovely fire. I see old Huey's just outside. I bet he'd come in here if you gave him half a chance.
Oh, him. He'll stay there in the hopes of an apple. Mr. Curtis always feeds him, so he's come to expect it. Well, Kate feeds him, too, when she's over. Kate Stewart, you know, from Etty farm. Oh, but of course you met her mother on the train.
I did, indeed.
Oh, well, she's a bit of a talker, but the lassie's a nice wee thing. Though I do wish she wasn't so much under her mother's thumb. Mrs. Stewart was a great beauty in her day, you know, and poor Katie gets depressed because she thinks she's so plain.
Oh, she's got magnificent red hair.
Ah, if she'd only do it properly. She's a capable lassie, anyway. It's a pity she's not in charge of the farm. I'm afraid they'll end by being evicted. They never got the hay in at all last year, and 3 of their cattle starved to death. Mr. Curtis was very upset about it. But I mustn't stand here blithering. You'll be wanting to get on with your book. Oh, what is the subject, or shouldn't I ask?
Oh, I just write novels.
Oh, I do so like a good tale. I must read one of them. Oh, if you want something to read, there are some magazines and papers over there. And perhaps Mr. MacDonald would lend you something. He's a good boy, but very highly strung. He lets the massacre prey on his mind, as if it wasn't bad enough to have this terrible murderer so near us. Of course, I bolt the doors and windows every night.
You better be careful you don't lock him in by mistake, like Huey and the Oats.
Oh, my goodness me. Don't say things like that, Mr. Shawfield.
This isn't really important, but has it struck you that one of us almost certainly has met the murderer?
What do you mean?
Our friend outside, Huey.
Aye. Well, I must get on with my work.
Old hopeful, aren't you, Huey? I've still nothing for you. What's the murderer like? Did he ever tell you why he murdered? So that's your considerable is it? But I'll tell you something you don't know. I nearly killed my own wife once. Only somehow I didn't quite make it. But he did. Lionel Merritt. That's his name. Married to Violet Merritt. They seemed a happy couple. They even had a cat. But no children. We had no children either. Sylvia wouldn't. Oh, am I boring you, Huey? This isn't really the stuff for a nice, respectable horse. You go for your walk. I think I'll do the same.
Oh, I'm glad I've caught you. I want to apologize.
Apologize for what?
To think that I tried to shut the poor creature up.
What on earth are you talking about?
Tell me, how are you describing him?
Who?
The little man from Surbiton. Oh, I can just see it. And to think that I, a fellow writer, did my best to spoil it for you. What a good thing Mrs. Forbes told me you write novels.
I don't know if I'm following all this, but I gather I'm supposed to be putting Mr. Curtis in a book.
Pass the condiments. Marvelous, marvelous.
You seem to think my manners are worse than your own.
Huh?
Do you imagine I pull the strings to make a person dance for me? How dare you? You better get back to your thieving Highland reavers. Though God knows they'd probably chuck you into Loch Etty for the lousy little southern that you are.
I'm a Scot!
Where were you cradled, Sandy? In the corries of the Charing Cross Road?
Of course, with your name, you don't dare believe I'm descended from MacDonald of Artrioch.
The only pity is you ever descended at all. Oh, I'm going out for a walk. And I warn you, if you make fun of Mr. Curtis again, I'll throw the condiments in your face. Hey, who's chucking away perfectly good apples? Why, it's Miss Stewart. Hello there. You're a long way from home, aren't you?
Oh, hello, Mr. Shawfield.
I was on my way to Tyndrum. Nice to see you again, Tibby Fowler.
Tibby Fowler was rich. That's why the men came after her. We haven't got any money at all. We're going to be evicted.
Oh, in that case, it seems a pity to waste good apples. Let me pick them up for you.
Mrs. Forbes promised me these. I biked up here with a message for her, then I dropped my bag.
I see.
Well, I suppose I'd better be getting along.
Oh, why? I should be glad to talk to a civilized person. Since I've been here, nobody mentions anything but murder and the devil.
Oh, when I was a little girl, I had to read the Bible to my grandfather, and he'd never allow me to mention the devil. So I had to read out things like the world, the flesh, and the word I'm not supposed to say.
I should imagine there are a great many words that you're not supposed to say.
Well, I don't know why you should think that.
Why don't you sit down? Oh, is it too cold? We could go back to the hotel if you'd rather and have a drink.
Oh, no.
Why not?
Well, Mummy wouldn't like it.
Oh, I hadn't realized I was making an immoral proposition.
Well, in Scotland, ladies don't go into public houses. Of course, it's different in your part of the world. Ladies there can go wherever they like.
So you, too, read your papers?
Well, I must be getting along. Mummy...
I should never have come here. So you've read all about me, Miss Stewart. It must have greatly improved your knowledge of all the words you're not supposed to say.
Why are you talking to me like this? Well, of course I read the papers. And of course I recognized you. You were front page news, and you're very good looking.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be impertinent. When you see... Well, I'd read all your books, and I liked them. And they're not the kind to go with all that sort of beastliness. Your last one was wonderful.
Oh, wouldn't you like an autograph copy? Straight, as it were, from Gehenna?
Oh, no, thank you. I get them from the library, where you don't want to go squandering your royalties on me.
Good heavens.
And besides, you're so angry with me. I'm afraid I'm a clumsy person. I biked out specially to meet you. You know, before my mummy arrived. I dropped the apples on purpose. Expecting you're finding this funny. You could put it into a book sometime.
Would you, like a cigarette, Kate?
No.
Why not? After all, Mummy can't smell it from here. Oh, come on. Let me light it for you. I'm sorry I jumped down your throat like that. Of course you read the newspapers. And I'm an odd face and an odd name, too.
It's a Campbell name.
So everybody makes a point of telling me. Oh, never mind. What about our contemporary murderer? What's the latest news?
Oh, he shot you off the front pages, Mr. Shawfield.
You impertinent baggage. If you're going to be so cheeky, you better call me John, or even, as my friends do, Johnny. I'm beginning to feel pushed into the elderly gentleman class.
Of course. John?
It comes easier after the first 10 years. So our murderer has replaced me, has he?
Oh, Mr. Shawfield.
Yep.
John, the poor creature. They're so certain he's here. Do you think he can really be hiding in these hills?
God help him if he is.
Oh, to be on the run like that. I don't know how he can endure it. The pass of Glencoe is no place for a lonely, frightened man.
Girl, I think you'd better come and have that drink with me.
But what sort of a person can he be?
A person like you and me, neither better nor worse, Kate. The human mind is like metal, you know. There's always a breaking point. Some of us murder, some of us mop and mow, some of us simply go to the devil. He chopped his wife up. That's just how it took him.
You're being awfully nasty.
Only because I'm afraid. Nothing makes people nastier. That's why I was so rude to you just now. Oh, well, let's walk back. We'll freeze if we don't. I'll wheel your bike for you. Oh, and you better give me your bag, too. I can't have you dropping it again.
Oh,
don't be silly. I wanted to talk to you, too. Why don't you have lunch with me? Well, there's nothing even John Knox could say against that. You'll be superbly chaperoned, with Mr. Curtis passing the condiments on one side and Mr. MacDonald having a tantrum on the other.
Oh, I can't. How cold it is. I'm sure it's going to snow.
Why can't you?
Mummy expects me to be back at the farm.
Well, can't you ring somebody?
Oh, there's no telephone around here. Mrs. Forbes has been trying to get one for ages. But it's so difficult to lay down the wires, or whatever it is one does.
Oh, that must be awkward when it snows.
Oh, if it snows, you probably won't get out at all.
Very jolly. What does one do about food? I hope we don't have to add an outbreak of cannibalism to everything else.
You really have a horrid mind. Oh, don't worry. Mrs. Forbes stocks up for emergencies. There'll be plenty to drink anyway.
Well, that's all right, then. So you're definitely not lunching with me?
No.
You know, how old are you?
I'm 25.
What do you think your mother has the right to run your life for you? I'm not, after all... Forgive my crudity, suggesting we go to bed together. All I want is for you to share with me the midday roast and 2 veg.
Well, you're only asking me out of kindness.
Oh.
I hate people being kind to me.
Oh, if you're going to talk like that, I've nothing more to say to you. Go back to Mummy, Kate, and tell her from me she's made a shocking mess of your upbringing.
She was so lovely when she was young.
Was she?
I was engaged once.
Congratulations.
I brought him home. There is an old song now, isn't there? Now I have to call him father.
You mean to say she married him?
Oh, no. But he fell in love with her. And that was that. Oh, there are other kinds of murder, you know, Mr. Shawfield, than chopping people up. Oh, I simply can't call you John. I don't know why. Mummy will be calling you by your first name in 5 minutes.
Oh, call me what you like. There's the hotel. You might remember, Kate, that Mummy isn't as young as she was, and that young men with Oedipus complexes don't make the best husbands. So I'll be meeting your mother again soon, will I?
Yes?
And she'll be turning on all her charm for me. Before I go in, just tell me this. Has she read all my books?
She borrowed them from the librarian last night. She was busy on them the whole evening.
Do you know, I think there's hope for you yet, Kate. I'm looking forward to meeting your mother again, and I don't mean that quite as you may imagine.
Oh, there's Mrs. Stewart asking for you, Mr. Shawfield.
Oh.
I did say you were all at dinner, but...
Oh, I'm disturbing you, and Mr. Curtis just about to carve to you, isn't it a shame? Katie said you'd be eating, didn't you, Kate? And I just didn't listen. Now, you're just to go on eating, you poor hungry creatures, as if I wasn't here. I'll be away in a minute. I want a wee word with Mr. Shawfield.
I'm sure we're all delighted to see you.
We hadn't really started. Do sit down. Oh, hell, there's the pepper. Confound it. Hello, Kate.
Damn. You see, Mrs. Stewart, the effect you have on us all. Hello, Kate.
Hello, Mr. Shawfield.
Oh, so we're back in square one, are we?
I don't know what you mean. I just came to ask you to tea tomorrow afternoon, Mr. Shawfield. And I'm not asking you, Ian. You've caught a cold, you poor boy.
It's the pepper.
Anyway, I'm not asking you because I know what you writers are. You'll be talking shop all the time, and poor Katie and I'll not understand a word of it. As for you, Mr. Curtis, dear, I want you all to myself when you come. Oh, you've no idea how he helps us, Mr. Shawfield. He knows so much about animals.
Oh, how kind of you. Actually, I once studied to be a vet, but I fear my knowledge is sadly rusty.
Of course it isn't, you silly man. But now, Mr. Shawfield, so fascinating our meeting like this. I don't think these things are coincidences, do you? I think they're meant. After all, I've been a fan of yours for ages.
Indeed. I must say it's interesting to meet people who've really read one's books. Most of them just flip over the pages so that they can say the right things. You must have noticed this, Kate.
Oh, no, I can't say I have.
Haven't you?
Once or twice I nearly wrote to you, but I didn't quite have the nerve. That second book of yours, A Lion Among the Ladies, haunted me for a long time. Do you remember, Kate? Oh, but I'm afraid my little daughter prefers thrillers.
Oh, come, Kate. Surely you remember.
I didn't realize I was saying anything funny, Kate.
Oh, of course not, Mummy.
Oh, well, never mind. If you want to laugh at your poor old mother, why not? But now, Mr. Shawfield, you'll come tomorrow, won't you?
I will indeed. I shall look forward to it.
Well, then, that's settled. Oh, Mr. Curtis, dear, do go on with the carving. You all look so hungry.
Well, if you're sure you don't mind.
How clever of you to know how to carve. He's definitely here, you know.
Oh, Mummy, please.
The murderer, I mean. He's been seen in the glen, actually seen. Please don't let me disturb your meal, only I thought you'd like to know.
I'm not hungry.
They have a description of him, you know. Apparently, he's got a scar.
A scar?
Yes. Oh, it's so terrible. A creature like that is no better than a wild beast. Oh, he's mad, of course. No sane person could cut up his wife. Well, I've disturbed you more than enough. Come on, Kate, darling. We must tidy up our little home before the famous Mr. Shawfield sees it, mustn't we? Would you think me very forward if I called you John?
It would be a privilege. I hope, Kate, you will do the same. It sounds so much more friendly.
Oh, I don't think she'd dare. Kate is very shy, aren't you, darling? Well, we must go. Bye just now. Tomorrow at 4, Johnny.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Oh, Mr. Curtis, anything wrong?
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I'm not feeling very well.
Oh, can I do anything?
No, I'll go upstairs and rest a little.
That woman's a damn show-off.
Is she?
Oh, you wait till tomorrow. You'll get a magnificent tea and you'll see your books in the case at the far end. Not near enough to be obtrusive, but where you can't miss them. She did the same to me.
Best of luck to her.
Oh, you would say that. I'm going to tell you something.
Every time you tell me something, you create an earthquake. What is it now?
I've decided I'm going to marry her daughter.
Oh, have you informed Kate of your decision?
It's none of your business. I don't know why I'm telling you any of this. For all I know, you might be this murderer.
I could say the same of you.
You've got that kind of face.
Is there a murderer's face? As it happens, my wife, my ex-wife, is very much alive.
If you knew what you looked like when you said that, one day you'll do a murder yourself.
Perhaps I will. You better be careful, MacDonald. There are other victims than wives. What was this you were saying about marrying the girl?
Oh, Kate. I think it's time she settled down. I need someone to look after me. She'll never have a name in lights, but she's a good girl. I fancy she'd marry anyone to get away from that mother of hers.
I don't think she'd be any better off with you.
What the hell do you mean by that? I'd give her my name and a home. She'd have married status. That's all women ever want. She'd be very well off with me. After all, let's face it, she's pretty plain. We can't all look like Sylvia Court, can we? I warn you, if you hit me, I'll summons you.
Oh, for pity's sake, I was merely going to light a cigarette. But I do find it a bit distasteful that you should speak like this of your prospective wife. After all, she's a person in her own right.
I'll tell you something.
I'll hold on to the tablecloth.
We're all together, aren't we? Getting on each other's nerves like fun. And now it's going to snow.
So your intended warned me.
And when it does, anything might happen. Anything.
How jolly.
The murderer will have to come out for one thing. He'd freeze to death in Ossian's cave. And the Glen's a queer place, you know. Ghosts aren't the only kind of haunting. And you, being what you are...
What the hell am I?
I'm going to show you something. Wait a minute.
Oh, what now?
Look. How do you like that, Mr. Shorefield?
What's the point of all this drama? All right, it's a pistol. Am I to take this as a challenge to a duel or something?
I see you handle it as to the manner born.
It looks very old.
300 years old. A real Highland pistol. They call it over and under because one barrel is laid over the other. There's only one lock and hammer required because the second barrel can be turned round by hand. Here, after the first has been fired. It's a nice job. I should go easy with it if I were you. It's loaded, both barrels.
Do you mean to tell me that you leave a loaded weapon lying around like that in a drawer which isn't even locked? This thing would go off at the slightest pressure. You must be out of your mind.
It's mine. I do what I like with it. I'm not being dictated to by you. For all you write bestsellers.
Oh, damn my bestsellers. Anyone would think they were a crime. Mr. Curtis, are you feeling better?
What's that?
Oh, it's all right. We've decided to use swords instead.
This is something that has killed.
It has indeed. Ask Mr. Shorefield.
Oh, do please put it away. I can't bear to look at it. It's wicked. It's done murder.
Put it away, you imbecile.
Oh, all right.
Nowadays, they laugh at killing. I fear we've lost all sense of decency. We even sacrifice animals in the name of science. I don't like having a weapon lying about the house. It puts ideas into people's heads.
It's all right, sir. Don't distress yourself. MacDonald isn't going to leave it here.
I am. Why shouldn't I?
I tell you what we're going to do, MacDonald. We're going to take a nice walk together. I think we both need some fresh air.
I don't need any fresh air.
Oh, yes, you do, before it snows. We're going to leave you in peace, Mr. Curtis. You can take a nice little nap.
What is all this? I don't want to walk with you.
Well, you are walking with me. Serves you right for baiting that poor little creature.
It's a pity you don't mind your own business.
Okay. Oh, God, it's cold. Can't you smell the snow? Ah, that poor devil. This is no place for a murderer on the run. Tell me about the massacre, MacDonald. I'm in the mood. Wasn't it this kind of weather when it happened? Why, here's old McKeon himself to give local color. Hey, boy! Ah, it appears he's not feeling sociable.
A revolting slob of an animal. He ought to be sent to the knacker's yard.
Would you murder your own clansman? What about my history lesson? I'm beginning to believe you know nothing about the massacre at all.
I know it by heart. So should you, Mr. Shorefield. I wonder you can face the ghosts, you murderer.
There are other ghosts. There's Violet, for instance. Don't forget Violet.
And you call me mad. Who the blazes is Violet? Is she somebody here?
She is a little dispersed, but she's here all right. She's here.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. But I'll tell you of ghosts. The Master of Stair. You'll have heard of him. He ordered the massacre. I hope the soldiers will not trouble the government with prisoners. That's what he said. He wanted them killed. Women, children, and all.
A little dispersed. Her hands here, her feet there. I wonder if he sees her still on the slopes of Anachdub.
It was down these slopes that they fled, naked and screaming in a blizzard. The sky was red with their cottages going up in flames. They shot the old man from behind. They stripped his wife and tore the rings from her fingers with their teeth. It was bloody murder.
This was bloody murder, too.
When it was all over, the Campbells played a tune on their pipes from Loch Leven shore. The Glen is mine. That's what the tune was called. The MacDonalds were dead. There was nothing left of them.
There was nothing much left of Violet either. Poor Violet. It might so easily have been poor Sylvia. I nearly throttled her once. Only... well, I didn't. If I had, it would be me in Ossian's cave. Perhaps it might be even now.
Well, now you know all about it. And now you know why I call you a murderer, Mr. Campbell of Shawfield.
What do you say? What?
Oh, my God, you look it.
What an ass you are. I'm no murderer.
I saw you handle that pistol. It belonged to your ancestor. He murdered mine, John MacDonald of Artrilchan.
When did all this take place?
1692 in the month of February.
Well, it's now 1965, the month of January. And I'm going to tuck that pistol away the moment I'm back. Oh, let's stop this nonsense. Tell me about this precious book of yours. When's it coming out? I think you ought to dedicate it to me.
You and your bestsellers! I don't want to talk to you anymore. I wish you'd never come.
Are we all mad? My bestsellers. You couldn't even leave me that, Sylvia, could you?
Well, now, I hope you had a nice walk, Mr. Shawfield. Oh, are you looking for something in that drawer? There's nothing there. It's empty.
Yes, it's empty.
Oh, is anything wrong? You look quite strange.
No, nothing's wrong. Well, you must give me some idea of my route. Tomorrow I go to Etive Farm. Kate! What on earth are you doing here in the middle of the road? And what's all this furniture? Or do you have to move house in the snow? Oh, my dear girl, what has happened?
We've been evicted.
Oh.
It's all Mummy's fault. Oh, what am I to do? What am I to do?
I don't know what the hell this is all about, but I do know it's pretty well a blizzard and cold as charity. You can't stay here. You'll freeze to death. You're coming straight back to the hotel with me, so that you can get those sopping clothes off. And I shall give you a large brandy, whether you like it or not. You can pretend it's medicinal. Come along at once.
Yes, but these things have been ruined.
Oh.
And my piano.
A piano in the paths of Glencoe. Does it still play? Never mind. Clandiarmid's dead, and Clandonald, too. Girl, are you coming or aren't you?
Well, I can't just leave everything here.
You can and you will.
Mummy won't be dreadfully upset.
Well, I'm dreadfully upset, too. There was I, dreaming of hot scones and a blazing fire. The next time you ask a poor London chap to tea, you might plan the weather better. Oh, Kate, come on, for pity's sake. You're the most idiotic, pig-headed girl I've ever met.
I trouble you not to speak to me like that, Mr. Shawfield.
Bah!
Oh, really? Mr. Shawfield! Mr. Shawfield! Put me down this instant! I won't be casted around like a baby!
In a moment, I'll sling you over my shoulders like a sack of potatoes. In fact, if you go on like this, Miss Stewart, I shall smack you, which will be very undignified, and create a certain amount of tension at our future meetings.
There is not the least need to shout at me, Mr. Shawfield. I do not like it. I am quite prepared to go to the hotel if you kindly put me down like this instant.
It's a pleasure, Miss Stewart. Do ask me again, won't you? You must both have tea with me sometime in Ossian's cave. Oh, that's better. Here, I'll take that case. Now, for God's sake, walk as fast as you can. This is as bad as the night of the massacre.
Oh, it was worse than this.
Anyway, the massacre is something I should prefer to forget. It's nothing to do with me. Only I must admit, MacDonald has quite a gift for evoking the past. His book should be really impressive.
Oh, he doesn't really write at all, you know.
What?
Oh.
Now, look, I'm not being familiar. I'm only holding you to warm you a little.
Oh, I don't mind.
My poor lamb, you're frozen. Oh, perhaps I should have slapped you after all, as a remedial measure.
Oh, well, I don't think that you should speak to me like that. I am 25, you know.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What were you saying about MacDonald?
Oh, well, I thought you knew. He means to write the book, of course, but he'll never really get down to it. He's a failure, you know, like me.
Like you?
Oh, yes. He's always making a mess of things, even as a school teacher. That's what he is, you know. Oh, he's really quite nice under all the nonsense. He wants to marry me. He thinks I'd look after him while he writes.
And are you going to marry him?
I don't think so. Oh, it will be such a responsibility.
I'm not sure if you should let yourself be so devoured by passion, Kate.
Why are you laughing at me? Have I said something funny?
No, of course not.
Well, I did consider it, of course. I've always been scared of not marrying.
There's no earthly reason why you shouldn't get married. Now, marriage isn't all it's cracked up to be. But if you're so frightened about it, you can always take up a cause. You do it very well, red hair flying and all. In fact, I think you'd be quite terrifying.
Oh, do you think so? And what cause would you suggest, Mr. Shawfield?
Oh, I wouldn't dare commit myself. Oh, we're nearly home. Shall I pick you up and run for it? My legs are much longer than yours.
No, thank you. I do hope you won't catch cold, Mr. Shawfield. You must take a good tot of whiskey when you go to bed and get Mrs. Forbes to give you a hot water bottle.
You are the most extraordinary girl. You know, you haven't told me what all this is about yet. And where's your mother? Did she forget she'd asked me round?
Well, you see, we knew they were going to evict us. They said we didn't manage the farm properly. Mummy's never taken it seriously, but when the final note came, she got frightened and went out, thinking that they couldn't do anything if she wasn't there. Only, it didn't make any difference. They just took everything out and dumped it by the roadside.
And what about your mother?
Oh, I expect she's gone to Edinburgh.
What the blazes do you mean?
We have cousins there.
I don't find that an adequate answer.
Well, what was there for her to do? She doesn't get on very well with Mrs. Forbes, you know. She probably parked her bicycle somewhere and got a lift to Oban. Oh, I'll hear from her in a day or so.
You tell me your mother leaves you to cope and waltzes off to Edinburgh? I hope she sinks in a 10-foot drift and freezes stiff. She should be shot.
Really, Mr. Shawfield? I am quite capable of coping with the situation.
Oh, sure. When I saw you this afternoon, I was amazed by the way you had everything under control, down to the bottom C of the piano.
Oh, shut up. Oh. Oh, there was such a lovely tea for you two. Beautiful cake. I made it myself, Mr. Shawfield. Oh, Mr. Shawfield, put me down. Put me, I won't have it.
I'm not putting you down. I'm getting you back as soon as I can. Look, we're home. Stop crying, my darling, silly girl.
Ian is watching you from the doorway. Huh? He looks like a new massacre.
You should speak more respectfully of the Glen. Shouldn't she, MacDonald? Shouldn't she, boy?
Shouldn't she what? What's happened? Why are you carrying her? Is she hurt?
Hurt? Oh, Kate? Never. Here. Take her!
No, I'd not be tossed about between the pair of you. What do you think I am, a tennis ball? Don't put me down! Oh, Mrs. Forbes. Oh, I'm terribly sorry to land myself on you like this. Possibly dreadful things happen. We've been evicted and I simply know where to go.
Close the door, MacDonald. By the way, what happened to your precious pistol?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The pistol, MacDonald. The pistol I shot you with 300 years ago. The pistol I may be shooting you with any moment now. Look, all I want to know is, did you take that pistol away yesterday?
I don't see what business is it of yours, but I took it up to my room half an hour ago. What were you carrying Kate in your arms for?
Oh, having just sacked the farm, I thought I might as well do things properly, so I ravished her as well. Will you let me pass, please? You may enjoy chatting in an icy hallway, but I want to go into the sitting room and warm up a bit. Oh, may I join you, Mr. Curtis?
Mrs. Forbes says we won't be able to get out at all.
Oh.
You don't think the snow's as bad as that, do you?
Gosh, I'm cold. Oh, bless Mrs. Forbes for this glorious fire. What? Oh, I don't know. It's really coming down with a vengeance now.
But I must get out tomorrow. I simply can't stay in all day. It's bad for me. I've not been well, you know. The doctor said it was essential I should have fresh air.
Oh, Lord knows it's fresh enough. My dear chap, I don't like being cooped up any more than you do. In any case, I want to get down to Ballachulish tomorrow, see about Kate's belongings. She's been evicted into the snow, you know. And frankly, I don't think any of us will get out if it goes on like this.
But I must...
Mind you, I do understand how you feel. We're not exactly a coordinated group. If you feel you simply can't stand us, why don't you stay in your room? I'm sure Mrs. Forbes wouldn't mind. I know what the need for privacy is, God knows.
Do you?
Oh, yes, I had a wife once, you know.
And wouldn't she leave you alone?
Not for a minute, not even to write. I don't know why I'm telling you all this. You stay in your room, Mr. Curtis. Walls are good 18th century workmanship. You won't hear us brawling downstairs.
It might thaw tomorrow.
It might.
I must get out. You don't understand. I must. That pistol.
Oh, now, don't worry about that. MacDonald's taken it away. And high time, too. Well, I'm going to get myself a drink. I think I've earned it. Would you like something?
Oh, no, thank you. It's very kind of you, but alcohol doesn't suit my constitution.
Suits mine.
There now.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Forbes. I needed that. How's our Kate?
She's all right. She's had a hot bath and a good drop of brandy. I lent her my dressing gown and put her by my sitting room fire.
Oh.
Fancy Mrs. Stewart leaving the poor lassie in the snow and going to Edinburgh.
Yeah.
I could wring that woman's neck. Things were different before Mr. Stewart left her.
Oh, of course. Husband.
Aye, he couldn't take it. He's married someone else now. The poor lassie's never been the same since. Not that Mrs. Stewart would care. She always used her as a kind of servant and keeps on telling her how plain she is. If she was lying dead in the snow this very minute, I'd not care.
Perhaps she is.
Now, you'll have a refill.
Oh, Mrs. Forbes, you're making a lush out of me.
Oh, no.
Well, why not? It's one hell of a night.
Mr. Shawfield.
Cheers.
I was thinking maybe you'd go up and have a word with Kate. I know she'd like to see you. She wants to thank you.
There's nothing to thank me for. Of course I'll go.
Oh. And you won't mind the dressing gown?
I think I could survive it. I was warned about your dressing gown, Kate. You look rather sweet in it, actually. Well, just a bit on the large side. How are you feeling?
I made a horrid scene, didn't I? Oh, poor Mr. Shawfield. Have you had a drink?
Yeah, I have indeed. I believe I'm a little drunk.
It'll do you good.
Oh, Kate, I don't think you should look after everyone like this. Simply means that people take advantage of you. I take advantage of you myself.
Yes. You ravish me, don't you? I heard you say that.
Oh, Kate, I'm most sincerely sorry. I think MacDonald brings out the worst in me. Well, that doesn't make it any better. Please, try to forgive me.
Oh, I don't really mind. I was a little surprised, that's all.
Oh, what a nice girl you are. Thank God you're here. Looks as if we're going to be snowbound. It's just as well there'll be one civilized person among us.
No, I'm not as civilized as all that.
What do you mean?
It doesn't matter. You'd better go. You should have a good hot meal.
Oh, there you go again.
Only I wonder if you would kiss me good night before you go.
Yeah, of course.
Well, I know I shouldn't ask you.
Oh, I was going to do it in any case, whether you asked me or not.
Oh, no, you weren't. It's nice of you to say so, though. But, I know I'm embarrassing you.
Oh, for God's sake, come here. Come here, you idiotic girl.
Mr. Shawfield.
Mr. Shawfield. Kate. Silly, nice little Kate. Why don't you relax now?
You're hurting me.
Well, you asked for it, didn't you?
Yes. Yes, I did, didn't I? Well, you better get down to your dinner now. And don't forget your aspirin.
No.
Good night, Mr. Shawfield.
Well, you'll not be going far this morning, gentlemen. There are 6-foot drifts outside. Hughie's just sunk in one up to his ears, the daft creature. Well, I do hope it clears by tomorrow, because if it does, there's a little treat for you.
Oh, and what's that, Mrs. Forbes?
Oh, there's the cinema at Kinlochleven. It comes round to all the villages once a fortnight. Oh, perhaps you could drive them down, Mr. Curtis.
Oh, I fear I'm not one for the films. But, of course, my car is entirely at the disposal of anyone who wants to go.
Ah, well, then, Mr. Shawfield and Mr. MacDonald can take Miss Stewart down. Oh, Kate, we were just talking about you. I was saying you must all go to the cinema tomorrow.
Good morning. Well, yes, I should like that.
No, I've no time for such things. I have my book to get on with. Besides, I don't want to be intruding.
Oh? And what makes you say that, Ian?
Yes, what makes you say that, Ian? It's a very interesting remark. We should all be delighted to hear your explanation.
It's falling very heavily.
It's really quite blinding.
One can only hope, can't one? Well, just clear away the breakfast things.
I'll help you, Mrs.
No,
Fox.
no, dear. No, you just rest a while.
Well, one can only hope, can't one?
I wouldn't want to spoil your fun. It's a case of two's company, no doubt. I don't like playing gooseberry.
Perhaps you would care to enlarge on these odd statements.
I really believe it's not quite so heavy. I
know your kind. I've read the newspapers, too. I know all about
really
you and your
must
precious
go.
wife. And now you honour us with your presence, the dashing Mr. Shawfield. And naturally you make a pass at any girl you see. Your sword would seduce your own grandmother, given half an opportunity.
Right.
Please, Mr. Shawfield. I'll deal with this. Now, what is the matter with you, Ian? Mr. Shawfield's never made a pass at me.
He was going to hit me.
Well, I'm not surprised. I think you ought to apologize.
You better hold your hand out, MacDonald. Or should I call you Ian?
You are being silly too, Mr. Shawfield. Really, I've no patience with either of you.
Oh, I can see when I'm not wanted.
Looks as if you and I'll be going to the cinema alone.
Well, that'll be very nice. Ian is very highly strung.
He'll be strung a good deal higher if he goes on like this.
Oh, surely you're big enough not to mind what he says. He's so unhappy and mixed up. But anyway, knocking people down doesn't do any good.
Thanks for the sermon.
I didn't mean to... Well, I must go and help Mrs. Forbes.
She said she didn't need it. Talk to me instead.
Well, I don't see what there is to talk about.
Kate,
What is it?
don't look so frightened.
I'm not.
I'm not going to say anything rude or unpleasant. I know I've been both to you. I'm sorry. And MacDonald was perfectly right. I'm just the mess he said I am. I'm not sure if I'll ever be anything else. Not as long as my wife sticks in my memory. And then I meet someone like you. And you're sweet, Kate.
Oh.
But you are. Only I'm not the sort of person for you. When I kissed you last night.
I asked you to kiss me. Don't you remember, Mr. Shawfield?
Oh, damn your eyes for an exact and pedantic little prig. All right, then. Now, I am asking you to kiss me.
No.
Have it your own way. I'm just nothing now. You mustn't bother about me anymore.
Shall I tell you what I think?
If you must.
I think you're lying.
Oh, you do you?
Yes. Oh, I knew exactly why you walked out on me like that last night. You thought, oh, dear, now she's going to hang around my neck. She seems such a nice, sensible girl, and now she's just going to be a nuisance. You didn't find me really attractive, you see. Men never have scruples about attractive women. But I knew you'd say something dramatic like this. All writers like drama.
It would serve you damn well right if I took hold of you this very instant and gave you a practical demonstration of the facts of life.
I suppose it would. But it would be rather awkward for you, now wouldn't it, if I fell into your arms?
Would you care to try?
Anyway, I'm not as ignorant as you always seem to think.
Would you like to come here a moment?
No, I wouldn't. Oh, I'm sorry. I spoiled all your grand scene. Only... Oh, I wish I hadn't come here. I wish I'd never met you.
Never mind, Kate. Tomorrow evening we'll go to the cinema and behave like civilized human beings. I think it'll do us both a lot of good.
I suppose it will take our mind off things.
What things? Well, Kate.
Do you, play cards, Mr. Schofield?
Why? Are you suggesting we settle down to a nice quiet game of cutthroat?
And perhaps it's not a very good idea.
No, I don't think it is, really. But it's no reason for me to go on cutting your throat. I apologize, Kate, for being an absolute so-and-so. Why are you frightened?
I keep thinking of the murderer.
So do I.
It's as if he's forcing his thoughts on us, making us all think of dreadful things.
Yes, yes.
We're all ordinary people, aren't we? Ian's really quite sensible when you get him on his own, and, well, Mr. Curtis is just a nice, respectable little man who probably goes to work every day in a bowler hat with a rolled umbrella.
Well, that should certainly liven up the city.
Ah, you're laughing at me again.
You should be glad. It means you're exercising my demons for me. Of course, you're perfectly right, as you always are. It is frightening, my darling. And we are all behaving like lunatics. Well, where are you going? Are you leaving me? Don't go.
Oh, I must go and help Mrs. Forbes with the dinner. There, now I'm afraid it's just you and Mr. MacDonald today. Kate is eating with me, and poor Mr. Curtis is having his meal upstairs.
He doesn't look at all well.
Oh, I hope he's not sickening for something. It's very worrying. However, I must leave you two gentlemen to your meal.
I'll thank you to lay off that girl. Did you hear what I said?
I did.
Look, I've known Kate for some time. She's a good girl. I'm going to marry her.
So you've already notified
and
me.
And you come along. Of course, you've all the tricks of the trade. You turn on the charm, no doubt.
Don't you think this is all a little unnecessary? What is the matter with you, man? You always assume that I'm hell-bent on seducing your Kate when I assure you nothing is further from my mind.
She thinks she's in love with you.
Nonsense. You're insulting her. She's not the kind to make flirty eyes at everything in trousers. If you want to marry her, that's okay with me. But do some courting instead of shrieking abuse at me. Talk some sense for once. Why don't you tell me about your book?
What a filthy, abominable swine you are. You talk of courting. You weren't so successful in your own, were you?
Wasn't I?
I suppose it just doesn't matter to you. That little chap outside has more guts than you. He killed her. He chopped her up. But I don't suppose you even mind all that muck in the papers. It's just more material for your cheap jack nubbles.
Suppose it is. Well, I'm going for a walk. I'll leave you to do your courting. I must admit that the thought of you as a wooer seems rather like Huey in tights doing a tap dance. But Kate is a very compassionate girl.
Pretentious swine. Kate? Kate? Come here a moment. I want to talk to you.
I thought you were up in your room, Mr. Curtis. I really don't think you ought to be out in this weather. I know it stopped snowing, but it's bitterly cold.
Yes, I'm well wrapped up.
Are you looking for something, sir?
Why should I be?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were ferreting around with your stick. But of course, it's a damn silly question. You couldn't find a house in all this snow.
I'm just taking a little constitutional.
Hardly the weather for it. I wonder if they've caught the murderer yet.
Well, of course not.
Of course? With half the Shire looking for him? Actually, I've developed a theory about him.
And what is that?
I don't think he's shut out at all. I think he's shut in. And the best of luck to him, poor devil. Oh, was that Huey over there?
No.
You looked over your shoulder. I saw him wandering about a few minutes ago.
I wish you wouldn't keep on asking me questions.
I beg your pardon. I didn't mean to...
Well, it's really very irritating. It worries me. I don't like silly questions. I do hope it's a nice, jolly film tomorrow. I'm sure Miss Stewart will enjoy it. She's such a charming lady, I always think.
Yes, she is, isn't she?
She's kind. It's a quality one doesn't often meet in the modern generation. I've often watched her with Huey. I always feel the way people behave with animals is very revealing. I can't abide cruelty to animals.
Shouldn't you come in now, sir? I'm sure Mrs. Forbes has a good fire waiting for
Oh,
us.
do stop bothering me. I like the fresh air, I tell you.
All right. I don't. Not when it's as fresh as this. I'm going back to the lounge.
Ian, do stop pawing me about like this. I don't want to kiss you. I've already said a dozen times that I'm not going to marry you. Thank you very much.
I suppose you want to remain an old maid.
I do wish you'd be sensible. Why don't you listen? You just go on from where you left off without paying the faintest attention to what I've been saying. I've said no, and I mean no, and... Oh.
I'm so sorry. Am I intruding?
This is too much. You did this on purpose. You're spying on us.
Oh, dear.
I didn't mean to gate-crash a crisis. I'm honestly sorry. I'm afraid I ruined his kiss.
Do you think I'd let a great big Jessie like that kiss me?
Let me help you pick up those magazines. MacDonald seems to do his courting as he does everything else. Like a car with the steering gone.
Why are you always so beastly about him? He said you'd been terribly rude to him.
We all come to you for comfort, you see. I'm here for comfort myself.
Comfort. A shoulder to weep on, I know. Oh, it always makes me laugh when I read those magazine stories about strong, silent heroes taking the little woman into their manly arms. The poor creature ought to know that in a wee while she'll be reeling under the full 16 stone of him patting his shoulder and drying his tears.
I don't know why you're complaining. Before you know where you are, Mr. Curtis will be asking you to partake of his couch and condiments.
I don't find that in the least bit funny.
Oh, I don't seem to be very popular this evening. Come and have a drink with me. Let's go to pieces. Well, Tippy, see you drink your whiskey like a good Scots girl.
After all, Mr. Shawfield, I am precisely that.
I want to talk to you.
And I should like to listen.
A shoulder to weep on. Though I don't weigh 16 stone. I want to kiss you.
No.
Why not?
Just no. Tell me about it instead.
Oh, I suspect you're well used to people telling you things.
Oh, I always give excellent advice. But only for others, not for myself. It's your wife, isn't it? You're really still in love with her.
In love? Girl, I hate her. I want to murder her. I want to cut her into tiny pieces so that nothing remains.
Do you think that would lay her ghost?
You're a clever girl. I don't know. Only Lionel could answer that.
Lionel?
Murderer.
Oh, I forgot that was his name. I've been thinking about him so much. I don't know him, but I do know that by destroying her, he's destroyed himself.
Do you mean that?
I'm sure of it. I think murder leaves a shadow. It's like this glen where murder has sunk deep into the soil.
Ah, that's the voice of whiskey, my love.
Perhaps it's the voice of Lionel? Don't add yours to it. Was your wife so terrible?
She had to destroy, too. Even my part to write. And if I can't write Kate, I'm lost and damned. But you, my darling, you'd never understand this. I don't suppose you've ever hated in your kind little life.
Oh, yes, I have. I love my father very much, Mr. Shawfield. She drove him away. No man could endure the life she led him. I think if he'd stayed, I should be different. I shouldn't be such a thrawn, cravat-old mate. Oh, I'm talking too much. I'm being silly again.
You're all right, girl. Oh, don't go away. Let me hold you.
I really must go up to bed. I do believe I'm a little tipsy. Whatever will Mrs. Forbes think?
Kate.
Oh, I've bothered you quite enough for one night. You needn't worry. I won't hang about your neck, I promise. Good night, Mr. Shawfield.
Kate. Oh. I want someone to talk to. I must have someone to talk to. Huey!
My boy, Huey. Where are you, huh? Ah, damn the horse. He's never there when he's wanted. My God, what's that? Lionel. It's all right, man. She's dead, isn't she? Come in and talk to me. After all, we're all of us murderers. Lionel! 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 Mrs. Ford!
Oh, I can't hear a thing through this. There, now, what did you say, Mr. Shaw?
I just wondered, did you hear anything last night?
What do you mean?
Like someone crying?
Oh, I sleep very heavily. He's still in the papers, but they don't think he's hiding out now. They think he's in a hotel. Someone saw him at Ballahoolish. It's that scar, you know. It's on his wrist. They think it may be where the knife slipped. They never found the weapon, you know.
London has a deep and wide river, Mrs. Forbes.
Oh, well, it's nothing to do with us, is it? Oh, I hear Mr. Curtis is lending you his car.
Mm.
Oh, what a blessing it is it's thawing. You'll need to start about 6 tonight.
How pretty you look, Kate. You should always use lipstick.
Mrs. Forbes lent it to me. I hope I've not put on too much. Mummy would be very cross with me.
No comment. Let the old lady enjoy herself in Edinburgh. We're going to enjoy our cinema. Ah, you look really nice. I like the hairstyle, too.
Thank you, Mr. Shawfield.
Kate.
Yes, Mr. Shawfield.
I thought as much. This is deliberate impertinence. All right, my girl. Either you call me by my proper name, or I turn this car around, go back to the hotel, carry you up to bed, and go to the pictures on my own. Well, would you like to put it to the test?
No, John.
I should think so.
What's happened?
I just want to celebrate this unprecedented occasion.
John, please. You're not being fair. Now, why must you spoil a nice evening?
For pity's sake, I was only going to give you a nice, friendly kiss. Kate. Oh! Damn!
Oh, now, what is it? Oh, you've hurt yourself. Your wrist's bleeding.
What the hell does he keep down the car seat? Looks like a razor blade.
Oh, now, I'll bind it for you. It's not a deep cut. It'll stop bleeding in a moment.
No, it's nothing. Don't fuss me. I'm sorry I made such an ass of myself. Will you just try to forget it? Your guardian angel is obviously trained in commando tactics. Accept my apologies, please.
Are you sure you feel all right?
I'm fine. Why not? After all, I now share the same distinguishing mark as the murderer. Well, where do we go from here? I don't know the way to Kinloch Leaden.
Straight on, and then to the right.
Here you are. I didn't think we'd get that one.
I think Sylvia, of course, so lovely, don't you?
In you get. Quite a coincidence, wasn't it? That it should have been one of Sylvia's films. Did you enjoy it, darling?
It was very nice.
Should we drive somewhere and get a drink?
No, thank you.
You sure?
Yes, thanks.
Oh, all right, then I'll drive you home. What did you think of my wife?
Oh, she's very lovely.
It's all rather amusing, actually. Well, it is funny, don't you think so? Oh, for God's sake, I must say you're not the most enlivening of companions. You better have the radio on. Perhaps it'll wake you up a bit. What the hell do you think you're doing? Did Mummy never tell you not to grab at a driver's arm, especially on a slippery mountain road? You might have killed the pair of us.
Johnny, I know you hated her. I know she's hurt you dreadfully, but leave her be now. She doesn't matter. She can't touch you anymore. She'll get what she deserves in the end.
She will indeed.
Oh, please, Johnny, listen. Please, you must listen. It was wicked that it should be that film, and I wish I'd known, but does it really matter so much to you? That part of your life is over and done with. You need never see her again.
I have to see her again.
No, please.
Let her go to the devil any way she pleases.
I'm surprised at you, Kate. What would your grandfather say?
Oh, are you going to ruin your life for her? You fool. Can't you see that is what she wants you to do?
What do you mean by that, Kate? I should like an answer. We're not moving till I get one.
All right. I'll answer. I think you're planning to kill her. You're going tonight, Johnny. I know you are.
All right. If you have to know, I am going tonight. I had a letter this morning from my solicitors.
Oh, there's been no postman today.
I put a call through this morning.
There is no telephone. And you said it was a letter.
Oh, you're driving me mad with all this insanity. It'd serve you right if I put you out of the car and made you walk home.
You are going to kill her. I know it.
You win. I'm going to see her anyway. Only I don't know if I'm going to kill her. Oh, don't be frightened, Kate. There's no need. I'll try not to do anything silly.
Johnny. Johnny, you're not to go.
I have to.
I'll go for you. I'll give her any message you want.
Oh, my darling idiot. She'd eat you alive.
Oh, I'm not afraid of her. I can sort her, all right. You don't know me, Johnny. You don't know me at all.
I'm beginning to see that. But I have to go, Kate. I can't explain exactly why, even to myself. It's as if there's something in this confounded glen that's pushing me on.
If it's your novels, Johnny, I know you'll write again. I'll make you write again. Oh, Johnny, if it would help you, I'll do anything you want, Johnny. Anything. I love you. I'd give up the whole wide world to stop you going. I'm not as silly as I used to be. If you want me to.
What? Oh, Kate. Oh, my dear, dear girl. Thank you, Kate. I'll never forget that. But I wouldn't want it to be like that for you. You deserve better. Dear Kate, I'll be honest with you. I have to go to London. But what'll happen when I get there, I don't know. I don't know anything anymore. Come, darling. We must go. Long after midnight, we'll have the elders of the kirk talking. What a good thing Hugh is here to chaperone you.
He's away to the village.
Goodbye, Kate. I'll leave Mr. Curtis's car out for the night. Snow's melting fast. It won't come to any harm.
Johnny! Johnny, there must be an end to hate, even here in Glencoe. I could do far more for you than she could. She can only destroy. Stay with me. Why won't you trust me?
Oh, it's not that. I do trust you. And it's not that. Goodbye, Kate.
I'll be waiting for you when you come back.
Damnation, what's that? Oh, this is just about the last straw. What the hell are you doing out of this hour in the morning, MacDonald? And is this confounded bicycle yours? Left, presumably, to trip me up?
I've been waiting for you.
Oh, go back to bed, you confounded idiot, and take your bike with you.
Oh, no, you don't get away with it like that. You murderous Campbell.
Look here, MacDonald. I've had just as much as I can take. Let me tell you once and for all that I am not a Campbell. I never was a Campbell. And I'm never, thank God, likely to be a Campbell.
Of course. Seducing a nice girl like that means nothing to you.
And what do you mean by that?
The cinema ended at 10:30. It didn't take you 2 hours to drive back, did it?
Oh, will you get out of my road? I've got to get to Ballachulish. You neurotic little moonshiner, you're mad. You've got Campbells on the brain.
You're not going to get away with this. I heard her go to her room and cry her heart out for what you'd done to her. She was still crying when I left. Oh, but you wouldn't care. You just take what you want and the hell with it.
You're muddling up your times a bit, aren't you? I am not one of your wenching gallants of 3 centuries. What's that in your pocket? Put that away, you idiot. You want to commit a murder? It's a hair trigger. Oh, for God's sake, you are mad.
Don't you like my pistol, Schofield? Perhaps you prefer to be at the other end of it.
Put that down! Get up, you damn fool. Well, you don't expect me to help you, do you? I must say, I never thought I'd owe my life to a bicycle. I'll take that pistol from you, thank you very much. So both barrels have been fired. Oh, stop that stupid noise, you infernal lunatic. Whose bicycle is this?
Mrs. Stewart's.
I might have guessed. So the murderer was locked in after all. Come on. Get up, you nutcase. You're going to help me. I want to shove away some of this snow.
I can't.
If you don't, I'll bury you in it, so help me. Oh, come on, man. Pull yourself together.
It's Mrs. Stewart.
I told you not to leave lethal weapons about. Come along, we better get back. We've made enough asses of ourselves to create a new massacre.
You can't leave that poor lady lying there.
You imagine either of us is in any state to carry her? Besides, the police will have to be notified. She's dead. I can't feel any more for the dead. It's time I concentrated on the living. Only, I want to tell you this, MacDonald. You keep on calling me Campbell of Shorefield. Well, as it happens, my grandfather was a Jew. He came from Hamburg, and his name was Schoenfeld. He changed it to Shorefield. He thought it sounded prettier. We've never shouted Kruachen. Our war chant is Oi vai, oi vai.
Oh, all right. Oh, stop dragging at me. This is the hotel, isn't it? Oh, I want to go to bed. Leave me alone.
I have every intention of leaving you alone. Just one more thing. You are not to say a word of this to Kate. She'll know in the morning. It's soon enough. There's something I've got to do. But when I've finished, I'm going in to say goodnight to Kate. Any objection?
Oh, have it your own way. What are you rummaging in Curtis's car for?
Death.
Suppose you think that makes sense. Where are you going?
I'm going to see Mr. Curtis.
What you want?
I have 2 things to show you, Mr. Curtis. One, a 17th century pistol. And this.
That's my surgical knife.
Yes.
I don't like lethal weapons. Why do you bring these horrid things into my room? Take them away at once.
One is lethal no longer. Both barrels have been fired. Why did you have to kill Mrs. Stewart? I suppose you couldn't find her body in the snow. I wondered what you were looking for all the time. She was well buried. You wouldn't have found her till the thaw. But it's all up, you know.
And what do you mean by that?
Oh, for pity's sake, man, of course it's all up. The police will be here tomorrow. They have your description. Even if this hadn't happened, it would only have been a question of time. They got your scar wrong, sir, didn't they? I see it's on the pad of your thumb, not on your wrist at all. I suppose the knife slipped.
I don't care for these personal remarks.
You talk as if nothing had happened. Even if I were prepared to connive at your escape, how on earth do you think you could get away?
I fear you underestimate my intelligence.
You haven't answered me. Why did you kill her? Why? Didn't you see it took away your last chance of escape?
And of course I killed her. She knew about my scar. I couldn't possibly let her live. She was cycling down the road and I shot her. She was cruel. She let her cattle die of starvation. I've no patience with people who ill-use dumb animals. It's wicked, vile. We had such a lovely cat. He was called Ricky. After Kipling's mongoose, you know, he was the dearest little fellow.
Don't you ever think of humans?
Humans? Oh, humans. No, Mr. Shorefield. Why should I? They've never thought of me. Give me Huey any day.
But he's only an animal.
That's what Violet said. He was such a dear little fellow. He used to run and meet me when I came back from work. He talked to me, you know. I've always loved animals. I believe I told you that I trained to be a vet.
Of course. That's why you have a surgical knife. Why didn't you throw it away? It wasn't very clever of you to keep it in the car.
I still keep my instruments. I wish you'd seen little Ricky. He understood everything I said. And she waited until my back was turned. And then had him destroyed. My lovely cat.
She must have had her reasons.
Reasons? What possible reasons could there be for such a dreadful thing? She said he was dirty. After all, he was an old gentleman, 15 years old. It wasn't his fault if he occasionally made a mistake. But she couldn't bear anything dirty in her home. She took him round to the vet while I was at work and had him put to sleep. So I killed her. I suppose you're going to repeat all this to the police?
What else can I do? You litter the place with corpses like a battlefield. Mr. Curtis, I want you to tell me something.
Pardon?
You killed your wife.
I don't know why you keep on asking me that. I've never attempted to deny it. Of course I did. I was very clever about it.
All right, you were clever. But tell me this. Why do you always look over your shoulder?
What on earth do you mean?
Why are you always turning, as if there's someone behind you? She's still there, isn't she, Lionel? Violet is always there. Maybe there's a jigsaw pattern across her, but she's still there.
No! I'm sorry, dear. I won't keep you waiting long. I just have to speak to this gentleman. Oh, don't be angry, dear. I'm just coming.
Mr. Curtis, you're not well.
Oh, yes, I am. And I'm clever, too. I'm cleverer than you. They'll never catch someone as clever as me. You're not going to the police. I shall make my getaway as I always have.
I suppose you're going to see Kate now.
Yes. The only person I could bear to talk to.
I don't really mind. I'm leaving here. I'm going back to teaching.
That sounds about the most sensible thing I've ever heard you say.
I can do my book in my spare time.
Yeah, expect you can.
What's the matter with Curtis? I saw him tearing down the stairs just now, as if all the devils in hell were after him.
I imagine they were.
I'm not driving fast, dear. Yes, dear, I did signal I was going right. Of course, dear. Just as you say, dear. And after all, dear, we have to get away, don't we? Huey! Oh, do go away! There's a good old chap! Huey! I can't stop you! What am I going to do? Huey! Huey!
Who's that? Johnny?
I just thought you might like to know I'm back. I'm not going out again. You needn't worry any more, Kate. Oh, my darling, my poor darling. You've been crying yourself sick. Oh, don't cry anymore. Go to sleep now.
Oh, you look terribly white. What's happened? Are you really not going back to Sylvia?
Sylvia? Oh, she's in the past, Kate. She's nothing to do with me anymore. I should have had the sense to know it a long time ago. Oh, my dear darling, you're worth a dozen of her. And I'm sorry I frightened you so. Listen to me, Kate. The shadow of murder is gone. And we're alive. We're going to stay alive and be happy. And, oh, my
darling Kate, I love you very much.
Johnny.
That was David March as John Shawfield, Rona Anderson as Mrs. Stewart, and Gudrun Ure as Kate Stewart in Shadow of Murder by Charity Blackstock, with Eric Anderson as Curtis, Fraser Carr as MacDonald, Molly Rankin as Mrs. Forbes, Arthur Lawrence as the taxi driver. The production, which was recorded, was by Audrey Cameron.
After the 11 o'clock news summary, Music at Night is a program of British chamber music, a piano recital given by Alan Rowlands. And he'll be playing works by E.J. Moran and Arnold Bax, and the main work is the sonata by John Ireland. That's Music at Night at approximately 2 minutes past 11 in the home service. Now, in just a few seconds, the chimes of Big Ben and the 10 o'clock news.
This is the BBC Home Service. Here is the news read by Michael Murray. India has accused Pakistan of using tanks in a new border clash. Mr. George Brown has said he's going to issue a shop steward's guide very soon on his prices and incomes policy. Chelsea, watched by the 8 players suspended from training, were beaten 6-2 at Burnley and are now out of the running for the league championship. In one of tonight's matches, Portsmouth escaped relegation from the second division by drawing away to one of the promoted clubs, Northampton. The P&O liner Arcadia has been refloated after going aground in the Suez Canal. Lord Hives, former chairman of Rolls-Royce, has died at the age of 79. Indian and Pakistan troops engaged each other today in a new border clash, and judging by Indian accounts, it seems to have been a particularly vicious one, with the Pakistanis using tanks. The scene was the boggy wilderness known as the Rann of Kutch, where fighting has been going on intermittently for the past fortnight. It's in this area that the Indian border runs closest to Karachi, West Pakistan's biggest city. Most of the details of the fighting have come so far from the Indian side. According to their spokesman, Pakistan troops, numbering about 3,000, attacked a post held by a small Indian force. The Indians fought back, destroying 3 Pakistan tanks. The latest reports indicated that fighting was still going on. The Indian spokesman said Pakistan had brought up a substantial force, including, as well as tanks, medium artillery and 2 squadrons of fighter bombers. The scale of these preparations, he said, suggested that Pakistan was taking an increasingly threatening attitude. When you start using tanks, he added, it is very near war. A Pakistan spokesman has said that Pakistan forces retaliated after repeated firing from Indian positions in the Rann of Kutch. He claimed that the Indians suffered considerable casualties. It's not clear whether the Pakistan statement refers to the same engagement as described by the Indians or to another incident in the area. Our Commonwealth correspondent says the tone of the Indian spokesman's remarks is unusually tough, and if indeed Pakistan has been using tanks, then the situation will undoubtedly cause international concern. The British government is keeping a close watch on developments. Mr. George Brown has said he hopes to get out very soon a layman's guide, or shop steward's guide, to his new prices and incomes policy. At a union conference in Manchester, he said there would be a temptation to applaud the policy, but then to act as though it applied to the other fellow. There would be battles to fight within the unions over this. The policy was not one of restraint. It was a policy for more rapid expansion of income in real terms than we'd ever achieved before. It could mean that a man earning £16 a week last year would be able to earn £20 a week in 1970. Not simply a paper increase, but a rise of 25% in his real spending power. Mr. Brown referred to groups such as teachers and nurses whose pay had fallen seriously out of line with the level for similar work, and added, I could mention others much in the public eye at the moment. He'd seen people interviewed on television who still thought that so long as you cracked down on teachers or nurses or railwaymen, you were running an incomes policy. This was absolute rubbish, and it was time we stood out for a sensible and intelligent approach to this problem. Before the meeting, Mr. Brown said he was feeling much better after his 10 days' rest. The former Conservative Minister of Labour, Mr. Godber, speaking at Newcastle-on-Tyne, said that Mr. Brown's incomes policy was already beginning to look more than a little meaningless. Over the last 6 months, wages had been rising at an average rate of more than 8% a year. This, said Mr. Godber, would be good if everyone didn't know that it must mean a big rise in the cost of living. The 8 Chelsea players who were suspended from training earlier this week were spectators today when a makeshift side, which included 4 18-year-olds, lost their game at Burnley 6-2, and with it Chelsea's remaining chance of the league championship. Lockhead scored 5 times for Burnley. Afterwards, in an interview in the BBC's Sports Report, the Chelsea manager Tommy Docherty said the 8 players hadn't been banned, they'd merely been sent home for staying out late. They would definitely go on to the club's coming tour of Australia. The league championship now rests between Leeds and Manchester United, who both won. Portsmouth, by drawing their match this evening at Northampton, escaped relegation to the 3rd Division by 1 point. They were helped by Jimmy Dickinson playing his last game for the club on his 40th birthday. Swindon and Swansea go down. In this afternoon's soccer, the Scottish Cup was won by Celtic, who beat Dunfermline 3-2 at Hampden Park, equalling Rangers' record of 18 wins. The Scottish First Division champions are Kilmarnock, after winning 2-0 away to Hearts, who are runners-up. At Wembley, Hendon won the FA Amateur Cup, beating Whitby Town 3-1. In the 3rd Division, Bristol City won promotion with Carlisle, and Luton, beaten 8-1 at Scunthorpe, will go down. The 30,000-ton P&O liner Arcadia went aground today in the Suez Canal, but has since been refloated and has anchored in Port Said. It's not thought that the ship has been damaged. The Arcadia, on a voyage from Britain to Australia, is carrying nearly 1,200 passengers. Southern Region electric train crews have called off their threat to go slow from Monday. This was decided at a meeting in London today of representatives from about 30 depots in the South Eastern Division. After an appeal by Mr. Griffiths, General Secretary of the Drivers' Union, ASLEF, the men agreed to await next week's meeting of the Union Executive. Some 600 motormen had said they'd work to rule because of continued delay in settling their claim for a productivity bonus. Lord Hives, a former chairman of Rolls-Royce, died today in the National Hospital for Nervous Diseases in London. He was 79 and had been in a coma since he went there more than 2 years ago after a stroke. Lord Hives joined the staff of Rolls-Royce as a mechanic at the age of 22 and became managing director in 1946. He was made a Companion of Honour in 1943. The Minister of Land and Natural Resources, Mr. Fred Willey, today attended the official opening of the Pennine Way, Britain's first statutory long-distance footpath that stretches 250 miles from Edale in Derbyshire to just over the Scottish border at Kirk Yetholm. At the ceremony at Malham Lings in Yorkshire, he said he was making an urgent and comprehensive review of a policy for the countryside. This would have the backing of all the necessary powers to ensure that people could enjoy the countryside in all its aspects. The American government has published the results of a 6-month experiment to find out how people and property react to the bangs made by the supersonic aircraft over a long period. Oklahoma City was chosen for the test, and American Air Force planes made over 1,200 bangs at the rate of about 7 or 8 a day. Our Washington correspondent says it was found that damage to property was fairly slight. Windows seemed to have broken only where they were damaged or badly installed in the first place, and much the same was the case with plaster. More interesting was the reaction of people. At first, over 90% of those questioned said they thought they could learn to accept the bangs. But halfway through the test, only 80% thought they could get used to it, and by the end of 6 months, a quarter of those asked said no. They thought they could never learn to live with the bangs. Socialist leaders from 13 countries have been entertained at Chequers today at a meeting of the Socialist International. Informal talks, which went on throughout the day and into the evening, were concentrated on the problems of European economic cooperation, Southeast Asia and Africa. After the full conference, a special after-dinner session between the Prime Ministers of Norway and Sweden, the Vice-Chancellor of Austria, and Mr. Harold Wilson discussed means of bringing the countries of EFTA and the common market closer together. The expenses of the conference, it is said, are being met by Mr. Wilson, as this was not a government but a party occasion. 74 of the 77 riders in the Vintage Motorcycling Club's Coventry to Brighton run arrived in Brighton tonight. The other 3 broke down on the way. The 6 oldest machines, all built more than 50 years ago, completed the 150-mile run. So did the only woman competitor, Mrs. Margaret McMahon of Coventry, who rode a 35-year-old machine. The Soviet Foreign Minister, Mr. Gromyko, according to the New York Times, is to have an executive type of American limousine costing about £6,000. It is equipped with a bar and a television, and the report says it is already being shipped to Russia. The car, a Lincoln, will take 8 people. The weather. Tomorrow is expected to be dry for much of the day, with some sunshine in eastern areas. Rain will later spread from the west. That's the end of the news.
Agatha Christie's Poirot. From the thrill-packed pages of Agatha Christie's unforgettable stories of corpses, clues, and crime, Mutual now brings you, complete with bowler hat and magnificent mustache, your favorite detective, Hercule Poirot, in Murder Wears a Mask.
Yes?
I'd like to speak to Mr. Poirot.
Won't you come in? Your name, please?
Richard Fields.
Mr. Poirot's busy at the moment. Please sit down. I'll tell him you're here.
Thank you.
There's some magazines on the table at your left. Mr. Poirot, it's a Mr. Fields.
Eh? Well, he can wait. He's a very patient man. He only rang the bell once. Here, Abigail, I want you to taste this sauce now.
It's good.
Good? Oh, ma foi, Abigail, it is superb. There are only 3 people in the world who know how to prepare this sauce. And you are about to become the 4th. Now, you take 2 tablespoons...
Chief, there's someone waiting.
Oui, this Monsieur Fields, eh? Eh bien, I suppose we must see him. Come.
Mr. Fields, this is Mr. Poirot.
Oh, how do you do?
Bonjour, monsieur. Well, it must be an important matter which calls you away from your business at the moment when it is most active.
Well, as a matter of fact, I don't recall mentioning my business.
But it was not necessary, monsieur. The Journal of Wall Street in your pocket tells me you are a stockbroker. Since it is only now 3 o'clock, it is obvious you left your office shortly before the closing of the exchange.
Oh.
Now, you would not do this for a minor matter.
Oh, you're right. I've come to you on a matter that affects me very deeply. It concerns my daughter's welfare.
Uh-huh.
You see, Mr. Poirot, she's quite young, not quite 18. And at that, she's rather immature for her age.
Yes, monsieur, but let us come to the point, please. I have a sauce cooking, important business waiting for me.
Well...
Now, what is the young lady's difficulty?
She met this ham actor when he went up to her school to address the Dramatic Society. He's still quite distinguished-looking in a dissolute sort of way, and she promptly became infatuated with him. It's partly his reputation, I guess. He's been a matinee idol for 20 years.
Well, that seems very normal behavior for a young girl of her age.
Yes, but the horrible part of it is that he became equally interested in her. Why, the man's old enough to be her father. Oh, you must have heard of him. His name...
Wait, monsieur, please.
I should prefer to hear all the facts before you mention any names. I never like to engage in idle gossip.
This is no gossip, I assure you. I was up at this man's apartment only an hour ago. He was showing my daughter a necklace he had bought her as a wedding present.
Alors, monsieur, he woos her with diamonds. It is not illegal.
In this case, Mr. Poirot, it's immoral. She's too young to see through him.
Uh-huh. But why do you come to me?
I want you to help me break up this affair.
Oh, monsieur,
The man has led a sordid life. You're an investigator. If you dug around, you could produce proof of some of the things he's done. Proof that even Laura would have to believe.
I'm sorry, monsieur. You've come to the wrong person. My talents, such as they are not available for such enterprises. Good day, sir.
I can afford to pay you well.
Monsieur, no one in the world is rich enough to buy Hercule Poirot. Now, you will excuse me, please. I have important work in the kitchen.
All right. I can't force you to do it, but I want you to know that you're leaving me no alternative.
Eh? What do you intend to do?
Something very simple, Mr. Poirot, and at the same time, very conclusive. Good day.
Come in. Oh, Hackett, you got here fast.
I was worried, Mr. Tremaine. This is the first time you've ever called me back on my day off.
I suppose that's a pretty reckless thing to do to a valet these days.
No, sir, just startling. Is anything wrong?
I'm afraid so. You ever seen this before?
Why, yes, sir. It's the jewel case you had out this morning. I gathered it contained a pearl necklace which you bought for Miss Fields.
Yes. $10,000 necklace. A wedding present.
Yes, sir.
Open the box, Hackett.
They're very lovely, sir.
Are they?
Oh, yes, sir. Very lovely.
Hackett, you're a liar.
I beg your pardon?
You're a liar. You know perfectly well these are not real pearls.
Mr. Tremaine, surely you're jesting.
You've made a mistake, Hackett. You thought I was a complete fool, didn't you? You waited till Laura and I left for the theater at 2 o'clock and then substituted these cheap, cultivated pearls for the real ones, hoping I'd never find out until it was too late.
I couldn't do that, sir. The pair of pearls were in the safe, and I don't know the combination.
Who put them in the safe?
I did. You asked me to.
But I didn't ask you to leave the safe open, did I? I remember now that I didn't hear you twirl the knob. What did you do with those pearls?
I never touched them.
Very well. Give you your chance. I'm turning you over to the police.
Don't touch that phone, Tremaine.
Oh, you cheap, bungling thief posing as a valet. I should have realized what a bad performance it was. Well, I'm sure your experience will come in handy in prison.
Drop that phone, Tremaine.
Get your hands off me.
All right, Tremaine, you asked for it.
What are you... Put down that knife. Put down that... No!
Exit. Mr. Tremaine. Hello, Mr. Fields.
Yes.
This is Archie Tremaine.
Tremaine, where's Laura?
Right here at my place.
You filthy swine. I told you this afternoon I wouldn't have her seeing you.
Well, I don't see how you can stop her. We're getting married tonight.
Married?
Yes. We'd like to have your blessing. Why don't you come down?
I wouldn't come down. Yes. Yes, maybe I will. Sure. I'll give you my blessing, Tremaine. Wait for me. I'll be down in 20 minutes.
Don't worry. I'll be here. And so will the police.
Inspector Stevens, I tell you, the next time we have dinner together, it will be in a place without a telephone. Then I will be certain at least we can finish our dessert without interruption.
All right, here we are. This is the place. You could have stayed and finished your dessert, Poirot. I didn't take you by force.
It is the same thing. Why, you very slyly tell me you have received an anonymous call reporting a murder. Alors, you know I cannot resist such a situation. He has excellent taste, this Monsieur Archie Tremaine. Me, I like very much these brownstone houses.
Nobody home. Place is dark. We're probably on a wild goose chase.
But the door, it is open.
Oh.
And the light switch, I presume, is here. So, and now?
Oh, we better start looking around just to make sure. Now, let's try the library first. It should be.
There's no doubt down this hall here. All these brownstones, you know, they are very much the same. There. Inspector, flash your light around, please, eh?
All right.
Aha, here's the switch.
Tremaine. Yeah, he's dead, all right. Stabbed through the heart.
Stabbed once, Inspector, with that letter opener.
He must have dropped on the spot. There's no other blood around, just that one big pool he's lying in.
And these bloody footprints all over the floor.
They must be the murderers, Poirot. He stood over the body to make sure Tremaine was dead and didn't notice that the blood was oozing around his shoes. Then he went over to the desk here, maybe to make a call, then into the bathroom to wash his hands. He came out, headed for the door,
And, what, Inspector?
Well, footprints stopped suddenly. I don't get this.
Inspector, have you observed this newspaper? Half the front page is torn off.
You think the murderer dried his shoes with it?
No, Inspector. I believe this is what happened. He did all the things you have described. Then, when he reached this point where the footsteps stopped, he realized that his shoes were bloody. Well, he could not go out wearing such shoes, and he could not carry them in his hands. Now, he looked down, and voila! He sees another pair of shoes. Fine, clean shoes, free of any blood.
Where?
On the feet of the dead man.
You mean these shoes belong to the murderer?
But obviously. They are covered with blood, and the laces are open because the shoes are a trifle too small. Mm-hmm. Now, the murderer put on the dead man's shoes. He finds they are too large. So, he tears up part of the newspaper and stuffs it into the shoes in order that he may walk with more comfort.
By Jove, Poirot, I believe you're right.
Now, all you have to do is to find the owner of these shoes.
We'll try it through checking the manufacturer's code number.
Wait, perhaps I can make the task easier, Inspector. I think you will find that the owner of these shoes is a stockbroker named George Fields.
Now, look, Poirot, this is too much. You've been working your little gray cells overtime. How can you...
No. I will explain, mon ami. I will explain. You will notice that the heel of the right shoe is worn down considerably more than the left. Earlier today, this Monsieur Fields, who limps rather badly, came to see me. He uttered dire threats against someone who fitted the description of poor Monsieur Tremaine here. So you see, Inspector, I employ the sharp eyes and the ears rather than the little gray cells. And they tell me that you had better question this Monsieur Fields at once.
Well, Poirot, you were right. We've got Fields here at headquarters under lock and key. He's our man, all right. He was trying to burn Tremaine's shoes when we called on him.
You are sure he is the guilty man, eh?
Of course. He tried to tell us some cock and bull story about getting a call from Tremaine and finding him dead when he got there. Says he got his shoes all bloody before he saw the body, and then he became panicky and changed them. Just as I thought.
Mm-hmm.
But he's the killer, all right. You said yourself he threatened Tremaine. It's an open and shut case.
Myself, I always mistrust the open and shut cases. Tell me, what of the anonymous telephone call you received?
The way I figure it, Poirot, Fields called us himself, and then he thought maybe he could beat the rap, so he wiped off all his fingerprints, changed shoes with the dead man, and ducked.
Oh, a very intelligent reconstruction, Inspector. Very intelligent. Alors, I must return to my office now. If anything new develops...
I'll let you know.
Good. Bonjour, Inspector.
Mr. Poirot.
Oh, Mademoiselle Fields.
Mr. Poirot, may I please talk to you for just a moment?
Oh, but of course. I know how distressed you must be. Here is a bench in the corridor. I don't think we will be disturbed here.
Thank you.
Mademoiselle, let me assure you of my great sympathy if there is anything I can do.
There is, Mr. Poirot. You can prove my father is innocent.
Oh, that would be extremely difficult, mademoiselle. All the evidence seems to point to his guilt.
Well, I don't care about the evidence.
He didn't do it. He couldn't.
He was in my office, Miss Fields, and he threatened to take desperate measures.
He lost his head, but he didn't mean what he said.
And he was there in Monsieur Tremaine's apartment about the time of the murder. He admits this.
Well, of course he admits it. He has nothing to hide.
But at first, mademoiselle, he did deny it. And the exchange of shoes, the removal of the fingerprints. Oh, no, these do not seem to be the acts of an innocent man.
Mr. Poirot, he was trapped. Someone lured him down there and planted the evidence to convict him.
That is what he tells us, and I will not say it is impossible, you know, but there must be proof.
Don't worry, I'll find it somehow. George will help me.
George? Oh, that is Monsieur Hackett, eh?
Yes, Archie's valet. He knew a lot about Archie. He's downstairs now talking to the detectives. I'll go and get... Oh, here he comes. George! George!
I beg you... Oh, Miss Fields. How are you?
George, this is Mr. Poirot, the great detective.
Well, how do you do, sir? I've heard of you, of course.
Enchanté, monsieur. I have heard fine things about you, too.
Oh, thank you.
George, you've got to help me find the murderer.
Well, Miss Fields...
Go on, say it. You think my father's guilty?
No, I won't say that, but I don't see how I can help you.
Well, did Mr. Tremaine have any enemies? Anyone who hated him?
Enemies? I don't think so. Of course, there were many people who disliked him.
Why, monsieur?
Well, frankly, sir, he was rather an egomaniac. He couldn't stand being in the background for a minute. It was always top billing for Archie Tremaine. But as I told the police, I can't think of anyone who'd want to kill him.
Well, maybe some woman who was jealous about the necklace.
The necklace?
Yes, the pearl necklace he was going to give me. You were there, George, when he showed it to me that afternoon.
Oh, yes, miss. I heard some conversation about it. Of course, I didn't see it.
Mr. Poirot, the police found the necklace, didn't they? Matched pearls with a small diamond clasp.
No, mademoiselle, I do not believe so. I myself saw everything that was found in the house, but this is the first I have heard of a necklace.
Oh.
Monsieur, I hope you will not be offended if I ask about your movements on the day of the murder.
That was the first thing the police asked me, Mr. Poirot. It was my day off. I left Mr. Tremaine's apartment shortly after he did and spent the rest of the day and the whole evening with my parents.
Oh?
I do that every week on my day off.
I see. Your parents, they live here in this city, huh?
Yes, of course. They share a flat with me.
I was merely curious, you know. Mademoiselle, I do not know where this matter of the necklace may lead us, but it gives one furiously to think. What say you, Monsieur Hackett?
I think Miss Fields has brought up something important. Something very, very important. Now listen, you two. You live with me, do you understand? The date was April 5th, Thursday, and I was here all evening.
Were you, George? That's interesting.
I don't like your tone, Daisy.
And I don't like getting the short end of the deal all the time.
What? What is this, Peter? Hold up?
No, Hackett, I wouldn't say that, but we do all the dirty work as a rule, and you get most of the dough.
Well, this time I've done all the dirty work. And you just have to be smart. That little chubby Frenchman or Belgian or whatever he is doesn't look like much, but don't let his accent and that phony-looking mustache fool you. It's going to take great acting to make him believe that you are my parents.
And it's going to take a great deal more money to make us try it. We don't want to
All right. I'll double your share on this job, but watch yourself. That may be him now. I'll wait in the next room. Just in case.
No rough stuff, Hackett. Now, we'll handle it with kid gloves.
Yes?
Bonjour, madame. My name is Poirot, Hercule Poirot. May I have a few words with you?
Well, yes, come in.
What is it, Mama?
A gentleman, Pa. Man named Peril.
Yes, and my secretary, Miss Thatcher.
How do you do?
Howdy. Excuse my shoes being off. We wasn't expecting any callers.
Oh, no. Do not be deranged, monsieur. We will be here only a few moments.
Will you have some cherry cordial, sir? I made it myself.
Oh, madame, you are too kind. No. I wish only to ask a few questions about your son.
George, what about him?
Well, you know, I presume that his late employer was found murdered.
Oh, yes, poor Mr. Tremaine. A kinder man there never was. Every Thursday, George would come around and talk about nothing but his wonderful Mr. Tremaine.
every Thursday, madame?
Yes, sir. His day off.
Tell me, on April 5th, the day of the murder, he was here that day too, huh?
Why, what do you mean, Mr. Perot? Of course he was here.
All day?
Oh, from, about 2:30 on. He was teaching us to play gin rummy. Do you play gin rummy, miss?
No, I'm not very good at cards, and I don't drink.
Tell me, madame, where is your son now?
I believe he's over at Mr. Tremaine's place, straightening things up, you know.
I see. Eh bien, you've both been very kind.
Oh, must you go so soon?
Well, I said it would only be a moment. Come, Abigail.
Well, I'm sorry George wasn't home. We'll tell him you were here.
Merci bien, madame.
Lovely old couple, aren't they? I don't see how their son could do anything wrong.
I do not see how he can be their son.
What?
Did you not observe, Abby, that the kindly old gentleman and his wife, they both have fair hair and blue eyes?
Yes.
But Monsieur Hackett, his eyes are dark brown. It is impossible, Abigail, for two blonde, blue-eyed parents to have anything but blue-eyed children.
May I help you, sir?
Oh, yes, if you don't mind. I am interested in a necklace which you recently sold to a Mr. Archie Tremaine.
Really? May I ask what your interest is?
Oh, my name is Hercule Poirot. I would like
Hercule Poirot, the brilliant Belgian detective.
Oh, monsieur, I am flattered. Most people take me for French.
We've heard of you, the diamond people in Antwerp. They speak your name with reverence.
Well, thank you. Now, about this necklace.
Oh, yes.
You did sell a necklace to Monsieur Tremaine, eh?
Yes, a very fine pearl necklace. See, it was delivered to him on April 3rd.
2 days before he was murdered. Yeah, this puts a new light on everything.
How so, Chief?
Well, the motive, Abbe. If the motive was robbery, Monsieur Fields is clear. He himself is very wealthy. He would not kill for jewels.
But it's gone, Chief. Who took it?
I do not know, Abby. But when we find the person who has the necklace, we will have the murderer.
In that case, Mr. Poirot, you'll have to arrest me.
Eh?
You?
I have the necklace right here. Mr. Tremaine returned it on, let me see, on April 5th, last Thursday.
Monsieur Tremaine himself returned it?
Yes, Mr. Poirot. He'd bought it on the understanding that he could return it within 10 days. He walked in here last Thursday, said he'd changed his mind about the lady and the necklace.
And you refunded his money?
Yes. As a matter of fact, we gave him the cash. It was just after 3, and the banks were closed. He said he was leaving town that night.
Well, there you are, Chief. That brings Mr. Fields right back into the picture.
Monsieur, you are quite certain that it was Archie Tremaine who was here?
Positive. Well, his picture was in the papers every other week. I imagine everybody knew what Archie Tremaine looked like. The silver hair, the monocle.
No, then it must be so. Come, Abigail. There is still one small matter about which I must satisfy myself.
Where are we going, Chief?
To the library, Abby, to do some research.
The library? What do you expect to find there?
The biography of a murderer.
Why, Miss Fields, this is a surprise.
Hackett, I had to come here to Mr. Tremaine's house. I had to come and see for myself. Is there anything...
I'm terribly sorry, miss. I've gone through all of Mr. Tremaine's belongings, and there's not the slightest clue, not the slightest suggestion that anyone else could have killed him.
Oh, it's horrible. Horrible. They've indicted him, Hackett. They're going to try my father for murder.
Yes, I know.
They were about to let him go because of that missing necklace.
And then they found out that it had been returned.
I can't understand it. I can't believe that Archie returned it. We were going to be married. It was all agreed.
Well, miss, your father was so set against it that perhaps...
Oh, no, that would have made Archie more stubborn. If I could... Wait. I've just thought of something. What time was that necklace returned?
A little after 3, according to the jeweler. At least that's what the papers say.
A little after 3?
Yes, miss.
But that's impossible. Oh, why didn't I think of it sooner? It's impossible, Hackett, because Archie was with me at the theater from 2:30 until 5. He couldn't have been at the jeweler's.
You must be mistaken, miss.
Oh, no, I'm not.
The necklace was returned.
Well, then someone else returned it. Someone else returned it and got the money for it.
But no one had access to it except Mr. Tremaine.
Oh, no one but Mr. Tremaine. And you.
Me?
You, Hackett. You had access to the necklace, and you knew my father had threatened Archie. You're the murderer.
Sit very quietly, Miss Fields. I don't want to shoot you unless I have to.
You killed him. You stole the pearls and you framed my father. I'm going to call the police.
No, you don't. Tremaine tried that. Now he's dead. No, that won't do either. The door is locked. I locked it as you came in.
Get away from me. Get away!
I'm sorry, my dear. Now I'll just gag you so that you're not tempted to scream again. There we are. Now. Hello, Daisy. I have a little job for you. No, it's not as hard as the other one. Doesn't require as much talent. Is that laundry wagon still available? It is. If I have Pete drive it down here to Tremaine's place, I'll have a bundle ready for him.
Pete.
Oh.
Bonjour, Monsieur Hackett. May we come in?
Why, the place is topsy-turvy, Mr. Poirot. I'm in the middle of packing.
Good. I may be of some help to you. You know, I have a very orderly mind. Come, Abigail. Hey. Oh, but, monsieur, this is not the middle of the packing. It is barely the beginning.
Yes, the other rooms are all done. I've left this one for the last.
And after this room is packed away...
The curtain will ring down on Archie Tremaine.
Oui. You phrase it so well. Of course, there is still the small matter of punishing the murderer.
Yes, I know. You know, I feel sorry for him.
For whom?
For Mr. Fields. He's not really a murderer. I mean, say he's not the criminal type. He was driven to do what he did.
Oh? You know, that is very interesting, Monsieur Hackett. Very interesting. I see that you are quite a student of criminology.
Well...
Oh, come, my friend. Do not be so modest. You have many accomplishments.
Have I?
But of course. For example, I would suggest that you have at one time been an actor.
What?
Oh, do not leap so, monsieur. Look, you frightened my secretary. She has dropped her glove.
Oh, yes, my glove.
Well, you startled me, Mr. Poirot. I didn't think that anybody would remember me. I gave up the theater some years ago.
Au contraire, monsieur. I do not remember you. I never saw you. But you still use the expressions of the theater. Did you not say, Monsieur Tremaine always wants top billing? You see? Tell me, what was your thought on the stage? Impersonations, n'est-ce pas?
I did some impersonations. Why?
No, I was merely wondering if your experience as an actor could have something to do with this case.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, by a strange coincidence, monsieur, this case involves a very clever impersonation.
Really? Oh, that's the back door.
You're expecting a delivery, eh?
No, it must be the laundry wagon. I'm sending out all the soiled stuff.
Wait, Monsieur Hackett. I will go with you.
You will... What?
I will go with you. I have a tremendous interest in this laundry.
Why, there's no need for you to go. The bundle is already at the back door.
Nevertheless, I should like to see it. You know, I have developed an overwhelming curiosity about the laundry ever since I picked up this glove from the floor.
Glove?
Oui. One solitary, unaccounted-for lady's glove. It was careless of you, Monsieur Hackett, to leave it lying about. You were much more methodical when you did away with Archie Tremaine.
What? You don't know what you're talking about.
I assure you, my friend, I know precisely what I'm talking about. You are a thief, Monsieur Hackett. You have been one since you gave up the acting 5 years ago. Ah, yes, monsieur. I looked it up. You have plied your trade by posing as a valet or butler and stealing from your employer when the opportunity presented itself.
In this case, the opportunity came on the day you saw the necklace Monsieur Tremaine had bought for Miss Fields. You stole the necklace and went to the jeweler's impersonating Tremaine and received the cash for it.
Why, you're mad.
Unfortunately, Monsieur Tremaine found you out the very same day. He threatened to call the police. So you killed him. And then a delicious thought occurred to you, monsieur. The thought of implicating an innocent man. So you called the police to tell them of a murder. That was a mistake, monsieur. That was when I started to believe...
All right, Poirot. You're clever, but you talk too much. I guess Pete will have 2 more bundles to take with him. Okay, Pete.
Pick him up, Hackett.
But I thought... Where's Pete?
Don't worry, we've got him nice and safe in a patrol wagon. Right where you'll be in just a minute.
You see, monsieur? Your goose is boiled.
Be sure to listen next week when Agatha Christie, America's favorite mystery writer, brings you her favorite detective, Hercule Poirot, in the case of Death Points a Finger. Agatha Christie's Poirot is directed by Carl Eastman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
You're listening to Same Time, Same Station, the best of old-time radio. And I'm your host, Jerry Hendigas.
From Hollywood, the Hollywood Radio Theater. And Mel Ferrer in Undercurrent. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Our play tonight is the taut, suspenseful story of a young bride who soon discovers her husband's mysterious hatred for his brother can bring complete disaster to her marriage. Undercurrent was one of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's most successful dramas. And as our stars, we have invited one of our most popular actresses, Joan Fontaine, who co-stars with Mel Ferrer, high on the list of our distinguished actors. Now, Act 1 of Undercurrent, starring Joan Fontaine as Anne and Mel Ferrer as Alan Garraway. It was a marriage no one would have predicted. Anne Hamilton, reserved, unaspiring, and Alan Garraway, the wealthy, celebrated inventor of the Garraway Distance Control. Garraway brought his bride to Washington. Their first night there, he displayed her before a large, select group of friends. When the friends had departed...
Anne, darling, what is it?
I thought they'd never go, Alan. Oh, you shouldn't have.
What, darling? I shouldn't have what?
You shouldn't have married me. Your friends asked them. They know it was a mistake.
Anne.
Oh, I can't help it. I don't even know what they were talking about. And they were laughing at me, Alan. I know they were.
But I was so proud of you tonight.
I was lost among them. Oh, what they must have thought. I mean, well, good grief. I don't even know how to dress.
Is that all that's worrying you?
I'm going to take this dress off and never see it again.
Darling, it's a perfectly nice dress.
Nice dress? It's 8 inches too short, and it's only 2 weeks old. Oh, Alan, you're stuck with a wife who doesn't know anything about clothes. She doesn't even know how to behave.
I'll tell you what, we'll go shopping tomorrow.
It won't do any good. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to be such a boob. I want so much to be right for you.
Will you shut up?
Well, I'll learn. I really will. I'll learn to talk like your friends. I'll learn to be like them. I don't know how the heck I'll do it, but I'll do it.
If you do, I'll kill you. Now, darling, just tell me one thing. Who do you belong to?
You.
That's all. That's all that matters.
Is it, Alan? Is it?
And if you ever forget that, you'll be very sorry.
Now, if Madame does not mind waiting, I will arrange to have some hat models for her right away.
Well, darling?
Oh, of course, I don't believe any part of this. A mink coat, a beaver jacket, 14 gowns, 12 pairs of shoes.
Now, relax.
If I relax, I'll drop dead. Oh, Alan, how could you let me wear that brown horror last night?
I'm in love with you, darling. I didn't even notice.
Oh, but you must have. Oh, don't be afraid of hurting me. I don't know much about these things.
Alan Garraway.
Well, hello, Mrs.
You,
Foster.
Alan.
And this is a neighbor of ours from Virginia, an old friend of my mother's. Mrs. Foster, my wife.
How do you do?
I'm delighted to meet you, my dear. When are you coming down to Middleburg?
Well, if business eases up next month, I hope.
Well, Alan, she looks like a fine, honest girl. You ride, of course.
I'm afraid I'm not very good at it.
Oh, we're raised on horses in Middleburg, aren't we, Alan?
Oh, but definitely.
Alan's not a bad rider, my dear. But his brother Michael's the boy with the light hand. By the way, Alan, how is Michael?
Michael is always Michael. I hope you'll excuse us, Mrs. Foster. We were just going to...
Oh, of course. I'm late for an appointment myself. I'll be looking for you in Middleburg.
Goodbye, Mrs. Foster. Alan, you didn't tell me you had a brother.
I haven't had time to tell you a lot of things, darling. Look, you pick out your hats, Anne. I'll wait out front and get some air.
Alan, what's wrong, darling? You seem so troubled since we came back from shopping.
You were surprised to learn I have a brother.
But what a nice surprise. Where is he, dear?
He spoiled my first day alone with you. Oh, it's so typical. Good old Mike. I meant to tell you about him, Anne. I've been putting it off. But one of these days, we'll have to go to San Francisco. Our factory's there. You'll meet people who know Mike, who adore him. He does that to people. My mother adored him. He was her favorite.
Oh, Alan, please, if you'd rather not.
When my father died, Mike and I took over the business. I was the engineer. That's when I started working on my distance control. We'd been making plenty of money when suddenly we began to run out of funds. Mike must have thought I was an imbecile to do it the way he did. It was just like putting his hand in the cash register.
He was stealing from you? Your own brother?
Yes. Mike had bought a ranch in the country. He spent most of his time there. Anyway, I drove out to see him. When I told him what I'd found out, he said I'd never do anything about it. Not while Mother was alive. And I didn't. Mother was an invalid. She died the next spring.
Oh, please, Alan, don't.
There's not much more to tell. After she died, Mike just disappeared. Last I heard, he was in the Army. It was over 3 years ago.
He disappeared because he was afraid of what you might do to him?
Well, maybe. Mike's not afraid of me. And I keep thinking he's alive somewhere and hating me the way he must. I even felt I didn't have the right to marry him.
Oh, Alan, don't. Don't say that. He can't hurt us if we never let him come between us.
Why should he? What's Mike got to do with us?
Nothing, nothing.
So we'll never think about him or speak about him again.
But if anything ever does come up, you'll tell me. You'll let me know.
Nothing ever will.
Darling, I'm so deeply sorry for you. But I'm glad you've told me because it means you're not as sure of yourself as I thought you were. You need me, even if it's only to help you forget.
I need you very much.
You may have a no-good brother, but you're going to have an awfully good wife. Oh, I'm so grateful to you for so many things. It's as though you led me by the hand into a strange and wonderful world. A world to dream of.
Where I dream. You're here, Anne. And you're mine. And I love you.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Garraway. Did you have a nice afternoon shopping?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Hildebrand. Any messages?
No messages, madame. That means that all your invitations for tonight have been accepted.
I don't know what I'd do without you, Mrs. Hildebrand. The perfect housekeeper. How many dinner parties have we given this month? Is it 210 or 211?
This is your sixth, madame. Oh, would you mind looking at the table? I took the liberty of arranging the place cards.
You know, such a strange thing happened this afternoon at the bookshop. Mr. Garraway left a book there months ago to be rebound. He must have forgotten all about it. It's a volume of English poems. Oh, I'm so glad I found it.
Yes, madame. You'll notice I put Judge Putnam on your right.
What? Oh, yes. Who is this one, Mrs. Hildebrand? Who is Mr. Henry Gilson?
A new congressman from the Midwest, Madame.
I wondered why you placed him in the doorway.
He's no one important.
Ah, that explains it.
If that is all, Madame, I had better go to see about the audience.
I'm sorry, Henry Gilson. You're just not important, poor guy. We have something in common, the two of us. Well, I think you are important. Henry, you and Mr. Justice Putnam are changing places. There. Now, tell me, Congressman Gilson, just what part of the Midwest you come from? What part of the Midwest do you come from?
Iowa.
Oh, I love Iowa. It's so big and so full of corn, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, it certainly is.
Excuse me for a moment. Shall we go into the other room for coffee?
It was such a lovely dinner, Mrs. Garraway.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Postgate.
My dear, your gown. What exquisite taste you have.
Well, thank you, Madame de Fabre.
Oh, Anne, just a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Garraway. Yes, darling.
Anne, are you trying to be rude to Judge Putnam? Why on earth did you have to seat him in the doorway?
I thought the draft might do him good. He seemed so stuffy.
Well, I invited him here for a reason. You know that.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I don't know what got into me. I'll make it up to him right away.
I believe your wife's bewitched me, Garraway. Why, I haven't talked so much about myself in years.
Well, please don't stop now, Judge Putnam.
Not when you're telling us about your home. Charleston must be beautiful this time of year.
It is, but I won't see it. Sometimes I feel it really belongs to the people who take care of it, much more than it does to me.
That's a very generous attitude, sir.
My father always says how foolish we are to think that we really possess anything in life.
Well, why would he say that?
Well, I think Judge Putnam understands. No one ever really owns anything. All we have is a temporary use of it. It just isn't true to say, my this or my that.
Not even my wife?
Oh, well, that's different. You know, I read something today which says what I mean better than anything I've ever heard, and I'm ashamed to say I memorized it.
I'd love to hear it, my dear.
Well, I found it in an old book of poems. This particular poem was marked, and I thought to myself, the man who marked this poem is someone I understand and someone who understands me. Remember it, Alan?
Remember what?
My house, I say, but hark to the sunny doves that make my roof the arena of their love. Our house, they say, and mine, the cat declares, and spreads his golden fleece upon the stairs. And mine, the dog, and rises stiff with wrath if any alien foot profane the path.
That's charming, Mrs. Garraway.
Well, I may have left out a line or two, but that's the general idea.
Anne, I think Dr. Fort would like another brandy.
Of course. You see, Judge Putnam, poetry is one of Alan's hidden vices.
That's a wonderful girl, Garraway.
Yes. Yes, she is. I'm a very lucky man.
It was a nice party, wasn't it?
Yes, it went beautifully. Say, Anne, how about driving down to Middleburg tomorrow for a few days?
Oh, Alan, could we? The house where you were born, the house where you grew up.
We can get an early start. Probably
Alan,
be there by...
Here's your book.
Book?
The book the poem came from.
That's not my book.
But it is, darling. You sent it to be rebound, remember?
I'm afraid it's a mistake.
But they had the name, Garraway, Middleburg, Virginia.
No, it's a mistake, Anne. We'll leave right after breakfast. Maybe a little isolated for you down there. You know, there's no telephone.
Oh, no telephone. It sounds like heaven. Alan, will you hate being cooped up with me for days?
Mm-hmm. Give me a kiss and tell me why you asked that.
Because I love you. And I can't help noticing when we're alone how a lot of the glow you have with people sort of goes out of you.
And what's the matter?
I don't know, nothing. I just wanted to be reassured, I guess.
Well, consider yourself reassured.
About this book, if it's a mistake, I suppose I'll have to return it. But I hate to. What's the penalty for stealing books?
Will you stop shoving that book at me? Can't you see I don't want to discuss it?
Alan!
Don't you know by now whose book it is? You even memorized the poem he marked. I told you it wasn't mine.
It's his. It's Michael's.
He got you, didn't he, Anne? The sweet, gentle boy who loved poetry. He understands you. Isn't that what you said?
I memorized it only because I thought it was yours.
Yes, of course you did. Oh, Anne, that was very unfair of me. I shouldn't take it out on you the way I feel about Mike. Please forgive me.
I forgive you, Alan.
Well, this is it, Anne. This is Middleburg.
Oh, what a lovely old house. Oh, it's a dream.
George. We're here, George.
George?
Just the caretaker, darling. Back there, the stables. Orchards on the other side. You know that Mrs. Foster you met? She lives beyond that stretch of woods there.
Alan, you have a dog.
Yes, that's Bate. Don't think Bate likes me very much. Dogs and horses never do. And a bad character, I guess. Hello, Bate.
Come here, boy. Hey, now, don't you back away from me. You're supposed to be glad to see me.
Come here, dog. What you playing on like that for? Come back. Mr. Allen. Well, I'm sure glad to see you, sir. Well, Bates all right, ma'am. This ain't used to strangers.
George, this is Mrs. Garraway.
I'm glad to know you, George.
Place looks fine.
Oh, it's just beautiful.
Well, thank you, ma'am.
You can get the bags out of the car, George. I'll show Mrs. Garraway. Well, I've saved the living room for the last, Anne. Well, here it is.
Oh, how charming.
I suppose it could be. A little grim right now.
Oh, not grim, darling. A little lonely, perhaps. A little unused. Alan, I've been looking for pictures. I'd like so much to see a picture of your mother.
Everything all right, sir?
Oh, yes, George. Come in.
Isn't there a picture of your mother somewhere?
Well, there used to be, ma'am, but...
I took them down, Anne. I've stored away most of the personal stuff. Would you like to drive over to Mrs. Foster's?
No.
Well, not if you're tired, dear, but I want to speak to her about buying a section of those woods we passed.
Oh, you run along, darling. I'll unpack while you're gone.
I'll be back by dinner time.
George!
Yes, ma'am?
Mr. Garraway, has he come home yet?
No, ma'am. You have a nice walk?
Well, I just came back from the stables. There was someone there. He just about scared me to death.
A colored man, a big and fat?
Yes.
I'll teach that old Ben not to...
No, it's all right, George. He went away.
Ben, he's plumb out his head, ma'am. He don't mean no harm. I chased him off, but he just keeps coming back.
He kept talking about the horses in the stable.
I'll fix you a nice cup of tea, ma'am.
George, wait. He warned me about the black stallion.
Oh, yes, ma'am. That horse ain't no good. Please don't go near him.
He's Mr. Michael's horse, Ben said.
Yes, ma'am. He was.
I think I will have a cup of tea. Good and strong, please. George, that must be Mr. Garraway.
I'll go, ma'am.
I'm in here, darling.
Who was it, Anne? Who was just playing that piano?
Alan, why, darling, what's the matter?
Who was playing that?
Why, I was.
You? Well, why did you play that piece?
Well, I don't know. I play it often. Father taught it to me.
Your father taught you that? Yes, he does play the piano. I'd forgotten. Well, that's a piece anyone might play, mightn't they?
Alan, you're ice cold. Oh, tell me what's wrong.
My mother. My mother died sitting at that piano playing that piece. You see, Middleburg is not all happy memories for me, Anne.
Oh, Alan, I'm so sorry.
I didn't mean to upset you, darling.
Oh, I wish I could have known your mother. But finding out that she loved that piece, too, makes me know her a little, doesn't it? That's a bond between us we didn't know about.
Yes. I guess dinner will be ready soon. Oh, bring them in there, George.
I'll fix the cocktails, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. George, Mrs. Garraway must have been a wonderful woman.
Yes, ma'am, she was.
She was an invalid for a number of years, wasn't she?
Yes, ma'am. But she laid up there in her bed, never complaining, always smiling.
This piano must have been a great comfort to her when she did get up.
Piano, ma'am? Well, Miss Garraway never played no piano.
She didn't, but she died sitting at that piano, didn't she?
Oh, no, ma'am. She died upstairs in her room, ma'am.
George, you can serve dinner any time it's ready.
Yes, sir.
I'm starving.
Be ready in just a minute, sir.
Ah, cocktails. Well, we can use these, huh, dear? George's cocktails are the best. Almost good enough for you. Well, to us, darling.
Yes, Alan. To us.
2 of Undercurrent in just a few moments. And now our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act 2 of Undercurrent, starring Joan Fontaine as Anne and Mel Ferrer as Alan. It's been a strange and troubled 24 hours for Anne Garraway. Crashing against the peace and loveliness of Middleburg are the tormenting doubts of what Alan has told her. His brother Michael, his mother. It's after dinner now. Alan has to drive to the village. As soon as he's gone, Anne has a plan.
Sure you don't want to go to the village with me, Anne?
Do you mind, darling? I am tired.
That telegram this afternoon is from Jonas Wormsley. He's in charge of the San Francisco plant. We'll be meeting him soon.
Oh, Alan.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. If you'd rather stay on here.
Oh, no. If you're going to San Francisco, so am I.
You'll like San Francisco. Well, I won't be long. If you need anything, just call George.
All right, George. What is it?
Miss Garraway.
I said, what is it, George?
Nothing, ma'am. Nothing.
What were you afraid of just now? You knew I was in here.
No, ma'am. I heard the car drive off, and I thought you'd gone, too. No lights turned on in here.
I turned them off. Who did you think was in here, George? Who used to sit at this piano and play that piece?
Oh, please, ma'am. You aren't nobody, ma'am.
That's not true. Who did you think it was? Did you think it was Michael?
No, ma'am.
Did Michael play this piece? He did, didn't he?
Oh, Miss Garraway, please don't tell Mr. Allen I was talking about Mr. Michael.
I won't tell him. George, Mr. Allen has been terribly hurt. We've got to find a way to help him.
Just tell me what I can do.
No, there's not much you can do, George, is there? We'll be leaving soon for San Francisco. What has to be done, I must try to do myself.
Well, I'm a prize dope, Anne. Of all the places to take you, your first night in San Francisco, another nightclub.
Oh, but you said Mr. Wormsley was to meet you here.
Yes, I know.
Alan, who was that girl, the girl you spoke to as we came in here?
An old friend. Sylvia Burton.
Just an old friend?
Well, sort of. Jealous?
You bet. She's far too lovely for an old friend.
Want to know something?
Mm-hmm.
You've got it all over Sylvia in every way. People wouldn't even notice her with you in the room.
Oh, darling, you're wonderful. Catty about every other woman.
Good evening. Oh, hello, Wormsley. May I present Mrs. Garraway?
How do you do?
I'm very glad to meet you, Miss Garraway.
Well, pull up a chair. How are things going?
Oh, very well, sir. Things are really breaking in Seattle. I suggest you fly up there as soon as you can. Or anyway, I brought some contracts along. You care to look them over?
Do you mind, darling?
Oh, no, you go ahead and look them over. I'll run in the powder room for a moment.
I just saw Miss Burton.
Did you?
Has your wife met her yet?
Those contracts, Wormsley. Let me have them.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Garraway. Oh, Miss Burton. How do you like San Francisco? Oh, it's wonderful. So many bridges. Yes, so many to cross. I beg your pardon? What do you hear from Michael? Oh, nothing much. Did you ever meet him, Mrs. Garraway? No, I haven't, but I'm looking forward to it. You know, there have been some pretty unpleasant rumors about Michael. Well, whatever they are, I'm sure they're not true. Sorry. You know, it's strange, but I was beginning to have a funny feeling that Michael might be dead. Oh, no, I'm sure Alan would know. Yes, I suppose he would. You know, Miss Burton, when I saw you before, I wondered who it was you reminded me of. It's me. Not your features exactly. It's just something intangible. Have you noticed it? No. Oh, is that your glove on the floor there? Oh, thanks. Maybe it's the way we dress or walk or something. Maybe it's... Miss Burton? Miss Burton? That's funny. Why should she just walk out like that?
Well, what do you think about that, Mrs. Garraway?
Oh, I'm very impressed, Mr. Wormsley. I only wish Alan were here to see how impressed I really am.
I imagine he's in Seattle by now. Is there anything else around here you care to see?
Yes, I'd like to see some photographs.
Photograph?
Yes, it's silly of me, isn't it? But it's such a big plant now and so impersonal. What was it like when it started, Mr. Walmsley? The plant, the employers. Who was here in the beginning?
Well, there's a picture on that wall behind you, Mrs. Garraway.
Oh, yes. That's what I mean. Why, there's Alan. Alan in overalls. And you too, Mr. Walmsley.
Yes.
But those other 3 men,
2 of them are still with us. The other one is dead.
who was he, Mr. Walmsley?
His name was Carl Stoyer.
Wasn't my husband's brother working here then? Why isn't he in the picture?
He was at his ranch the day it was taken.
His ranch? Oh, yes. What happened to the ranch?
Well, Mr. Garraway took it over.
Alan owns it. You see, I'd like to see that ranch.
Well, I'm afraid that's not very practical. It's quite remote. The fog is bad this time of year. There is a catch.
But I'd like to spend the day in the country. You could give me the keys, Mr. Walmsley?
I'll send them to your hotel in the morning.
Oh, and the directions how to get there.
I'll enclose a map with the keys.
You've been very kind. Thank you, Mr. Walmsley.
Good day, Miss Garraway.
You looking for someone, miss?
Oh, hello. I'm Mrs. Allen Garraway.
How do you do?
You're the caretaker?
Why, yes, I am.
I've just been inspecting the house.
Well, I was just about to leave, but if there's anything I can do for you,
Tell me, did you know Michael Garraway?
Well, yes, I did. I'm a close neighbor up the road.
He left here very suddenly, didn't he?
Yes.
I guess he was a rather unpredictable person. Well, anyway, I think this is one of the most charming houses I've ever seen. It has dignity. Doesn't look as though it's been shut up at all, does it?
No, it doesn't.
It looks, well, as though it were waiting for someone.
Waiting for someone?
You probably think that's foolish. I suppose it is. Is that surf I hear? Are we that close to the ocean?
If you'd like, I'll show it to you. It's none of my business, Mrs. Garraway, but did you have any special reason to come out here?
Well, it was such a nice day, and I thought No. I came to learn more about Michael Garraway.
You'd better watch the path. It's sort of rocky here.
Everyone seems to be so vague about him, except my husband, of course. I don't know why I'm bothering you with all this.
Well, there's the ocean, Mrs. Garraway.
Oh, golly, it's beautiful, isn't it? You know, it's amazing. Michael had so much. Why do people do the things they do to themselves? Why doesn't someone step in and stop them, help them?
What about those people who refuse to be helped? Useless to even try.
Oh, no, it's not. It's never useless.
You feel quite deeply about it, don't you?
You bet I do. My, that sea is near. Is there good swimming?
No. There's a rip tide.
Oh, but it looks so calm.
You can't always see that undercurrent, but it's there.
Like life?
That's right. Fog's starting to roll in. It'll be getting dark soon. You going back to the house?
Yes, in a moment. You go ahead. Thanks for taking me around, and forgive my philosophical outlook.
Oh, don't apologize for that. I think it was very well said. Goodbye, Mrs. Garraway.
His house. Michael's house. Just as he left it. But the walls can't talk, and the books, the chairs.
What are you doing here?
Alan!
What are you doing here?
Alan, you frightened me so.
You came here looking for something. I asked you not to pry. I asked you to forget about Mike.
Alan, you didn't leave Seattle just because...
Walmsley telephoned me. He said you'd asked him for the keys. Yes, I thought it was important that I come. You're my wife, Anne. You've never even seen Mike, and yet he's managed to get a hold on you and make trouble between you.
Oh, darling, I'm only
He had a diabolic cleverness about pushing people around. He always knew how to get his own way.
You keep saying had and you. Is he dead?
How should I know if he's dead? I hope he is.
Alan, how can you?
How much do you think I can stand? He's got you sneaking around corners trying to find out things about him. What have you discovered?
Rather have dinner first.
I'd rather go up if you don't mind. I'd like to. Alan, wait.
What's the matter?
Listen, that woman over there.
Oh, Garraway's shrewd, all right. His pad was all set for reconversion.
Garraway knows all about the reconversion. Did you ever see his wife?
Anne, please.
No, I want to listen.
I saw her in Washington the day they arrived. She couldn't have looked dowdier. Of course, the poor girl had on a Sunday best, but red.
We can go up now, Alan.
What are you thinking about, Anne? Those women in the lobby, you're going to let a couple of gossips throw you?
I'm thrown by the truth. I was rather dowdy that first night in Washington. You expected me to be, didn't you?
I what?
You could have waited for me to meet your friends, but the truth is, if no one saw the before, you wouldn't get credit for the after, would you?
Why should I want to do a thing like that?
So you could exhibit me as your own invention, like the Garraway distance control.
What do you mean by that?
You know, Alan, I think I have a glimmering now of why you married me.
I want to know what you meant about the distance control.
I meant nothing by it.
All right, what else do you think? Why did I marry you?
You wanted another girl, but she fell in love with someone else. I happened to remind you of her. Only I was so terribly admiring of you. You thought if you could make me outshine her...
You're mad.
Yes, Alan, I sometimes think I am. I have a feeling as though I were living in a dream, haunted by your obsession, your hatred for your brother all around us.
Anne, things between us look pretty black right now. It's hard to talk, but I do want to tell you that I love you. The way I acted at the ranch was unforgivable. I'll never speak that way to you again. I'll have to go back to Seattle. You'll have a couple of days to think. But when you do, try to keep a little old-fashioned trust and blind faith in our marriage. I want our marriage too, Anne. It's very important to me. Please try.
Yes, Alan. I'll try.
Rises on Act 3 of Undercurrent, starring Joan Fontaine as Anne and Mel Ferrer as Alan. It's the following morning. With Alan back in Seattle, Anne is making an uninvited call on Sylvia Burton.
Very nice of you to see me, Miss Burton.
You have a reason for coming here, I suppose.
There are some questions I'm trying to find the answers to.
I'm rather curious about a few things myself. As far as Alan is concerned, I despise him. Does that answer one of your questions?
Not quite. I love him. But it's not Alan I want to know about. It's Michael.
I can imagine.
All I know is that he and Alan had a terrible fight, and Michael disappeared. But he seems to be coming up more and more in our lives wherever we go, whatever we do. I've got to know more about him. My marriage, my happiness, my future seem to depend on it.
And you'd like to know how close Mike and I were. Well, we weren't. I tried, but Mike wouldn't have it. I used to think it was because he had some sort of funny sense of loyalty since I'd met him through Alan. He was that thing you have to look for with a microscope. A gentleman. And that's the man your husband spread those lies about stealing money.
I believe my husband, Miss Burton.
Nonsense. You think he's lying, and I know he is.
Why?
Because I'd been through this myself. When Mike disappeared, I went crazy trying to find out what happened to him.
And did you find out?
Only that he'd been at his ranch. That was the last anyone saw of him, except your husband. You see, I still think Mike is dead.
You mean he was killed in the war?
No, I don't mean he was killed in the war. Why hasn't he written to someone? Lots of us would like to know what happened at that last meeting, Mrs. Garraway. Ask your husband. What kind of a fight was it, and what happened to Mike?
How dare you speak to me this way? I should never have come here.
It isn't such a shocking idea, Mrs. Garraway. Not when you've lived with it for a while.
Hello?
Mrs. Alan Garraway?
Yes?
One moment, please. Seattle calling. Here's your party, sir.
Hello, Anne?
Yes, Alan.
I miss you so, darling. I miss you very much. I haven't been able to think or concentrate on anything but you.
Oh, I'm so glad you said that. I'm so confused.
Don't, darling, don't.
And I have to leave for Baltimore in the morning. I can't very well get out of there.
That's all right, Alan.
But I think it could work out well for us. If you like, you could go on to Middleburg. Take the train. By the time you get there, I'll be through in Baltimore and can join you.
Yes, Alan, yes.
I'm going to devote the next few weeks to us. We'll have a real honeymoon in Middleburg. You wait and see. Oh, I love you, Anne. I love you.
I wish I'd known you'd come into Middleburg, Miss Garraway. I wish you'd told me.
Why, George, I don't think you're glad to see me.
Oh, no, ma'am. I'm real pleased. When'll Mr. Allen be here?
He'll be here later tonight. George, why do you wish I'd let you know?
Just so that I had a little time to fix things up.
Such as out there, George, out there by the stables? A little time to tell whoever it is out there to go away?
Miss Garraway, there ain't nobody out there, Miss Garraway.
Oh, I don't mean old Ben either. Just now when I was walking, the dog saw him. Bates saw him. Bates was all excited, jumping up and down and wagging his tail.
But you didn't see nobody, ma'am.
No, I didn't. It was too dark, and I was frightened, I suppose. I came straight back here.
Oh, let it pass. Please, Miss Garraway, let it pass.
I can't, George. I'm not frightened now. I'm going back to the stables and look for myself. Bates, come here, boy. Come here. There's no one here now, is there, Bates? But he was here and you saw him, didn't you? You saw Michael. He's alive, isn't he? I thought that Sylvia Burton was right, that Alan had killed him. But everything that Alan said about him is true. Michael's here and he's hiding. That's why, George. Oh, Alan, how could I? How could I?
It's all right, Bates. You can stop barking. Hey, that's no way to welcome me home.
Hello, Alan.
Mike.
Take it easy. Better keep our voices down. Your wife's in the house.
You've seen my wife?
Don't worry, she didn't see me.
Why did you come back?
Wouldn't you rather know why I went away? I didn't steal any money, Alan.
You've been a long time denying it.
Be kind of tough to prove. You have the books pretty well rigged. But that's not what kept me away. It was Carl Stoyer.
Stoyer's dead.
Yes. Dead and buried. Just a nice old German refugee who lived for one thing only, to get back at the Nazis. Do you remember that invention he was working on?
Every man at the plant was working on an invention of some kind or another.
That's right. But only Stoyer died. The coroner said it was an accident. He fell down the cellar steps.
And what's that got to do with me?
It's got a lot to do with you. Stoyer had a pet name for that invention of his. His Fern, he called it. He used to say, my Fern will fix the Nazis. Your brother and me, we know. Someday my Fern will pay them back. Fern. I couldn't figure it out until it dawned on me that Fern is a German word. It means distance. Fernsteuerung. Long-distance control. That's why Stoyer died. He was murdered by somebody who wanted his invention.
The distance controller was mine.
It was Stoyer's. And it made millions for you. Well, has the money been worth it, Alan? Has it been worth killing for?
You can't prove any of this.
Maybe not. Is Wormsley the only other one who guessed? Because you're paying him off, aren't you? Well, anyway, I wanted to get out of the whole mess. That's why I disappeared. But it seems it has to be faced after all. I have met your wife.
Here? Today?
No, the ranch. She thought I was the caretaker. She's a fine girl, Alan. But she doesn't know about Stoyer, does she? Well, I'm here to make sure she finds out.
If you think I killed Stoyer, what makes you think I wouldn't kill you?
I believe you're capable of trying.
No. Once I could have killed you. But not now. I can't kill you any more than I can give Anne up. I'm going to keep her, Mike, for as long as I can. A minute, an hour, as long as I can.
How can you think you have a right to her?
What gives a man a right? Does love? Because I love her. You can take everything else, but not her, Mike, not her. I never thought I would, but I'm crawling to you. She loves me. She's helping me. I've got a chance now. I can be all right. I never could before.
What chances does she have, Alan?
I'll tell her. Well, I'll have to do it my own time. Just a little time, that's all I'm asking, until I'm sure of her.
I think you can be sure of her.
Anne, darling, wake up, dear. I'm back.
No. Alan, oh, forgive me, darling, forgive me.
Forgive you?
I've been so wrong. I've got to tell you something, and I'm so deeply ashamed. I thought such crazy things about you. I thought you'd killed your brother. No, darling, listen to me. I thought that, and I was going away and never see you again.
You were going to leave me?
I couldn't have stayed. I couldn't have endured.
You couldn't have endured living with a murderer.
Oh, but it's all over. I know he's alive. I'm able to breathe again.
Yes, Anne. It is. It is over. And no one will ever come between us again.
Oh, Alan, I want you to listen to me. You remember that I once told you that Michael was your obsession?
Yes.
I was wrong. I think he's my obsession. I want to drive him away, but there's something unfinished somehow. I think if I could see him, hear him speak, then I'd know him the way you do, as a man, not a shadow, someone who was cruel and wrong and was hurt you. Oh, I was so wrong about him. Everyone was.
Everyone? Whom did you speak to about Mike?
Sylvia Burton. She thought you killed him.
And you believed her? Were you glad she was wrong?
Oh, glad? Oh, yes, Alan, yes.
Then why are you unhappy?
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. He's still here in my mind somehow. You've got to help me. I don't understand it. Do you understand?
Yes. Yes, I think I do. You're in love with him.
No.
You're in love with him, aren't you?
But no. How could I be in love with someone that I've never seen?
Oh, but you've seen a lot of Mike. A book, a poem, his house, a girl who once loved him. Aren't you jealous of Sylvia Burton? Why did you go to her? What did you really want to know?
Alan, please.
You'd go to anyone who could talk about Mike. You wanted to believe what they had to tell you. You never believed me. You don't believe me now.
Stop it, Alan. Stop it.
It wasn't my happiness, our happiness. You were trying to find it with him.
Oh, that's not true.
You were so relieved just now. Not because I hadn't killed him, but because he was alive. You'll go on looking for him, won't you, Anne? And after you find him, then what? Will you leave me?
Alan.
Don't you see what you've done? You'll never leave me, Anne, never.
George!
Good morning, Anne. And you're up early. Didn't you sleep well?
George!
George is gone. I sent him into town. He won't be back until evening.
Alan, no.
I thought I'd go for a ride. That stallion, he'll break down the stall unless he gets some exercise. I thought we could... Why are you trembling, Anne? Sit down. Here. Have some coffee.
Alan,
Don't be afraid, Anne. Fear is no good. I know. But now I'm finally free. Drink your coffee, dear. Well, your hand's shaking. You're not going on being afraid the rest of your life, are you, Anne? Are you? Why run to your room? You can't lock yourself in. I've got the key, Anne.
Hey there. Anyone else?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Foster. Come in.
Hello, Alan. Your wife up yet?
Yes, I think so. Shall I call her?
Well, it's a fine morning for a ride.
Yes. Yes, it is.
You must have had the same idea you dressed for.
Why, yes,
Oh, there you are. Welcome home, my dear. How about coming over for breakfast and a ride?
I'd like to very much.
Wonderful. I'll expect you in half an hour. How's that?
Oh, but I can be ready in just a moment.
Well,
Biscuits for breakfast, Mrs. Foster.
With my own 2 hands.
And just wait till you taste them. Nothing like them in the whole world.
Mrs. Foster, there's something I must tell you. I must speak to you.
Well, that's fine, dear. We'll have a leisurely breakfast and all morning to get acquainted in. See you soon, dear.
Oh, I'll walk out with you, Mrs. Foster. I'll have to saddle up the horses.
What's the matter with the bride, Ellen? A quarrel?
Oh, not a quarrel exactly.
Well, don't worry. It's natural the first year, getting acquainted. What horse are you going to ride?
Why, the stallion, naturally.
Well, just make sure you don't give him to her. He's a mean one, that
Alan, did we have to come this way?
Can't you handle your horse? I gave you the mare.
But I'm not a good rider, Alan. This cliff.
I thought if we took the trail along the cliff, you'd enjoy the view. It is beautiful, isn't it?
Alan, keep your horse back, please.
That's easy to say. I can't hold him in.
But there's not room for both of us.
The path is narrow, isn't it? Quite a drop to the gorge, Anne. 200 feet.
Alan, you're pushing me.
Well, then use your spurs. Go on ahead.
Alan, please don't, please. please.
You want to leave me, Ann, don't you? You want to go to Michael? I'll send you to him now.
Alan, no!
You little fool. Go on, run away. See how far you'll get. Ann. What happened? Did your horse throw you? Oh, that's quite a bruise on your head. Or did you hit a low branch? It hurts, doesn't it, Ann? But nothing's going to hurt you anymore. I'm going to kill you, Ann. They'll think you broke your stupid little neck when your horse... Get away! Get away from me, you...
Hello, Doctor. Doctor, this is Mrs. Foster. There's been a terrible accident. Alan Garraway, he's dead. That stallion of his must have gone crazy or something. Kicked him to death, it looks like. You'd better come right out, Doctor. His wife's been badly hurt, too.
That music is beautiful, Anne. Who's playing?
My father. He always does well by Chopin.
I like your father, Anne. I'm so glad he was able to come down here.
So am I, Mrs. Foster.
You're all right. Staying on here at Middleburg all these weeks, doing your getting well here. It took courage to face it out. Most people would have run away.
Hard to run away in a wheelchair.
Dr. Hill says by next week, you can burn that wheelchair. But that isn't what I mean.
That's not what I mean either. No, I feel I have something to do and I have to do it here. That's really why I stayed. Not because of courage, I haven't.
Here you are, darling. One of George's priceless eggnog.
Father!
Well?
Who's playing the piano? I thought you were.
You have a visitor.
Oh, no, I can't see him. I'm not ready yet. I can't.
You sent for him, Anne.
Yes. Yes, I sent for him.
I'll wheel you in.
I can manage alone. You're Michael, aren't you?
Yes. I'm sorry, Anne. I should have told you that day at the ranch.
I think I knew. Not at the ranch, but afterwards. I think I knew.
You sent for me?
Yes.
I think I'd have come in any case. I was just waiting until you were well.
Well, it seems that now I'm a very rich woman.
Yes.
It's wrong for me to have it. It belongs to you.
No, it belongs to someone who's dead now. Carl Stoyer, his heirs, possibly.
They must have it then. I'm a bad liar, Michael. I didn't send for you because of the money. The lawyers could have handled that. I wanted to know you.
Now that you do.
I'm happy to know you, Michael.
Thank you.
There are other things I must tell you. I won't forget Alan. I loved him very much. Not at the end. It was gone then. But I did love him.
I know. Anna, I almost got you killed. I was here the night before. I saw Alan, talked to him. I should never have left.
I looked for you, Michael.
I went away that night because I was full of guilt about my feelings for you. I had no business to feel the way about you that I did my brother's wife. I won't talk about it now, but someday.
Yes, Michael.
In a moment, our stars will return. Now, Mr. Cummings with our stars.
And here they are, stepping forward to the footlights, Joan Fontaine and Mel Ferrer.
Well, Mr. Cummings, what about next week's play?
It's a highly dramatic story, filled with suspense, that will keep you right on the edge of your chair. It's 20th Century Fox's Man on a Tightrope, the exciting adventure of a circus owner who makes a wild dash for freedom in a foolhardy attempt to escape from terror and oppression. As our stars, one of the finest actors of stage or screen, Edward G. Robinson. And co-starring in the part of his lovely daughter will be Terry Moore.
Oh, we'll be looking forward to that, Irving. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. It was an exciting evening.
Our orchestra is under the direction of Rudy Schrager. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us next week at this same time for another presentation of the Hollywood Radio Theater. Hollywood Radio Theater is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the realm of your imagination. And that of the greatest horror story writer the world has known, Edgar Allan Poe. Yes, I said the greatest horror story writer because, although others may have written stories equally macabre and terror-ridden, no one has written as many. Moreover, when it comes to sheer mystery, puzzlement, Poe is unsurpassed. As witness.
But, Monsieur Dupin, the door was locked from the inside. The windows were locked from the inside. The murder scene, the L'Esplanade apartment, is on the 4th floor. The murderer could not have escaped.
And yet he did, my friend.
But how?
Oh, come, Pierre, you know as well as I do how.
I know?
You do. Your trouble is, you don't know you know.
Riddles, Monsieur Dupin. You speak in riddles.
Not at all, my friend. You create riddles where riddles do not exist.
Our mystery drama, The Murders in the Rue Morgue, was adapted especially for the Mystery Theater from the Edgar Allan Poe classic by George Lothar and stars Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Well, now, my friends, make yourselves comfortable. Turn down the lights and listen to one of the most horrifying and mystifying of stories, Edgar Allan Poe's The Murders in the Rue Morgue. The year is 1840. The place, Paris, France. At about 7 o'clock in the evening, a young off-duty gendarme, Pierre Musset, and his sweetheart Yvette are returning to her apartment in the Rue Morgue after an evening at the Moulin Rouge.
But when, my darling, shall we be married?
Oh, just as soon as I'm promoted to gendarme first class, Yvette.
When will that be?
Oh, when indeed? My sergeant, Duchamp, is one of the most indifferent, ruthless of sergeants who takes pleasure in holding his men back, doing all he can to prevent promotion rather than... Yvette, look. There's a crowd in front of your house.
Something's wrong. Come here, quickly.
All right, let me through. I'm a gendarme. You there. What's happened?
We do not know. It happened less than a minute ago. Screams, officer. The most awful screams from Madame L'Espanaye's apartment.
Madame L'Espanaye? Her daughter Camille?
Yvette, it is you.
Oh.
Yes, Camille, too. Both of them screaming so horribly in such agony. I cannot tell you.
Where is the L'Espanaye apartment? What floor?
Next to mine. 4th floor back.
Yvette, you stay here. I'll see what happens.
No, I'll come with you.
Stay here, I tell you. God knows what I'll find up there.
No, Pierre, they were my friends.
Oh, well, all right. Come on, then. Is this the apartment?
Yes.
All is quiet. Too quiet. The door is locked.
Break it in.
All right. So, now let's have a look.
Pierre.
Oh, my God. Yvette.
No. I won't faint. I'll be all right. But, oh, heaven help us. What has happened here?
Look, the woman on the floor. Her throat cut. Is that Madame L'Espanaye?
Yes.
But her daughter, Camille, where is she?
The bathroom door. It's closed. Perhaps...
I'll go and see. No, it's empty.
The kitchen, then. It's the only other room.
No, there's no one in the kitchen.
But where can she be? The door was bolted on the inside.
The windows.
They're closed.
Yes, but... this one's locked. Look, it's nailed shut. You see the nail?
The window next to it is nailed shut, too. And anyhow, it's a sheer 4-story fall to the yard below. Camille couldn't have left that way. Oh, Pierre!
Be calm, Yvette. We must both be calm.
In the face of this? Oh, poor Madame. Her throat cut.
Look here. This is strange. A bag of gold pieces. Napoleon strewed all over the floor.
Oh, perhaps the murderer heard us coming and hurried to make his escape before...
What escape? How could he escape? The door is bolted on the inside. The 2 windows, the only windows in this apartment, nailed shut. How could he leave? How could Camille leave?
Impossible. It's just impossible.
Well, it makes no sense. Here, give me a hand. Get this poor old lady off the floor onto the bed.
Yes.
You take her by the feet. I'll lift her by the shoulders. Ready?
Yes.
All right. Now, lift.
Oh, good Lord. Pierre.
Her head. It fell off. Don't faint, Yvette. Don't faint.
Oh, no.
Look, I must get a message to headquarters at once. You take it while I remain here and... Wait.
What, Pierre?
The fireplace. See there? A lot of soot has been dislodged, fallen down from inside the chimney.
What would that mean?
There's only one way to find out, and that is to get down on my hands and knees and look up into the chimney.
What is it?
I am looking into a woman's face. A dead woman's face.
Her face?
It must be Camille. She's been stuffed up the chimney, head down.
Pierre?
What?
I'm sorry. I can't help it. I'm going to faint. Jules? Another glass of wine?
I'll tell you, Yvette, after what happened next door to you last night, I could use another bottle of wine.
You sailors, all alike. You can never get enough of wine.
Oh, love, come here to me.
Jules, not now. I'm engaged.
Yeah, to a gendarme. And 2nd class yet.
He'll be a gendarme 1st class someday. Yes, and a sergeant someday, too. Sure. Let me go. I must answer the door. Pierre, darling, I wasn't expecting you.
Yes, so I see.
Oh, don't get any ideas, Pierre. This is Jules Dubourg. He's a sailor on sick leave. Jules, this is Pierre Musset, my fiancé.
Hello. How long have you two known each other without my knowing?
A few days. Jules only came to live here a few days ago.
Live here?
He has 2 rooms in the basement, and he is quite sick.
Something I picked up on my last voyage in Borneo.
Borneo, eh?
Jules has been all around the world, and more than once.
Thank you for the wine, Yvette. It has warmed my stomach. Goodbye for now.
Goodbye.
I hope that is all you warmed? His stomach?
Pierre, what a thing to say. You have no cause to be jealous.
I'd better not have. I have enough troubles as it is.
Tell me, my darling, what happened when you talked to Sergeant Duchamp?
Exactly what I expected would happen. I said, Sergeant Duchamp, I would like to be assigned to this case, to the murders that happened in the Rue Morgue.
And what did he say?
He said, You solve a mystery like that one? You leave such things to your betters in the Detective Bureau.
Of course you stood up to him.
Oh, yes, I'm not afraid of him. Not like the others. I argued with him. I explained that I am in love with the most beautiful girl in the world, and that I cannot wait to make her my wife. But I cannot make her my wife until I am promoted to gendarme first class, and one way to get promoted to gendarme first class would be for me to solve the murders in the Rue Morgue.
And what did he say to that?
He laughed. You are a nut, he said. You are as much of a nut as C. Auguste Dupin.
C. Auguste?
Dupin.
Who is this Monsieur Dupin?
The fellow who solved the Marie Roget case. He is not a policeman. He's only a private citizen with a gift for solving mysteries that others can't solve.
Oh.
Anyhow, that's what I think, even if everybody else at headquarters doesn't.
But if he solved the Marie Roget case...
They say it was an accident. That case. It was as much of a mystifying puzzle, an unsolvable riddle as this one. And he explained it so simply, you wouldn't believe it.
He'll never be able to explain what happened in the L'Esplanade place next door last night. No one could.
You may be right. Especially now that we know there were 2 murderers, not 1.
2 murderers?
Then you don't know?
No.
Yvette, I talked last night with some people in the crowd downstairs. They said that while Madame and her daughter were screaming, they heard the voices of 2 men yelling and cursing at them. 1 murderer or 2. How did they get out of that apartment?
Perhaps your friend, Monsieur Dupin, could tell you. Go to him. Ask for his help.
You forget. My sergeant has ordered me to leave everything to the Detective Bureau.
You forget that unless you are promoted to gendarme first class, we cannot marry.
One day I shall become gendarme.
One day? What one day? When? Jules Dubourg would marry me like that.
That sailor? That sick sailor? You would marry him?
It would be better than not marrying you.
Oh, Yvette, please.
You do as I say. Pierre, either you go, or here, take back your ring.
Keep the ring. I'll go.
Pierre?
Yvette! What are you doing here in Montmartre?
I had to see you. This couldn't wait. Pierre, I found this shoved under the door of my apartment.
Huh. Looks like a note.
It is a note. Read it.
Be warned. Tell your boyfriend to forget about the Rue Morgue murders, or you will die the way Madame L'Esplanade did. Yvette.
I thought you had better see this and take it to Monsieur Dupin at once. He will know what to do.
Yes. Yes, he would.
Then take it to him as soon as you are off duty. And Pierre?
Yes?
You did go to see Monsieur Dupin, didn't you?
Well, no.
Yeah.
I couldn't bring myself to do it. I didn't have the nerve. But now that your life is threatened, I'll go to see him and ask his help. I promise you, Yvette. I promise.
Yes?
Monsieur Dupin? C. Auguste Dupin?
Yes?
I am Pierre Musset. Gendarme, second class Pierre Musset.
Ah, yes.
You wish my help in solving the murders in the Rue Morgue, is it not so?
You know why I'm here?
Of course.
But how?
Oh, you were the first policeman to reach the scene of the crime. You are a second-class gendarme, and helping to solve the murders would result in a promotion. And inasmuch as you yearn to marry a very beautiful young woman named Yvette...
That's amazing. That you should know all this without our ever having met? Amazing.
It's anything but amazing, my friend. It's simplicity itself. Everything I've just told you was fully reported in the newspapers.
Oh.
Now then, won't you come in?
And so what was to Pierre an amazing deduction turns out to be no deduction at all. Nor does C. Auguste Dupin turn out to be the formidable man Pierre thought he would be. As to whether Dupin can bring our two lovers happily together in marriage by solving the apparently insoluble mystery of the murders in the Rue Morgue, we shall see when I return shortly for Act Two. Well, then, Gendarme Second Class Pierre Musset has sought the help of C. Auguste Dupin in solving the murders in the Rue Morgue. Murders so baffling that any chance of solving the mystery seems impossible. Still in all, as you know, Dupin solved a mystery equally as puzzling, that of Marie Roget. So let's join Pierre now as he sits across from Monsieur Dupin in the latter's modest apartment.
My dear fellow, I've little, if any, interest in solving crimes. I wish only to be left alone to read my books and pursue one or two hobbies. And after all, crime is the business of the police.
I know. Well, thank you for seeing me, at least. I'm sorry to have taken your time. Good day, Monsieur Dupin.
Good day. No. Wait.
Monsieur?
I'm a fool, but I'm also French. I have no interest at all in solving crimes, but, well, let me face it, I cannot remain untouched by the plight of young lovers.
Then you will help me to...
If you solve this mystery, or more precisely, if I solve it for you and let you take the credit, then assuredly you'll be raised to gendarme first class and able to marry your beloved Yvette. Now, can you gain access to the L'Esplanade apartment?
Of course.
Well, in that case, my dear fellow, let us go at once to the Rue Morgue. The door is unlocked here?
Yes. As you can see, Monsieur Dupin, it was bolted on the inside when I broke the door in. The bolt was torn out of the wood.
Small wonder. You're a big fellow. Ah, there. That large blood stain on the rug.
That's where she lay. Madame L'Esplanade, with her head cut off.
Now, the bag of gold pieces...
It lay right here, on the rug. The gold pieces were strewn all over the floor. You know, I keep asking myself, why didn't the two murderers take the gold? But there is no answer.
Because you're asking yourself the wrong question.
The wrong question?
Well, the answer to why they didn't take the gold is simple. They didn't want it. The question you should be asking is, why didn't they want it?
Oh, yes. Yes, I see.
Now, this is the fireplace where you found the body of the daughter, Camille?
Yes. Stuffed up the chimney. Feet first, the head down. Again, I keep asking, how powerful must these men have been to be able to do it? To stuff a body up a chimney with such force that... Well, I don't know how many bones were broken.
My friend, you have a positive genius for asking the wrong questions. Again, it's not how they do it, but why did they do it? What reason would they have for doing it?
Oh, I can't answer that. Maybe there was no reason.
There's always a reason, Pierre. Now, what else was there? Ah, yes, the windows. You say these are the only two windows in the apartment?
The only two.
None in the bathroom,
No.
in the kitchen?
None.
And these appear to be kept locked with a nail in each. And let's see. I pull the nail out of this one. and open the window.
Well, the murderers couldn't have escaped this way. Even if the windows had been open, it's a sheer drop, 4 stories to the ground.
So I see. I also see a drain pipe.
But if the windows were locked...
They could not have been locked.
But they were.
Oh, my friend, God also gave you a brain. As with your eyes, use it. You know the murderers did not escape by way of the door. It was bolted on the inside, and you broke it in.
True enough.
They could not have escaped by way of the chimney. It follows that they had to escape via the windows, using the drain pipe to reach the ground.
But I tell you, the windows were locked, just as they are locked now, each with a long nail. All the windows in this house are the same. A hole is bored through the window and into the sill. To lock the window, you push a nail through it into the sill. Well, you just pulled that nail out of this one.
Not the other. You do that, my friend. You pulled the nail out of the second window.
What for?
To answer the question of how the murderers escaped. Now, do as I say. Pull it out.
What in the world is...
You see?
A broken nail. As simple as that. A broken nail.
But it's not simple.
The window only appeared to be locked.
Well, I've seen enough. Let's go.
You have the answer then, Monsieur Dupin?
Part of the answer. Only part. But give me time to think and...
Look who's coming up the stairs.
Hello, Pierre.
What are you doing up here? Why don't you stay in your cellar, Jules?
That is not your business.
Yvette is my business, and you are up here to see her.
What if I am?
I want you to stay away from her. Yvette is my fiancée.
Take a reef in your sail, Pierre. You don't own her.
Now, you listen to me.
You take your hands off me. Take them off, or
Gentlemen.
What is all this? What's going on here?
I want Jules Dubourg to stay away from you, and you from him.
Oh, you do?
Yes, I do, Yvette. You are my fiancée.
But not your wife. And even if I were, I have a right to see anyone I please.
Not while you are engaged to me.
Oh, is that so? Well, let me tell you something. I will see anyone I wish, whenever I wish.
Now, mademoiselle, you don't mean that. You're speaking out of anger.
Who are you? And what right have you to interfere?
My name is Dupin. Auguste Dupin.
Monsieur Dupin? Pierre, you went to him.
He did indeed, mademoiselle, and believe me, your fiancé is not only a man of determination, but brilliance, mademoiselle.
Brilliance?
But, my dear fellow, the way you solved the puzzle of that locked window, brilliant, positively brilliant. You'll be in the detective bureau before you know it.
Oh, Pierre, that's wonderful. Wonderful. Jules, I think it would be better if you do not come to see me anymore.
But, Yvette...
Please, Jules, no more.
Have it your way. There are other ports of call.
Oh, so there, Monsieur. Monsieur Dupin, can I offer you a glass of wine?
Thank you, but another time. You could tell me what perfume that is you're wearing?
Nuit de Passion.
Passionate night. It's well named, mademoiselle. A pleasure meeting you, mademoiselle. Pierre, if you would see me down to the street.
Oh, of course.
But come back, Pierre. If you are off duty, that is.
I am off duty, Yvette, and I shall be back.
This fellow, Pierre, this Gilles Dubourg, he's a sailor, isn't he?
Yes.
What's he doing here? Why isn't he at sea?
I don't know. He's ill. Some sort of rare tropical disease he picked up in Borneo.
In Borneo? Interesting.
What's so interesting about it?
You know, my friend, I told your fiancée you were brilliant enough to be a detective.
Oh, I appreciate that, Monsieur Dupin. You did me such a favor, building me up in her eyes.
Oh, but it's true, you know. You could be a detective. You've only to learn how to use your head and all your senses.
My senses?
All 5 of them. You see, everyone's senses, taste, smell, sight, sound, touch, all these tell things. But few people listen. For example, I noticed the scent of your fiancée's perfume. Have you?
Well, I've always known she smelled exciting.
But beyond that, you did not go. Now, you ask me why the fact that our sailor man, Gilles Dubourg, contracted the disease in Borneo is interesting to me.
Yes, I do.
But you've no need to ask. It's as I said before. You know, but you don't know you know. Very well, then. I'll give you a lesson. Your first lesson in how to be a detective. Now, first, look. Then, see what you look at. Then, put 2 and 2 together and make sure they add up to 4. Now, for instance, put Gilles Dubourg together with drain pipes and see where it leads you.
Jules and drain pipes? I don't understand.
You will. You will if only you think, my friend. Think.
Pierre.
Mm-hmm.
You must go now. It's 3 a.m.
Oh, let me stay a little while longer. Just a little while.
No, my darling. I must go to work in the morning. Oh, I need my sleep. And I'm certainly not getting any with you.
Must be that perfume you wear.
Oh, my perfume, not me.
Oh, of course it's you.
Well, whether my perfume or me, off with you.
All right. All right.
When will you be seeing Monsieur Dupin again?
Oh, I don't know. He said he wanted time to think, that he would leave a message for me at headquarters. But, you know, Yvette, I'm beginning to wonder if I need Dupin. If there was any need to go to him in the first place.
What do you mean?
Well, after all, I solved the mystery of how the murderers escaped. One of those 2 windows wasn't locked at all. The nail was broken.
Brilliant. The murderers must have got to the ground by the drain pipe.
The drain pipe. Oh, yes, the drain pipe.
But even so, I've been thinking. No ordinary man could manage to slide down a drain pipe. He would have to be very strong. Yes, and agile. But you've thought of that, I'm sure.
Oh, of course. Well, it's only a question of what kind of man would that be?
Oh, I could think of any number.
You can?
But of course. A chimney sweep for one, a house painter for another, a circus performer.
Huh?
You know, an aerial artiste, a sailor like Jules Dubourg, say. They're used to climbing things.
Yes, that is a possibility. Jules Dubourg, a definite possibility.
Now, you let jealousy blind you. Jules is a sick man, for one thing, and doesn't have the strength, anywhere near the strength, to do what was done in that apartment. Whoever committed those horrible murders was more than strong. He was powerful, unbelievably powerful. Oh, but come now, you must go. You must.
I'm going. Lock yourself in.
Don't worry, I will. I'm not taking any chances. Not after getting that note.
Yvette, you have nothing to fear. Dupin and I are working on this case, and trust us to solve it in short order.
I do trust you, my darling. Oh, I do. Good night, my sweet. Good night.
Good night. Good night, my lovely wife-to-be.
Good night.
Bolt the door.
I was about to. There. It's bolted. Good night, Pierre.
Yvette! Oh, my God! Yvette! It's bolted on the inside.
Oh, Pierre! Help me! Oh!
Yvette!
Help me!
Yvette!
The horror that struck Madame L'Espanaye and her daughter now strikes Yvette. And once again, Pierre faces the barrier of a door bolted on the inside. You, like me, can imagine the terror of this young policeman as he steps back before flinging all his weight at that locked door, wondering what frightful sight will meet his gaze when he breaks it down. I'll return shortly for Act 3. What frightful monster haunts the Rue Morgue? What kind of fiend committed the butcheries on Madame L'Espanaye and her daughter Camille? These are the questions young gendarme Pierre Musset has been seeking to answer. Now it seems he's about to find those answers in the most horrible way imaginable. For behind the bolted door of her apartment in the Rue Morgue, his fiancée Yvette is herself in the grip of the fiend.
Oh, Lord, help me. It's dark. The lamp. Where's the lamp? What? Here. Wait. What happened? Oh, my stomach. Yvette. Where's that lamp? Light the lamp. There. Yvette. Heaven help us all. Yvette!
My friend, compose yourself.
Monsieur Dupin.
There now, softly. Now, tell me all about it.
Well, as I said, I broke the door in. It was dark, but I could make out a shape. It was a huge, a monstrous man against the moonlit window. I saw him only for a second because he flung himself at me with such speed, such amazing speed. He took me off balance. He struck me. It was a powerful blow in the stomach. Oh, heaven, I'm not yet recovered from it.
Some wine, perhaps?
No, thanks. Let me go on. Now, as I went down, I grabbed at him and... Here, look, I must have grabbed him by the hair on his head because I pulled these hairs out.
Black. Coarse.
Then I think I don't know, I lit a lamp. Yes, and I saw Yvette. Oh, my poor Yvette. Blood streaming down her cheek. Bruises already beginning to blacken her face.
You took her to the hospital,
yes.
You said?
Yes, I did.
What is her condition?
Well, it's not fatal, thank God. Not even very serious. Badly bruised, cut over her right eye, but she's going to be all right. The monster failed to make good his threat to kill her.
We may indeed thank God for that.
Yes. Well, at least we know more than we did before, Monsieur Dupin. We know that the murderer is a big man, a huge man of unbelievable strength, and that he has black hair.
We know a great deal more than that, Pierre.
We do?
Well, I do, and so do you. Only, as I've said before, you don't know you know.
Oh, Monsieur, I do not have your brilliant brain. Well, it doesn't matter. All that matters is that you can solve this awful mystery, that you can save Yvette. The murderer failed this time, but he'll try again.
Well, it's my hope that he will, yes.
Your hope? Surely you, as much as I, want to save Yvette's life.
Well, of a certainty, my friend. But I'm afraid I can save it only by risking it.
Yvette, you're sure you're comfortable on the couch?
Yes, Pierre. Thank you.
Mademoiselle, are you strong enough to help me in a plan I have in mind?
No, wait. What kind of a plan?
A plan to trap the murderer.
And I can help you trap him?
You can be the bait.
No. Just hold on a moment.
Yeah, let me explain.
There is nothing to explain. Whatever you have in mind, I refuse to let Yvette risk her life.
Nonsense, Pierre. My life is in danger anyway.
Precisely. The killer will strike again, but not for the reason you think.
What do you mean? In that note he sent Yvette, he swore he would kill her if I did not stop trying to unmask him.
But that is not the reason Yvette was attacked. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, she was not deliberately attacked at all.
How can you say such a thing? Look at the bruises on her face, her arms, the gash over her eye.
Use your ears, my friend, no more than your eyes. I did not say Yvette was not attacked. I said she was not deliberately attacked. Nor was she attacked by the person who wrote the note.
Monsieur Dupin, you amaze me. How do you know all this?
Because 2 + 2 = 4 if you put them together properly. I'll help you by showing you the facts once again. But you Must add them up. First, we know that the killer entered the L'Esplanade apartment by the window and left by the window because it was not locked, though it appeared to be.
The nail was broken, yes.
As you discovered, Pierre.
Yes.
Quite so. Now, this apartment is next door to the L'Esplanade apartment. Outside that window, it's a 4-story drop to the backyard unless the murderer escaping slid down the drain pipe attached to the wall between these apartments. You follow?
Yes.
A sailor, Monsieur Dupin. A sailor, maybe, like Jules Dubourg.
There you go again, letting your jealousy...
No, mademoiselle, he's altogether right. A sailor could climb the drain pipe. So much for that fact. Now, here's another and a most revealing one. Why was the bag of gold pieces, worth, as we've learned, more than $4,000, why was that bag of gold not taken?
Perhaps the murderer was in such a hurry to escape.
But there was no hurry. The door was bolted. There was plenty of time to escape.
You said the gold wasn't taken because it wasn't wanted. But what were the L'Esplanades killed for, if not the money? Revenge?
It couldn't be that. They stayed to themselves. They knew no one.
Well, if not for money or revenge, what then?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Monsieur Dupin, that makes no sense. No sense at all.
Precisely. That's the answer. The L'Esplanade murders were senseless.
But that is impossible. The murderer must have killed for a reason.
No, he did not. And why do you keep saying murderer when there were two? You're forgetting one of the most important facts of all. The fact that 2 voices were heard in the L'Esplanade apartment. One was definitely that of a Frenchman, but the other... you shall see tonight, if mademoiselle will indeed act as the bait.
Of course. What do you want me to do?
Do not lock your windows, and do not bolt your doors. That is all.
That is enough.
Now be calm, my friend. Your fiancée will not be alone. We shall be with her, both of us armed with pistols. Oh, and one thing more, mademoiselle.
Monsieur?
That perfume of yours, Passionate Night. And be sure to use it. Use a lot of it.
If you say so, yes. Why?
The murderer, I think, finds it enticing. If it comes to that, so do I.
2:00. No sign yet of the murderer.
He'll come, of that I'm sure. Especially since mademoiselle did indeed use a sufficiency of her Passionate Night perfume. It makes waiting a pleasure, mademoiselle.
Thank you, Monsieur Dupin.
It won't make you that death a pleasure.
She will not be harmed, I promise you. I have a pistol, and so have you. I'll be sure to use it when I give the word. And, Pierre.
Yes?
Shoot to kill.
Depend on it. I shall certainly...
Listen. Come back. Come back, I tell you. Let me get to the window. Yes, it's coming. It's climbing the drain pipe.
It?
Damn you, come back. There's someone climbing the pipe behind it, trying to reach it, trying to stop it.
You keep saying it. What do you mean, it?
You'll see in a moment. Get back, well back. You, mademoiselle, you stay there. Pierre?
Yes?
The instant it appears in the window, I'll give the order to shoot. Remember, shoot to kill.
Don't worry about that.
Now, shoot! It's still alive. Shoot again. Light the lamps while I get to the window and... Dubourg! Jules Dubourg, come up. Don't try to escape.
Dubourg, I was right. It is Jules Dubourg.
Who else, my friend? He's the only sailor living in this arrondissement. Come in, Dubourg, come in.
Please, it was not my fault. It was not my fault.
I'm well aware of that. You've nothing to fear, although you thought you had.
On the floor. My God, what is it?
It's the Russian, the German, the Italian, the foreign voice that was no language at all. I'm not as familiar as I might be with the ape family, Dubourg. What is it? A gorilla? A baboon? What?
An orangutan.
Oh, what?
An orangutan. A large ape found in the jungles of Borneo.
And this This is the monster that killed Madame L'Espanaye and her daughter?
Yes. And heaven help me, I am responsible. There was nothing I could do, monsieur. Nothing.
Well, you could have notified the police. You should have. They would have handled matters for you with dispatch, but you didn't do that because you still hoped to sell the ape, didn't you?
Can you blame me? I'm a poor man and sick. I need money. I brought the orangutan back from Borneo in the hope of selling it. I paid to have the ship's carpenter build a special box with air holes to hold it. Paid money I couldn't afford. And God help me, when I engaged those rooms in the cellar, I should have kept it in the box. But I felt sorry for it. It looked so human. It was so human that I let it out and kept it in one of the rooms.
How did this beast come to kill Madame L'Espanaye and her daughter?
It escaped from the room I kept it in. I wasn't there when it happened. I discovered it when I came home that night. I opened the door, and I could not believe it. The ape was seated in front of a mirror, shaving himself with my straight razor.
Shaving himself?
Well, trying to. They are great imitators, you know. I went to take the razor from him. I was not afraid of him. He was really harmless. But he ran from me, out through the door, and into the backyard.
You chased him?
Of course. I was afraid he might cut himself with a razor. Well, his eye caught the window of the Espanaye apartment because the light was on. Up the drain pipe he went, and I after him. He tore the window open and went in, and the screaming began.
You wrote that note to Yvette, didn't you? That note that threatened her life?
Yes, but only to frighten you of the case. I was afraid if you found out what had happened, I would be sent to the guillotine.
I believe you. But why did you let the ape attack Yvette?
I didn't. I couldn't control it. And it was drawn to her by that perfume she wears.
My perfume?
That time when we were kissing and holding each other close, the ape smelled her perfume on me.
What?
I brought the scent of your perfume back to my cellar rooms. It was on my clothes. The ape couldn't get enough of smelling my jacket. He liked the perfume, enjoyed it. And so, when he escaped last night and tonight, he followed the scent here. But he didn't mean to harm you any more than he meant to harm the Espanays. It was your screams and theirs that frightened him and made him do the horrible things he did.
Jules Dubourg, I hereby place you under arrest as the party responsible for the murders in the Rue Morgue. We will go at once to headquarters. Come along. Oh, and, Yvette.
Yes, Chérie?
After Dubourg has been booked, I shall return, and we will discuss the kissing and the holding each other close that left such a strong smell of passionate night on his jacket. All right, you Dubourg. Get along.
He is very angry with you, your fiancé.
He will cool off.
You will have, no doubt, a satisfactory explanation for him?
No. But there are other ways, Monsieur Dupin. There are other ways.
There are indeed, mademoiselle. There are indeed.
So ends the murders in the Rue Morgue. If not happily, at least on an easier note. I may tell you that Yvette did cool Pierre's anger, and that they wound up eventually with 9 children, very handsome and healthy children who became the pride and joy of Sergeant Pierre Musset. I'll be back shortly. I cannot close without an expression of gratitude to Edgar Allan Poe, a sensitive man whose life was an almost incessant and unrelenting torment. Such torture for him that he sought release in alcohol and drugs. He yet gave the world immeasurable pleasure with his stories of the macabre, the horrible, the arcane. He may even have given to the world one of the greatest fictional detectives literature has ever known, Sherlock Holmes. I don't know about others, but I must ask, had it not been for C. Auguste Dupin, would there have been a Sherlock Holmes? Our cast included Paul Hecht, Guy Sorel, Corinne Orr, and Dan Acco. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Shh, listen. What's that? What's he saying?
He's crying as if his heart would break. This is terrible. Poor Wyatt. He's in agony over it.
Yes, I can hear him. Poor man. Will, what is he crying over?
It can't be the painting, even if it had been damaged when those sailors bumped the box. Elvira, it can't be that.
It isn't.
Isn't?
I told you I've had this feeling all along. This sense of something. You know. And now I'm sure. It isn't a painting that's in that box, Will. It's a corpse.
A corpse?
And the question that I've been asking myself all along is, whose?
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre.
Mode, adapted by Betty Davis from the novel by Patricia Moyes. The offices of Style magazine, sometime in the early 1960s.
Oh, Teresa, what's this word?
Bullfightish. Bullfightish colours. Gorgeous in a maid's night out sort of way. Well, that's what the clothes look like. I leave you to translate my basic English into stylese.
Oh, I wish we could print that as it stands, but... Colour scheme of Mantia black and picket all red. Dazzling for the woman who dares.
How clever you are, darling.
Oh.
I suppose you'll be here all night.
I shall certainly be here all night. I always am when we get out the Paris collection number. Assistant editor, Star Magazine, speaking. Yes, she's here. It's Michael for you.
Oh. Hello, darling. Well, Marjorie's got the art editor with her at the moment.
Miss Masters, can you spare me a minute?
Oh, with pleasure, Miss Field. I'm summoned to the presence. Right. Here we go. Into battle.
Okay, for Dumpling Debs, but basically old hat. Oh, if only we could say that. Let's see. Classic in the modern manner. That'll do. Oh, damn. I've caught a cold and it's nearly midnight already. Oh, I loathe collection night. The good old shift hacked round the hem with pruning shears. Hello, Ernie. This is Miss Pankhurst. Oh, please come and get my thermos and make me some fresh tea. At once. Oh, I don't care if you are reducing a print. You can spare a minute. Right. Pruning shears. Let's try the slim sheath with the ragamuffin look.
Blow it up. Blow it up enormous and kill the hat picture.
No, I won't have the hat picture killed.
All right. One great hideous hat right across both pages. But give the spread some guts. Crop the picture here.
May I say? I know I'm only a poor bloody photographer, but would you mind telling me what in hell you're proposing to do to that picture?
Only cropping it a bit, darling, to show up the hat.
The point of that photograph is in the line of the dress carried up to and through the hat. If you're going to cut it up into small pieces, I'd rather you took my name off it.
I agree with Michael. Cropping the picture would ruin it.
Thank you, Marjorie.
Why don't we use this picture, uncropped, facing a whole page hat picture, and kill the Monnier chiffon?
Marjorie, my darling, you're a genius. Donald Mackay.
Yes, Mr. Walsh.
Take all these bloody layouts and burn them, you miserable Scotsman.
That should give us 10 minutes peace.
I think I'll go and freshen up in the restroom, Miss Field. I'll be there if anyone wants me.
Yes, Miss French.
Hope you've sent Ernest home, Michael. Surely all the darkroom stuff is done by now?
He left 10 minutes ago.
Good. Oh. Only twice a year, thank heavens. I think I'll lie down. See you in 10 minutes.
I hope to God she's okay. I've never known her show the strain before.
She gets tired like everyone else. It's not superhuman. And she is nearly 60.
I suppose so. No, you'd never believe it.
She depends an awful lot on Helen these days. More's the pity.
Yes, well, if you're using that hat picture big, I'll make another print of it. Give it to me.
1:30 and all's well. More or less. God, I look hideous. What's the taxi situation?
No luck so far, I'm afraid. Miss Field's been trying for 20 minutes.
Our managing director's across the road having dinner at the Orangery.
How do you know?
Well, that's his car, isn't it? The dark grey Bentley.
Yes, that is Mr. Goring's car, but I hardly think we can descend on his dinner party to catch a lift. There are rather too many of us. And he has his own guests to look after, no doubt. Oh, Miss Field, any luck?
No, Miss French, I'm so sorry. I've tried 7 different ranks. I could go back to the beginning and try the first one again.
Oh, don't let's mess about. Let's get a hire car. They're all dead.
Shall I do that, Miss French? Oh, good evening, Mr. Goring.
How's it all going?
Oh, very well, Godfrey. We're finished, except for Helen, of course.
Splendid timing on my part. I've been having dinner across the way, and I saw your lights were still burning. I think champagne will be in order, don't you?
Oh, that's very sweet of you, Godfrey, but
No arguments. You'll all come with me in my car to Brompton Square for a mild celebration, and then Barker will drive each and every one of you home. Now, how many hours are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 6, of course. You'll come, won't you, Miss Field? Our unsung heroine?
I don't think I should, Mr. Goring. Thank you very much. I ought to be getting home.
Oh.
I came straight here from the Paris plane, and I've still got my suitcase.
Oh, hell, serve Michael and I. I'd forgotten all about them.
Well, I don't think we have room for luggage as well as people. Why don't you leave your cases here and pick them up tomorrow?
Well, Thank you, Godfrey. It's very kind, and I'd love to.
Well, I'm not the man to say no to a party.
Good. Come along, then, everybody. You too, Miss Field.
But, Mr. Goring...
I insist. I'm sorry about you, Helen. I wish we could send you a bottle over.
That might not be a very good idea. I've got to stay sober.
Helen's tipple is tea on collection nights.
Coming, everyone. Good night, Helen. Where's your deadline?
The messenger's calling for a copy at 7.
We're ordering your health, Helen.
You do that. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Helen.
Oh, God. Oh, dear God. I can't stand it. Oh, don't be a fool. There's a job to do.
Paris has rags and tatters for spring. Gamines and guttersnipes swagger jauntily through the collection in a riot of gaudy colour.
Morning. Anything wrong?
Oh, look, I've got to collect some urgent copy and they're all asleep in there. I've got to get in.
Ah, it's okay. I've got a key.
You the doorman?
That's right. Just coming on duty.
Oh, be quick about it, will you?
Ah, don't you worry. Come in the warm. I will soon see what's up. Not like Miss Pratt to go to sleep on the job. Not like her at all. Just a minute. You wait out here and I'll have a word with her. You'll get your copy, don't worry. Miss Pankhurst? Yeah, what the hell's all this mess? Miss Pankhurst? Yeah, wake up. Wake. Oh, my God.
What is it? Hey, what's happening?
Quick, get the police. Get a doctor.
Here, where's my envelope?
Well, with your envelope, she's dead.
Cyanide poisoning, sir. No doubt about it.
In the thermos flask. I can smell it from here. Have the photographer and fingerprint chaps got all they want, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Good. There's a bit of a mess in here, isn't it?
Looks like a hurricane, is it? I can understand the papers, but all them stockings and panties and whatnot all over the place.
Somebody's been through that suitcase there in a hell of a hurry. Just picked things up, thrown them out higgledy-piggledy. Face powder everywhere. Bottle of perfume broken.
Stinks, don't it? especially with the fire on.
It is a bit overpowering, yes. Ink blue roses scattered sparsely over chalk white mousseline de soie give drama to... And it's all.
She stopped for a cup of tea.
Yes. That young man downstairs will have to wait a long time for his copy. All right, Sergeant, you can have the poor girl taken away, but be very careful nothing else is touched.
Right, sir. Oh, by the way, Miss Marjorie French is here, the editor.
Oh, I'll talk to her straight away. Ask her to come up.
Yes, sir.
This is a terrible thing, Inspector Tibbet. Your sergeant didn't give me many details, but the mere fact that the police are here, I take it that Helen's death wasn't natural.
No. I'm afraid Miss Pankhurst was murdered.
Have you ruled out suicide?
Had she a reason?
I'm not a gossip. The private lives of my staff are not my business, but I have been very worried about Helen lately.
Mm-hmm.
You'll understand, Inspector, that in any organization that employs both men and women, there is the possibility of sentimental attachments.
I see. And Miss Pankhurst?
Helen had been having a somewhat tempestuous love affair with one of our photographers, Michael Healy.
Why should that drive her to suicide?
Well, things had been going wrong. To be direct, Michael is a philanderer and never intended anything serious. Helen is a passionate, intense girl, woman.
How old was she?
34. She'd been going to pieces a bit lately. I think Michael was trying to end it. Actually, between ourselves, I intended to send him to America for a few months. Not that that would have cured the atmosphere in the office.
What do you mean by that?
He's married to my fashion editor, Teresa Masters.
I see. Well, thank you, Miss French. All this is very interesting, but I still think it was murder.
How did she die?
Someone put cyanide in her tea.
But couldn't she have put it in herself?
She could. I don't think she did. There was no note, and it was an extraordinary time and place to choose, right in the middle of a working session. Then her office seems to have been rifled, not only her papers, but her personal possessions.
Personal possessions? What on earth do you mean?
Well, perhaps you'd better have a look next door.
Yes, Inspector, I agree with you. Helen was murdered.
What made you change your mind?
All this, and the fact that she hadn't finished her work. If I'd found a tidy office, all the captions and layouts neatly in their envelopes, and a list of instructions to the printers, I think she'd killed herself.
Yeah. Anything else?
Well, the office wasn't rifled. The state of the papers is quite normal. Helen worked surrounded by chaos and tidied up meticulously afterwards.
What about the suitcase?
It isn't Helen's. It belongs to my secretary, Rachel Field. She flew back from Paris yesterday and came straight from the airport to the office. She must have left her case here because of some idea about the sanctity of my office.
Well, why didn't she take it home with her?
Because of Mr. Goring, our managing director.
Mm-hmm.
He looked in and invited us all back to his flat for champagne, but he had no room in his car for luggage, so he suggested it should be left here overnight.
The invitation did not include Miss Pankhurst.
Of course not. She stayed here to work.
So you all went back to Mr. Goring's flat?
Yes. Two other friends of his were there. Nicholas Knight, the dress designer, and Horace Barry, the manufacturer. We had a glass or two of champagne. Then Mr. Goring's chauffeur drove us home.
All of you?
Except for Nicholas Knight and Mr. Barry. Mr. Knight used his own car. Oh, and he gave a lift to Miss Field as he was going in her direction. They left a little before the rest of us. Then the chauffeur dropped Teresa and Michael in Chelsea and took me onto Sloane Street. After that, he took Mr. Patrick Walsh, our art editor, to Islington.
What time?
Just before 3.
Thank you. Did Miss Pankhurst have any relatives? I'd like to know something about her background.
She had no family that I know of. Her parents were dead. I think there's a married sister in Australia. She shared a flat with Alwyn Piper, our features editor. Her background. She's been on our staff 10 years, worked her way up to assistant editor from a secretary's post.
Where would the murderer get cyanide?
Well, there's a supply in the darkroom. It's used for reducing prints.
Doesn't that point to someone who worked in the darkroom?
No. We're all in and out of there all the time, and we all knew about the cyanide.
Isn't it kept locked up?
Normally, yes, but I'm afraid on collection night rules go by the board. Michael was making his own prints, and the store cupboard was open. Incidentally, the cupboard's in the room where the tea's made, and we were all popping in and out of there all evening. Except Miss Field, that is, and Helen herself.
Well, thank you, Miss French. You've been most helpful.
I'll put an office at your disposal, Inspector. I presume you want to interview everyone who was here last night.
Yes. Would you mind checking my list?
Yes, of course.
Yourself, Teresa Masters, Michael Healy, and Patrick Walsh. Oh, and your secretary, Miss Field. Anyone else?
Donald Mackay, Patrick's assistant. He left before the rest of us. And the darkroom boy, Ernest Jenkins. He was here till midnight. Oh, there was Olwen, too.
Miss Piper? Miss Pankhurst's flatmate?
Yes. She was writing her copy after the theatre.
Do you know what time she left?
I've no idea. I told her to go at 12:30, but heaven knows how long she stayed. That's everybody.
Except Mr. Goring.
Godfrey, but surely
There
you
was
can't...
nothing to stop him going into the darkroom before he came to your office.
No, but you can't
Sir,
really...
I forbid you to go in.
Get out of my way, you miserable little man. By God, nobody's going to keep me out of my own office.
The chief
Patrick's
inspector's given orders that
arrived.
he's not to be disturbed.
So I hear.
The chief inspector...
I'd better go and investigate.
Who the hell are you?
Chief Inspector Tibbet. I presume you're Patrick Walsh.
You damn well presume right. Now, will you get this fool of yours out of my way and let me into my own office?
No, I won't. There's been a murder.
A murder? Well, why did nobody tell me? Who is it?
Helen Pankhurst. She was poisoned.
Helen? Helen, my darling, my beautiful. It's not true. It's not true.
I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to make a statement, Mr. Walsh.
Yes, of course.
Now, when did you last see Miss Pankhurst?
I didn't clap eyes on her all evening. Last time I saw her was lunchtime. I took her out for a meal. She needed it. Poor kid.
Why do you say it like that?
I say what I damn well please. And nobody's going to go around slinging mud at the poor girl after she's dead.
Who was slinging mud?
No one, not a living soul.
You liked Helen?
I loved her.
Do you know of anyone who disliked her?
No.
You sure?
Of course I'm sure. Everybody loved her.
Including Michael Healy and Teresa Masters?
What filthy lying bastards have been saying things? It's not true, do you hear me? Not a bloody word of it.
I have no idea what you're talking
You
about.
know damn well what I'm talking about. I'm not saying another word. You can't make me.
Oh, very well, we'll leave it. About the cyanide, I suppose you know where it's kept.
I know where the dark room store cupboard is.
Oh, will you show me?
All right. This way. This is the store cupboard. Everything's kept here.
Unlocked. Poison, is it?
Yes?
I'll have to take it for fingerprinting.
Well, since it's empty, I can't see any objection.
Whose luggage is that over there?
Teresa and Michael. They came back from Paris last night, straight after the last collection was shown.
Did you know Miss Pankhurst's thermos flask by sight?
Oh, everybody did. Terrible battered old thing. It's never parted from her on collection nights.
Did you notice it standing around unattended at any time?
Well, it was here by the store cupboard all night. I suppose Ernie made Helen some fresh tea and then forgotten to take it to her. We're all suspect. Any one of us could have slipped cyanide into it. And don't ask me how I know. The poison was in our tea. You as good as told me.
Agreed. Now, tell me about the party at Mr. Goring's last night.
Oh, damn silly business. Sipping genteel champagne with us simpering fools and vulgar bloody upstarts.
Such as?
Oh, Nicholas Knight and Horace Barry. Oh, Godfrey may have to be civil to them in the name of the great god advertising, but I don't see why we...
Just tell me what happened.
Well, we had a glass of champagne and made hideous small talk, avoiding tricky subjects. Then I got fed up and so did Michael. And we began being fairly damn rude to Knight and Barry. Oh, in a subtle way.
Subtle? I see.
Anyway, they soon had enough and went off. They gave Rachel a lift, and the rest of us went to...
Well, what did you mean by tricky subjects?
Nothing that would interest you.
Oh, most things interest me.
Well, I'm damned if I'll tell you, you bloody nosy Parker.
Perhaps we'd better have another talk later on, when you're in a more reasonable frame of mind.
Reasonable? In all this madhouse, I'm the one reasonable
Please
character.
go
that-
away.
What?
Please go away. Now.
Right. I damn well will.
We're all going to be sad to Darling, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to kill them.
Uncle Henry.
What the hell are you doing here, Veronica?
A job, of course. Hey, if you're here, it must be true.
Well, come in here. Miss French has given me an office.
I wouldn't go on with it. Oh, well, you know, so you...
You're the last person I expected to come across.
Why, I do a lot of modelling for style. Is it really true, Uncle Henry? Is she dead?
Yes, I'm afraid so. Now, look, Veronica, you might be able to help me.
Hmm?
Do you know the people here personally?
Oh, not all of them. I never met Miss Pankhurst. Everyone says she was an awful dragon. I really only know Miss Masters and Michael, of course.
Hmm? Michael Healy, the photographer.
Yes, that's right. We were all in Paris together till yesterday. Oh, and I know Auntie, vaguely, of course.
Who on earth is she?
He. It's Patrick Walsh, the art editor. Everyone calls him Auntie, but not to his face.
Oh.
He roars at people.
I've gathered that. Do you know his assistant, Donald Mackay?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And what about... Yes?
Ernest Jenkins is here, the darkroom boy.
Oh, good. Send him straight up. You better be off. I'll see you again later on.
Can I go out?
Aren't you working?
Well, only for a bit, I meant. I've got a sitting at 12 for young style, so I have to be back at 11:30 to make up.
You've got quite enough makeup on already.
Oh, all the girls in Paris had dead white faces and sooty eyes and brown lipstick outlined in black.
Repellent.
Marvelous. You wait and see. I think that's Auntie.
I know.
I want to... Let go of that brute.
Listen to me, you imbecile
I'm
child.
going in, now let go.
What's all this? Come in, Miss...
Piper. Almond Piper.
and Mr. Walsh. What is it now?
I'm trying to save this lunatic girl from making a fool of herself.
The sergeant said for me to come up. Ernest Jenkins.
I know he did. I'm sorry, I'll have to see you later. Wait outside, I'll call you.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Walsh, will you please go away?
Well, don't say I didn't warn you.
Do you want me to go, too?
Yes, please.
Goodbye.
I'm terribly sorry.
That's all right. Now, you shared a flat with Helen Pankhurst, didn't you?
Yes.
Got on well, the two of you?
Yes. Mostly.
Not all the time?
Not since Michael.
What did you want to tell me? I know about Helen's affair with Michael Healy, you know.
You do? How?
Never mind. What I don't know is whether it has anything to do with the case.
Oh, of course it has. He killed her.
What?
He was ghastly to her, and she was desperate. That's why she killed herself.
She didn't. She was murdered.
But that can't be true. Oh, who on earth would murder Helen?
That's what I want to know. Now, will you please tell me all you know about Helen and Michael Healy?
It started about 6 months ago. She never used to go out in the evenings without telling me where she was going. We'd always been such friends.
When did you first meet him?
Well, that's the funny thing. She'd known Michael and Teresa for ages, long before she knew me. And she used to go out and say she was dining with the Healys, and I believed her, though I felt annoyed they kept asking her out so much and never included me.
Mm-hmm.
And then one night, when she was supposed to be there, I saw Teresa at the theater. Not Michael, just Teresa. So I knew Helen was with Michael alone.
Did you tell her?
No. I just asked after Teresa when she got back, and she said, oh, she's fine. She cooked us a wonderful dinner. So naturally she said it. I'd never known she was lying.
Did Mrs. Healy know?
Teresa? Well, sometimes I thought she must know, but they still seemed so friendly. I think that may be why Helen didn't leave a note, so as not to hurt Teresa.
I have a feeling that you started these rumors, Miss Piper.
Well, why shouldn't I? For Helen's own sake. She'd been desperately unhappy. He was getting tired of her, and I still haven't told you the worst.
The worst?
The doctor will find out, of course.
You mean she was pregnant?
Yes.
Does anyone else know?
Yes. Somebody.
Who?
I don't know. She told someone, but she never told me.
And how do you know?
It was yesterday. She was at home in the afternoon because she had to work all night. I went back to change for the theatre, and I heard her on the phone.
What was she saying?
I can remember every word. She said, "The doctor says it's quite definite. I don't know what I'm going to do. He'll never leave her. I wish I were dead."
I see. Any more?
Oh, she must have heard me. She said, "I can't talk anymore," and put the phone down.
And then?
I went into the room and asked how she was, and she said fine, apart from a cold, and then she went into the office.
Was that the last time you saw her?
Oh, I came into the office to type something after the theatre. I saw her working when I was going on my way to the lift. Or just a glimpse through the office door. I said good night. I didn't like to disturb her.
What time?
After 3, I think. Everyone else had gone.
Well, thank you for telling me all this. You were right to. Later on, I'd like to take a look at your flat, if I may.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. If you see the darkroom boy around, will you send him in, please? I want to talk to him as soon as I can.
Yeah, I made some more tea for Miss Pankhurst. Rang me up and asked she did while I was reducing a print for Mr. Ely.
What time?
About 11:30.
And you took it in?
No, Mr. Ely was mad at me for leaving me work to make it at all.
Reducing a print, eh? What is that?
Making the print lighter.
How do you do that?
You rub the dark part with cyanide.
Yeah. How much was in the bottle when you used it?
Oh, more than half full.
And who has the key for the cyanide cupboard?
Well, last night was collection, see, so Mr. Ely had it. Well, that's to say the cupboards was all open and I took what I wanted.
And Mr. Healy didn't lock them up when he left?
I don't know. He sent me home at midnight.
Oh, I see. Thank you, Ernie. Where'll you be if I want to see you again later?
In the dark room. Worse luck. Cheery, bye.
How well did you know the dead girl, Miss Masters?
Oh, very well. We were very friendly.
Both you and your husband?
Both of us. Especially Michael, of course.
Why, of course.
Inspector, I know that all sorts of silly rumors were going round about Helen and my husband. Some of them may have reached you. Have they? Well, anyway, they're not true. They used to dine together occasionally. Or maybe there was a mild flirtation. But if so, it couldn't have mattered less to any of us. My marriage is perfectly happy. Helen was my friend.
Well, since you knew her so well, can you tell me anything about her other friends?
Well, no. I don't think she had any outside the office. Patrick's adored her for years, of course. And Alwyn had a sort of schoolgirl crush on her.
They were a strangely assorted pair to share a flat.
Oh, that was only because Helen was so good-natured. When Alwyn came to Style a year ago, she had nowhere to live, and Helen put her up. It was only meant to be temporary. But Alwyn begged to stay on, and Helen got rather stuck with the arrangement.
Did you ever think that Helen might have killed herself?
What?
Suicide. Had you thought of suicide?
Frankly, no. I suppose it is possible.
Why?
Well, people commit suicide for the oddest reasons. If you say she did...
I said nothing of the sort. I asked for your opinion.
But how could I know?
Well, you were such great friends.
She never said anything.
I've been told she seemed unhappy lately.
Well, she seemed tired, perhaps.
You don't think her friendship with your husband went deeper than you realized?
Yes, perhaps it did. But the more I think about it, the more likely it seems. Of course, it wasn't Michael's fault. He probably didn't even guess how she felt about him. But I'm sure that must have been the trouble. Yes, Inspector, I'm sure that's how it happened.
You are?
Yes. Now I think of it that way, it all seems to fit.
No, that blasted cheetah's no good down there. No point in having a wild animal in the shot unless we can see it. Ernie, make the bloody thing get up and prowl towards the camera.
Oh, I don't like to, Mr.
Oh,
Ely.
Go on, Poppet. Walkies.
Yep, there, that's marvellous. Hold that. Little smile, Veronica. Head to the left. That's it. Wonderful. Yeah. Now kick the beast again.
Oh, I didn't kick him, just sort of prodded gently. Push, push. No, it's no good now. He's gone to sleep.
Oh, never mind. Leave it alone for the moment. At least it's quiet and I've got to reload. Ernie, reload.
Okay.
Ah, there you are, last. For God's sake, do something with this animal of yours.
Of mine?
For the next reel, I want it standing up. Can it rear on its hind legs?
I'm afraid I...
Oh, here she is. Here, I've been looking everywhere. Do you know there's a policeman downstairs? Well, how's my beauty, then? Here, I hope she's been a good girl. She's been a bit fractious lately, constipated. Off her food, you know.
Oh, she's been as good as gold, haven't you, Poppet?
Oh, I wouldn't tickle her ears, miss.
Right, let's get on. Veronica, darling, more to the left a bit. Fine. Now, I want the cheetah up on its hind legs like a heraldic beast, looking out left.
Here, I say, that's asking a bit much.
I always ask a bit much, and I usually get it.
Yeah, well, perhaps if I stood on that ladder holding a bone up...
I don't give a damn what you do, so long as you're not in the picture.
Yeah, well, I've got a bone. Here, no, Beauty, not yet. Here, is this ladder all right?
As safe as houses.
Yeah. This high enough? High up, Beauty.
Yeah, that's fine. Take the train of the dress sweeping out of the frame on the right. Yeah, fine, thank you. Splendid. Hold it, everybody.
Come on, hurry up.
Yeah, that's splendid. Lovely. Yeah, we got some winners here. Fine. Right, everyone. 5 minutes break.
Can I have a word with you, Mr. Healy?
If it's about the cheetah, go and talk to Miss Field. She booked it.
No, it isn't. I'm from Scotland Yard.
Oh, good God. About Helen?
Yes.
Look, I can't see you now. I'm in the middle of a sitting.
You've got 5 minutes, and this is urgent. I want to know the truth about your relationship with Miss Pankhurst.
Is this an official interview?
It's official, yes. I'm not taking down what you say, if that's what you mean.
I see. Well, what do you want to know?
I've told you.
I can only say that anything you may have heard was exaggerated. We were good friends, nothing more.
You knew, of course, that she was pregnant.
What did you say?
She was pregnant.
She can't have been.
She was.
God, I suppose it was possible, but I never thought... God, how awful.
I gather she hadn't told you.
No, she hadn't. Poor darling Helen.
You still deny that you were lovers?
Huh? Oh, doesn't seem much point in denying it now, does there?
Good. Now, is it true that recently you had been trying to break off the relationship?
There was nothing to... Well, I mean, she must have taken it more seriously than I did.
It wasn't important in your life?
Well, no.
I gather you went home last night, leaving the poison cupboard unlocked.
Yes, I suppose I did. I still got the key in my pocket, as a matter of fact.
Pretty careless, wasn't it?
No, you don't know what this place is like on collection nights.
Mm-hmm. When did you last see this bottle of cyanide?
I didn't see it, not consciously. I didn't use it myself.
Transferred phone call for Inspector Tibbet. Dr. Broughton.
Oh, thank you. Can I...
Yeah, take it by all means. The phone's in the office on the right. I've got to get back to work anyway.
I'm really not, darling.
Oh, why did it bloody well have to rain today? That dress needs open air and a duck pond.
Well,
Ernie, can you find a young calf and a 5-bar gate?
Hello. That you, Doctor?
Yes, I've got a bit more news for you.
What do you have?
Definitely cyanide and definitely administered in the tea. Time of death between 4 and 5:30 a.m. Body aged about 33.
Don't prolong the agony. I already know.
Know what?
That she was pregnant.
Pregnant? Don't be a damn fool. The woman was a virgin.
It was very kind of you to ask me to lunch, Mr. Goring.
My dear Inspector, pleasure. Not a bad burgundy, is it?
Excellent. You're being very abstemious.
Yes, I usually am, but I trust that won't deter you. Now, you must tell me how I can help you over this shocking business.
Tell me about Helen.
Well, she came to us as a secretary nearly 10 years ago. Marjorie French noticed her and suggested she be promoted to the executive staff. I interviewed Helen and was very impressed. She was an exceptional girl. She became editorial assistant, then sub-editor, and then assistant editor. Had she lived?
Yes, Mr. Goring.
Well, this is very much in confidence, Inspector. But had she lived, she might have become editor when Marjorie retired. As it is, Teresa Masters will get the job.
Is Miss French retiring too?
Well, again, in confidence, she is a sick woman. Her doctors have ordered her to stop work within the next 2 months. Of course, the question of her successor has been under discussion for some time. You see, I believe in promotion from within. So the choice of her successor lay between Helen and Teresa. Marjorie favored Teresa. I thought she was wrong. From that point of view, Helen's death was a great personal tragedy for me.
I'd been told she was emotionally involved with another member of the staff.
If so, that wasn't my business.
Godfrey, my dear, whatever is all this? Oh, I beg your pardon.
Hello, Nicholas.
I've just seen the paper. I'm shattered. Utterly shattered.
Inspector, may I introduce Mr. Knight? Nicholas, this is Chief Inspector Tibbett of Scotland Yard.
Oh. I'm delighted to meet you.
Mr. Knight is one of our most brilliant young dress-designers.
I've heard all about you, Mr. Knight.
About me? Nice things, I hope.
You were at Mr. Goring's house last night, weren't you?
Was I? Yes, of course I was. It's a lovely, lovely party, Godfrey.
Yes.
It's just too terrible to think that we... I must go. Nose to the grindstone, you know. Goodbye, Inspector.
Mr. Knight.
Yes?
I'd like to have a chat with you sometime. Perhaps you could come to the style office this afternoon.
No. Come to my salon. I'm terribly busy, you do understand.
Of course. Where?
It's this building, first floor. Anyone will tell you. Goodbye. Goodbye, Godfrey.
Goodbye,
Mr. Knight.
A most talented young man, Inspector. Don't be put off by his somewhat flamboyant manner. People in his business tend to adopt extravagant attitudes. He's a very shrewd businessman, lady.
Forgive me, but has he been involved in some sort of scandal lately?
Certainly not.
Oh, well. I must have been confusing him with somebody else. I know very little about the fashion world.
It's a very strange world. Very unusual people, I'm afraid.
Yes?
Hello, darling.
Lorna, what on earth are you doing here?
Well, I had to come. I heard...
This is Inspector Tibbett of Scotland Yard. Inspector, my wife.
How do you do, Mrs. Goring?
Better sit down. Have you eaten?
Of course not. Pierre, I'll have some smoked salmon and chicken supreme with some chablis. You know, the one I like. Now, darling, tell me all about it. Who was she? One of the walking sticks?
Lorna.
I always say the style girls look exactly like walking sticks. Straight suits, ramrod backbones, and lacquered hair. I can't tell one from the other.
Helen Pankhurst is dead.
Oh. Is that the dark one with the big nose?
Yes.
But what happened? The papers
Look,
said...
Inspector Tibbett and I have to get back to work now. Are you staying in town tonight?
Well, it seems a sensible thing to do.
Very well. I'll see you at home this evening.
Well, I'll come and pick you up at the office.
No, there's a police investigation going on. Don't be an idiot, darling. I'll tell you all about it later. Inspector, you coming?
Goodbye, Mrs. Goring.
Goodbye, Inspector. See you later, darling.
If my wife should come to the office this afternoon, visitors are not allowed, are they?
If your wife wishes to come in, Mr. Goring, I'm sure...
No. I'd rather she was not allowed in.
There you are. I'll tell the sergeant.
Thank you. Thank you, Inspector.
Thank you very much, Miss Field. A very clear and concise account, if I may say so.
Thank you, Inspector. Is there anything else?
Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to talk about your suitcase.
My suitcase? What about it?
You left it in Miss Pankhurst's office, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, what was in it?
Haven't you searched it? Just things from Paris, clothes and so on.
Can you think of any reason why someone should want to ransack your suitcase?
What? What do you mean?
Well, I think you'd better see for yourself.
Is Helen...
No, it's all right. There's nothing there except... well, we'll see. Come in, Miss Field.
Why, my things. How dare he?
He?
Well, must have been a man, mustn't it?
Not necessarily. Now, I want you to check up and see if there's anything missing. Anything at all.
What about fingerprints?
Oh, don't worry, that's already been attended to. You can go ahead.
Everything seems to be here, Inspector. Can I take the case away?
Certainly. Not very secure, is it?
The lock's weak, and I've packed it too full, I'm afraid. It's liable to burst open. I think it'll stay put now.
Miss Field, would anyone else have had an opportunity of putting something into your case in Paris without you knowing?
Oh, yes. On these trips, we use our hotel rooms as offices. Everyone keeps wandering in with queries, especially to my room. And there's one person who was there practically all the time I was packing.
Oh, who?
That model girl, Veronica Spence.
Terribly sorry to have kept you waiting, Inspector. I'm desperately busy, as you can see.
I don't suppose you can tell me very much, Mr. Knight, but as an interested outsider, your opinion might be valuable.
Anything I can do.
Yes. Did you know Helen Pankhurst?
Oh, hardly at all. I know the fashion staff of Style intimately, of course, Teresa and the others, but Helen's was an office job.
I'm trying to get at a true picture of the relationships between the people involved.
What do you mean?
Miss Pankhurst's relationships with her colleagues.
Oh, well, I'll tell you all I can. Of course, you realize the fashion world is a curious one.
So everyone keeps on telling me.
Well, it isn't that people aren't what they seem exactly. It's more that they exaggerate what they are to the point of absurdity.
I had noticed.
Well, I mean, take Patrick, for instance. He's an utter fraud. He's just an ordinary, pig-headed Irishman. But he's been forced to turn himself into a character. And take Teresa and Michael. What sort of marriage is that?
Well, what sort is it?
A farce. Teresa has the money, of course, but she's solid boned from the neck up. Michael's always had all sorts of other interests.
What do you mean?
Oh, this and that. One hears rumours.
What rumours?
Well, it was all pretty vague. He has nothing in common with Teresa, never had.
I see. Tell me about the party.
Party? What party?
I understand Mr. Goring asked a number of people back for a drink last night.
Oh, that. Yes, he did. I've been working late up here, and about midnight I went down to the pub underneath for a nightcap.
By the pub underneath, you mean the Orangery?
Yes. It's useful if one lives here.
Pretty pricey pub. Anyway, at the Orangery, you met Mr. Goring.
Well, he just finished dinner with Horace Barry. Both in crashingly good form, I regret to say.
What does that mean?
Oh, Godfrey was doing his hearty one of the boys act. Must be hell on tonic water. I imagine they just clinched a business deal. I was utterly exhausted. I couldn't stand it.
Then why did you accept Mr. Goring's invitation?
Well, I mean, it wouldn't do for me to be bad friends with Style. You do see that, don't you?
Yes, I see it. So you and Mr. Barry drove onto Brunton Square while Mr. Goring picked the others up. Was Mrs. Goring there?
Lorna? No. She was at their place in the country. There's another clever fellow who married money.
Indeed?
Yes. She was Lorna Vincent. You know, the actress.
Ah, I thought I knew her face. She's a very beautiful woman.
Her clothes are hell, though, aren't they?
Tell me, did any of the Style people strike you as being upset or nervous?
No, Patrick was as rude as ever, thoroughly offensive. Teresa was a bit quiet, and poor Marjorie looked positively ill, I thought.
What about Miss Field?
Who's she?
Miss French's secretary. You gave her a lift home.
Oh, Siren of Surbiton. What about her?
Well, did she seem to be just as usual?
She could hardly have been more usual, poor dear. I don't really know. I never met her before.
So, you dropped Miss Field and Mr. Barry and then came back here. Did you notice any comings or goings when you got back? Huh? Anything out of the way happening opposite?
Well, there was a girl coming out of the Style offices in a terrible orange dress and a white stole. Odd-looking creature in spectacles.
Oh, that'd be Miss Piper, huh? The features editor. Anyone else?
Well, I caught a glimpse of Helen through the window, typing away.
I see. Well, thank you very much. Can you tell me where I could contact Mr. Barry? You know him well, I believe.
I work for him.
Oh, and I thought... you design on a pretty high level.
And he makes mass-produced clothes to sell in Wigan. Oh, you don't understand, Inspector. That's where the money is these days, in the mass market. 5,000 dresses at 10 guineas are worth more than one dress at 100 guineas. The point of my salon here is simply to get my name known.
I see.
No, I was lucky. A friend produced enough money for me to start up here. I really knew I'd arrive when Barry asked me to design his wholesale collection. You see, I have, a flair, if you like, for translating Paris designs for my customers. Barry himself's vulgar and boring, but he knows the business.
Where do I find him?
286 Pope Street.
Were you in Paris last week, Bellamy?
Certainly not. I never go to Paris. Everyone knows I was here the entire week.
There's no need to get so excited. You said you translated some of the designs, so...
I have an eye. I look at the photographs and I can see the cut. I can see the seaming. I don't need a toile.
Toile? What's a toile?
It's the model made and cut exactly as the original, but in cheap cotton.
Oh.
Manufacturers buy them in Paris, and very dear they are, too.
So you make Paris copies without buying toiles?
Well, there's no law against it. I work from photographs.
That must save you a lot of money. Well, thank you, Mr. Knight. This has been most interesting.
Oh, come in, Inspector.
Thank you, Miss Piper. I hope this isn't too inconvenient.
I have to leave at 2, I'm afraid. I've got to change for the theatre, but you said only half an hour.
Yes, that's right. Which was Miss Pankhurst's room?
In here.
I see. Very austere.
Oh, Helen hated fuss.
Oh, what's this letter?
What? Oh, she must have left it in the middle. It's funny, I don't remember noticing it before.
I think I've got hold of the right stuff at last. It's not quite the same as one finds in Paris, but I've asked Teresa to bring me back a sample so that we can compare them. I've practically made up my mind about the blue jersey dress. Nothing very personal here.
Helen lived for her work. Till Michael.
So it seems. Well, I'll keep this. I haven't got a sample of Miss Pankhurst's handwriting. Did she receive many letters?
I don't know.
But surely...
Well, Helen always got up first in the morning. Well, it was a routine that she collected the post and read her letters in the kitchen while coffee was brewing, and anything that didn't need answering she put in the incinerator straight away. What's that?
A ticket. The return half of a rail ticket, tucked in the blotter. The 17th of last month. Now, that was Saturday. I wonder, did Helen have a doctor in Hindhurst?
No, she had the same doctor as me. Dr. Markham in Onslow Street. The 17th. Well, I can't remember the 17th, but I may have gone home for the weekend. I often do. Look, Inspector, is it all right for me to pack up Helen's clothes and so forth after you've been through them? They're like ghosts.
Yes, I understand. Well, I see no objection.
Good. Well, forgive me if I leave you to look round on your own now. I must change.
Please, Chief Inspector, please sit down. You come about the murder at Style, no?
Yes, Mr. Barry. I'm sorry to have to trouble you.
Oh, no trouble, Inspector. No trouble in the smallest.
Oh, obviously you've heard what happened.
Well, I've read the papers.
Miss Pankhurst was poisoned. Well, I've come to see you because you dined with Mr. Goring on Tuesday evening and went to his house afterwards. I thought you might be able to give me your impression of the people who were there. You know the staff at Style fairly well, I presume?
Oh, some of them. Miss French, great lady, great power. She does me honor to come twice a year to my big collections. Miss Masters, too. She knows fashion, but not always do we agree. Your taste is for the readers of Style, I tell her. Very good. But me, I have to sell also to those whose taste is otherwise. But wait till she sees my new Nicholas Knight range. Oh.
This party on Tuesday night, you all went back with Mr. Goring. What happened then?
Now, let me see. There was a lady there I'd not met before, a Miss Field. I felt sorry for her because she's, how you say, out of her ambience. So I speak to her about cats, of which we are both very fond.
I see. You enjoyed the party?
No, I did not. Such rudeness. Patrick Walsh and Michael Healy. That young man should keep to his camera. With it, he's a genius, but does that give him the right to insult me?
Did anyone mention Miss Pankhurst?
I don't remember. We didn't stay very long.
Why?
Because Walsh and Healy, they call me vulgar. I put good money in their pockets. What for they complain? So, I go and speak of cats to poor little Miss Field.
You left early, I gather.
I did. I was happy when Nicholas suggested and Miss Field. When she go and collect her things, this man Walsh come up and insult Nicholas.
How did he insult him?
He say, you think you get the support of style, you little... He use a very bad word, Inspector.
Yeah. Then what?
He say, I can tell you, some of us don't like what you do. Me and Helen, we know about you, and we're after you, you and your friend.
What was Knight's reaction?
Well, poor boy, he was without words. Such untruth. Then Miss Field come back, and we go.
I see. How well do you know Mr. Goring?
For business. We respect each other.
Do you know his wife?
The beautiful Lorna. Yeah, I meet her when I spend the weekend at their country house.
At Hindhurst?
Hindhurst? I don't know. It's at Virginia Water.
Oh, stupid of me. Yes, I was mixing him up with someone else. Mrs. Goring is a very striking woman, isn't she?
She's a spitfire. Oh, she leads him a dance, but he's crazy for her and he's happy. Perhaps it's good for a man who's a god in his business to be only a puppy dog in his home.
Inspector Tibbet. Please come in. Is this an official visit or a friendly call?
Both, I hope, Mrs. Goring.
Mind your head on that beam. Quiet, Poopsie, you lazy bitch. Sit down and have a drink. What would you like? Just shut the dogs off. They're used to it.
Tea, if it's not too much trouble.
No trouble at all. I'll get it.
Could you leave it a little while? I'd like to talk to you for a moment or two first.
Of course. I'm tremendously pleased to see you, Inspector, but I don't see how I can possibly help you. I haven't been to London for months. Well, except yesterday, of course, when I met you.
I envy you. It must be pleasant for your husband, too, to get away from town.
Oh, Godfrey hates the country. He lives in the London flat and only comes down at weekends. His work keeps him in town, of course.
A lot of people commute every day from here, don't they?
Oh, Godfrey doesn't.
Mrs. Goring, how well did you know Helen Pankhurst?
Oh, I don't know any of them except to look at. Godfrey doesn't approve of wives who butt into their husbands' business lives, and neither do I.
Isn't it lonely for you here?
Oh, I've got my Mrs. Adams. She cleans every morning, and the dogs.
And neighbors?
Oh, awful people, rich and respectable. However, they have their uses. I was at a ghastly bridge party on Tuesday, so I've got an alibi.
Where?
At the Petersons. They're about 3 miles away. Here's the address.
Thank you. Do you know Hindhurst at all, Mrs. Goring?
No, it's the other end of the county. Why do you ask that?
I thought you might be able to help me. It seems Miss Pankhurst may have consulted a doctor there. And as it's in Surrey, I thought perhaps it was someone you and your husband recommended to her.
No, I'm afraid not. Our doctor's in Harley Street. Was Helen ill?
Apparently not, which makes it interesting. Oh, well, it's only a vague hope. I'd love that cup of tea.
You haven't asked me much.
I've asked all I want to, and you've been very helpful.
Goodness, I've told you nothing.
Exactly. You hardly knew Helen, and you haven't been to London in months, so there's nothing more to be said.
I suppose not. By the way, if you do locate that doctor...
Yeah?
I've a friend who just moved to Hindhurst. Funnily enough, she rang me only last week to ask if I knew a good family doctor in that part of the world. So perhaps, if you find him... I mean, if Helen went to him, he must be reliable.
Certainly. I'll tell your husband.
Oh, no. He'll never remember. Ring me. I'm in the book.
Very well. I'll do that.
Thank you. Now, I'll get that tea.
Oh, come in then, me boy. Come on in.
It was good of you to see me at this hour of the night, Mr. Walsh.
You didn't give me much choice. Well, come on, in here. This is my studio. It's everything, in fact. Not much more to the flat. Well, sit down if you can find a chair.
Well, this is a beautiful room.
It's a workroom. Have a drink.
Thank you. I will.
Can't offer you a choice. You can have Irish whiskey and like it. Oh. Here you are.
Thank you.
Well,
Helen telephoned you the night before she died, didn't she?
what if she did? Any law against it?
Why didn't you tell me?
Well, you didn't ask.
What did you say?
Nothing much, just a friendly call.
Just listen to this. The doctor says it's quite definite. I don't know what I'm going to do. He'll never leave her. You know that. I honestly wish I were dead.
Damn fool, Alwyn.
Miss Piper told me what she'd overheard, very properly.
I don't suppose that one's ever done anything that wasn't very proper. That's her trouble.
I think she told me the truth, did she?
I don't believe Helen was murdered. I think the darling girl took her own life because she had troubles. Now, if that's so, there's no point in telling you what those troubles were. Now, if she was murdered, they had nothing to do with it. You should look in other directions.
Such as?
Oh, that's your job.
Mr. Walsh, can't you understand that I'm trying to get at the truth? So long as you go on making such a mystery of Helen's private life, I have to investigate it, in case it has a bearing on her death. If it hasn't, anything you tell me will go no further.
If only I could believe you.
You must believe me.
All right, I'll tell you all I know. It's precious little.
Well, it may be what we need.
Helen was in love.
With whom?
Oh, she never told me, and I didn't ask. She simply told me the situation, and a hell of a situation it was. The man had a wife he was tied to, not only by loyalty, but for social and business reasons. He told Helen that when he was in a position to, he'd get a divorce. God knows when that would be. Meanwhile, they kept it quiet.
I see. Not very pleasant for Helen.
Well, that's not all. A few months ago, she got very worried about the man's health. She was a doctor's daughter and knew a bit about such things. So she persuaded him to come with her to a doctor for a checkup.
Did his wife know?
Oh, no. Helen told the doctor the man, well, let's call him X, was her husband. He agreed privately he'd let her know the results of the tests and keep any really bad news from X.
Mm-hmm. And the results came through the day she died?
Yes, incurable cancer. He has a year to live. I presume he still doesn't know.
I see. And when she rang you...
Well, she was in despair. There was only a year left, and she wanted to spend it with him. But he would never leave his wife unless he knew the truth. And Helen was determined to spare him that.
Do you really not know who he is?
I don't.
Why didn't you want me to find out about Helen and Michael Healy?
You're trying to trap me.
No, I'm asking a question. Everybody else rushed to tell me about Helen and Michael. Everyone except you.
That blasted Alwyn.
Not only Alwyn, Miss French, Mr. Goring, and even Miss Masters. And Michael Healy didn't deny it.
Oh, well. Now she's dead.
Is the man Michael Healy?
Well, she never told me. Oh, I know there was talk. It may have been right or it may have been wrong.
One other little point. You have a key to the style building, haven't you?
Yeah, what of it?
Nothing, I just wanted to check. Do you often work late?
Not me. I'm too smart and too old. I have me work, you see. Do you imagine I enjoy doing layouts for a fashion magazine when I ought to be painting?
Yes, I'm sure you do.
Yes, you're right, of course. I love it or I wouldn't do it. But it's not me real work. Oh, no. I'm a prostitute. That's what it comes to. A poor, bloody tart plying me trade in Earl Street. The only consolation is that the prices are high.
I'm sure they are. Are you married yourself, Mr. Walsh?
Certainly not.
Have you ever been? I can look it up, you know, at Somerset House.
Now, you wouldn't want to make trouble for an innocent man that might have been foolish in his youth.
Well, that depends on whether it has any bearing on the case.
None in the world.
Well, come on, tell me.
I was 21, she was 19. I was an art student, and she was reading for a degree in literature. We ran away and got married. We hadn't two pennies to rub together. Oh, the first year was fine. Then there was trouble. She was as ambitious as the devil. Wanted a great career for herself and me. I wanted to live in a garret and paint. The rows got worse, and after 3 years, she up and left me. It was very long ago.
Did you get a divorce?
Of course not. We're both Catholics.
And when did you meet her again?
What the hell are you getting?
If you'd really lost touch, You'd have made no bones about telling me about the marriage. I think your wife is Marjorie French, the distinguished editor of Style.
For God's sake, keep it quiet.
Why?
You wouldn't understand.
Mr. Walsh, how long has your wife been at Style?
35 years.
And you?
3 years.
She got you the job.
Look, if you think Marjorie would employ anyone unless you consider them right person for the job, you're making
And
a...
what did you do in those other 32 years?
Paint it.
Successfully?
No.
You must have been very glad of the job.
Get out. Get out and stay out. And keep your bloody mouth shut or I'll break your neck.
I'm afraid it's my job to be inquisitive. I don't enjoy it, and I am discreet. Thanks for the whiskey. I'll let myself out.
You wanted to see me, Inspector?
Yes, Miss French. I want your help again.
Anything I can do?
I've been told, until I'm tired of hearing it, that Helen was having an affair with Michael Healy. You were the first person to draw my attention to it.
Yes.
Why?
Because I thought it would help you in your inquiries. That's the right phrase, isn't it?
I don't think you told me the truth.
Why on earth should I lie?
I didn't mean that you lied. You kept something back. You didn't tell me that Michael Healy is dying.
What? I have no idea where you got hold of that story, Inspector. It's absolute nonsense.
Helen told Mr. Walsh about this the night before she died.
She told Patrick. What did she tell Patrick?
That the man she loved was dying of cancer. And he didn't know, and neither did his wife.
No.
Miss French, you all right? I'll get you some water.
Yes, please. Some water. Thank you. I'm afraid I get these silly fainting fits occasionally. It's nothing to worry about. To go back to what we were saying.
Yes?
This story is nonsense. Please don't spread it. Patrick is a wild Irishman and he loves to spin a tale. I know him very well.
You should. 32 years is a long time.
Oh. You know about that. I do hope you'll be discreet, Inspector.
I'm always as discreet as I can be. Why do you want it kept secret?
Mr. Goring is against employing husbands and wives. It's company policy.
What about...
Teresa and Michael, that's a very special case. Godfrey isn't really happy about it. I had to fight hard to get Michael. So, when I met Patrick again, I knew that although he was just the person for art editor, I could never go to Mr. Goring and propose my husband for the job. So we agreed to let the past remain dead for the time being.
For the time being? What do you mean?
I'm very fond of Patrick. This is a great secret, Inspector, but when I retire, Patrick and I are going to live together again. As far as the outside world's concerned, we'll get married. They need never know we've been married all along.
I see. I take it Mr. Walsh is enthusiastic about the idea, too.
Of course.
But, Nicholas, I am always frank with you. So why are you not frank with me?
I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about. You've been listening to gossip. Well, even Godfrey's been hinting.
Gossip? Hinting? No. I just keep my eyes and ears open.
Who talked to you? Who told you those wicked lies?
Nobody tell me. Read this.
Well, that's an American magazine. Nothing to do with London.
Now, you just listen to this, my friend. Are Paris designs being pirated? That is the big question raised by persistent rumors that some wholesalers produce accurate copies of Paris models without having bought the toile and before the official release date for photographs.
Here, let me see. Yes, but they say it's impossible, so why worry?
Because I know it is not impossible.
What do you mean? Do you mean I've been pirating?
Not so loud, not so loud. That detective over there must not hear you.
No. No, he mustn't. Not that I've got anything to hide.
Hello, Uncle Henry. Oh, sorry I'm late. I've been sleuthing for you. Oh, I've had such a hell of a morning with that awful little creature, Nicholas.
Veronica.
There's something fishy going on, and I'm going to find out what.
Veronica, for God's sake, keep your voice down. Nicholas Knight is sitting over there.
Is he? Where? Oh, yes, I see.
Order your lunch. Eat it. Shut up.
Well, it's all right. They're going. Now, what I wanted to say was...
Look, Veronica, I want you to stay out of this. I found out things that make it, well, obvious that it's dangerous.
Ooh.
I'm asking you to stop this ridiculous amateur detection, and I'd prefer it if you had nothing to do with Nicholas Knight's show.
Oh, but all the clothes have been fitted on me now. I couldn't let him down. It wouldn't be professional.
Well, all right. I'll have as little to do with all these people as possible. Do you know that Rachel Field thinks that you got at her suitcase in Paris?
Me? Oh, how ridiculous.
Did someone ask you to slip anything into her case? Anything, however innocent?
No, I never went near the wretched case.
Could anyone else have got at it?
Oh, I don't think so. I was in her room all the time she was packing. Honestly, I wouldn't have dared touch anything. She's so fussy. Everything all neatly done up in tissue paper. I just fling things in.
And whoever searched the case must have drawn a blank. Well, what is all this nonsense about finding out something important?
Oh, nothing. Very vague. Anyhow, you said not to talk about it here.
Yeah. Well, come and see your aunt and me tomorrow. Come and have lunch and we'll talk it over.
Oh, I'm sorry, Uncle Henry, I can't. I'm going to stay with the Blakes for the weekend. You know, Nancy's parents, the girl I share the flat with.
Oh. Well, come around for a drink tonight.
Oh, I can't. I'm going to the pictures with Donald Mackay. Oh, I do hope they've got steak and kidney pie here. I adore steak and kidney pie, and I'm ravenous.
Great tragedy. Great tragedy, Inspector. Such a charming woman, and so young.
Yes, indeed. She seems to have been a brilliant girl, too.
But which of us can blame her? If she saw fit to take her own life...
What makes you say that, Dr. Markham?
Well, Inspector, I presume the post-mortem revealed her state of health.
You were her doctor. That's why I'm here. What was her state of health?
I imagine she was suffering from cancer.
You imagine?
Well, I'd better explain. Miss Pankhurst very seldom came to me for treatment, but I saw her 2 months ago. She wouldn't let me examine her. She was very distressed. She asked me for the name of the best cancer specialist in London.
For herself?
Well, she maintained it was for a friend. That's a very usual reception. All I could do was give her the name and let her go.
What specialist did you send her to?
Well, I'm not sure whether I should tell you, but in the circumstances, I suppose... Yes, Sir James Braithwaite of Wimpole Street.
My dear Inspector, what can I do for you? I trust your visit has no sinister significance?
Sir James, have you read in the press about the death of Miss Helen Pankhurst?
I'm afraid I limit my reading to the international situation in the book reviews. Miss Pankhurst? Who was she?
The assistant editor of Style. Was she ever a patient of yours?
I think not, but we can check with the card index. No. No, I've never had a patient of that name.
She may have used an assumed name. This is a photograph. You recognize her?
Yes.
Who was she?
Mrs. Charles Dodgson. She was not my patient. Her husband was, and still is.
Oh. What was your diagnosis of his condition?
Well, really, Inspector, I hardly think that...
I'd better tell you that this is a murder investigation.
Murder? Oh, I thought you meant... No, that would have been out of character. She was a very brave woman.
Please, tell me your diagnosis.
Enoch particularly asked me to keep it from him. Let's see. Oh, of course, how stupid of me. His card isn't here. Mrs. Dodgson, when she telephoned, emphasized that her husband was only free to see me at weekends. She told me they could easily arrange to spend the weekend near my country house.
Where is it?
Just outside Hindhurst.
I see. And what did you tell Mr. Dodgson?
Well, I was pretty sure of my diagnosis from the beginning, but he came for an X-ray a fortnight later. I told him he probably had a stomach ulcer, and he went away quite happy.
And Tuesday of this week, the X-ray results came through?
Monday evening, actually.
Yeah. Sorry, you telephoned Mrs. Dodgson?
No, she rang me. She asked me not to telephone.
What reason did she give?
Well, in cases like this, there's always the danger of the wrong person answering the telephone. I asked her to come and see me. She did so on the Tuesday, and I told her the facts. She behaved splendidly. Inspector, am I to understand that she was not, in fact, Mrs. Dodgson?
You are.
Well, then, forgive me, but I'm concerned for my patient. Who will look after him?
He has a wife. Whether she will be as brave and sensible as Miss Pankhurst, I can't say. In due course, I'll send her to see you.
Good morning, Inspector. You're starting early for a Monday morning.
Miss Masters, I have a favour to ask you. Could you get me a ticket for Nicholas Knight's show tomorrow?
Well, yes, of course I can, but...
Good. Can you also tell me the release date for this season's Paris photograph?
27th of February. Hello? No, Nicholas, I've told you before, I haven't the slightest idea where she is. She should have been here at 10, and she simply didn't turn up. I've telephoned her at home, and Nancy didn't know either. I'll let you know if I hear anything. Right. Bye. One of our models has let us down.
Oh? Which one?
That wretched new girl, Veronica Spence.
Did you say her flatmate didn't know where she was?
No. Nancy hadn't a clue. She said Veronica had been staying with friends for the weekend. Inspector, what's the matter?
You don't know, of course. Veronica's my niece.
Oh, good heavens. Ghastly. Well, I do apologize.
Nancy doesn't know. She told me she was spending the weekend with Nancy.
But then where is she?
I'd very much like to know. I think I'd better have a word with Donald Mackay. Where is she? Where's Veronica?
I'm afraid I don't understand, sir.
Oh, yes, you do. Where is she?
Oh, isn't she home?
She's missing. When did you last see her?
Last Wednesday evening.
You're lying. She told me herself she was going out with you on Friday evening.
Well, we did have a date, but I had to cancel it. My mother was taken ill, and I had to leave early and go down to the country. She's better now. My mother, I mean.
Did Veronica tell you what she was doing at the weekend?
No, I didn't see her. I just telephoned to cancel the date.
Hello? Oh, yes, Nancy. What? Why did you say you didn't know? I see. Where is she now? Thank you, Nancy. Huh? What time is it handed in? Right. Hop in a taxi and bring that telegram straight round. Nancy Blake had second thoughts and decided to tell me the truth. Or what she imagined to be the truth.
Yes?
She said Veronica was at the White Hart in Porchester with you.
What? But, well, you can see for yourself she isn't.
Nancy said you'd arranged to go away together, and you called it off on Friday because your mother was ill.
Well, yes. I didn't think I need tell you that, because...
No. I shall have plenty to say to you later on, young man.
But it wasn't...
Now, for the moment, I want to ask you one thing. Did you send Veronica a wire saying that your mother was better and asking her to meet you at Waterloo 11 o'clock Saturday?
No, of course I didn't.
I was afraid not. Somebody did. And she went to Waterloo.
Oh, God, no.
Who else knew your mother was ill?
Well, everyone in the office.
And how many people knew about the weekend jaunt?
Most people, I'm afraid.
What do you mean?
Well, you know Veronica. She chatted about it a bit.
Oh, so everyone in the place except me knew that you and Veronica were off for what in my day used to be called a dirty weekend.
If you don't mind my saying so, sir, you're terribly old-fashioned.
That aspect of it can wait. The point is that you didn't go away together. So, Veronica was deliberately lured to Waterloo by a fake telegram from someone who knew all about your plans. Well, you can go now, but don't leave the building. I'll need you again. When all this panic started, I was having a talk to Miss Masters, and I want to finish it.
Well, Inspector, I fixed up the ticket for Nicholas's show. What else can I do for you?
Miss Masters, what happened to the small parcel Helen asked you to bring back from Paris?
Oh, good heavens, I've forgotten all about it. That shows how vague I am. You know what it was?
Yes.
I'm sorry I forgot. But it isn't important, is it? Silly little thing like that.
I think it cost Helen her life.
What?
Where is it now?
In my case, no.
No?
Now you mention it, it wasn't there when I unpacked. How weird.
Somebody took it.
Oh, surely not.
Was your case locked?
No.
And it was in the darkroom all night?
Yes. But you mean someone
Not stole, exactly. Someone was Helen.
Then where is it now?
My guess is it doesn't exist any longer.
I don't think I left it behind. I know who might remember.
Who?
Veronica. I was so rushed on the last day that she went out and bought the stuff for me. Perhaps she has it still.
Perhaps. But I hope to God you're wrong.
read all about it in the paper, Inspector, so I thought I must come and see you.
You're sure it was this girl you saw?
Yes, I noticed her because she was so pretty, even with that funny-coloured lipstick.
In the ladies' cloakroom at Waterloo, just after 11 on Saturday morning.
Yes, I know the time because I had to catch the 11:12.
Yeah. And what was the last you saw of her?
Well, we went into adjoining conveniences. When I came out, she was still in there.
Anything else?
Well, she looked very happy. I said to myself, that girl's going to meet some young man. I do hope you find her, Inspector. Such a lovely girl.
Is it the pretty one in the red coat you'll be meaning?
Yes, Mrs. O'Reilly. Yes, that's her. The ticket collector is sure that she never got on the Portchester train. When did she come in?
Oh, don't ask me. Middle of the morning, that's all I know.
Mm-hmm.
I took her penny and showed her in. She had a suitcase with her. She was as pretty as a picture. That'll be some model or film star, I thought.
Did you see her leave?
No, it's funny, but I didn't. Of course, it's a busy time Saturday with all the ladies tired from shopping. She must have slipped out while I was attending to some other lady.
Yes. Yes, I suppose she must have.
Inspector Tibbett, there's an urgent message for you. Could you get back to the yard right away?
What's it in aid of, Sergeant?
Well, it seems it's about this case. Young girl who's disappeared. There's some news.
What sort of news?
I don't know, sir. They wouldn't say on the phone.
See. Well, thank you, Mrs. O'Reilly.
Oh, you're welcome.
If you remember anything else, please get in touch with me.
I will.
Oh, rather macabre, isn't it? Not a very happy send-off for Nicholas's show.
What isn't?
Oh, I didn't see you. I just meant all this tragedy of Helen.
Oh, Helen. Is there any news of that missing model girl?
Not as far as we know.
Oh, a terrible nuisance. I've had to reorganize my show entirely, but entirely.
Well, if there is any news, we'll soon hear it. The inspector's coming over.
What? What's he doing here?
Didn't I tell you? He asked for a ticket.
Maybe he's developing an interest in haute couture. Good afternoon, Inspector.
Good afternoon. Look, this seems an odd time and place to choose, but I feel it's only fair to tell you all before the official announcement, as you are all involved in a way.
Is it bad news?
Yes.
Veronica?
Yes. She was found under a haystack near Hoxton in Essex. She'd been strangled.
Oh, my God.
Essex? Whatever was she doing there?
The spot she was found was only a few miles from the home of Donald Mackay's parents.
Donald?
Yes.
Didn't turn up at the office this morning. My God, a murdered little bastard.
Have you got him?
Not yet. He's disappeared.
And are we to assume he also killed Helen?
That would seem the inevitable conclusion, Mr. Healy.
But why?
I can't go into all that now. It'll come out of the trial.
Inspector, I think we should ask Mr. Knight to cancel his show.
Oh, no, Miss French. No, that would be grossly unfair, and Veronica certainly wouldn't have wanted it. Please, Mr. Knight, carry on as if this hadn't happened.
Number 74. Forget-me-not.
Well, what do you think of the show, Inspector?
Well, I know nothing about it, of course, but I was impressed on the whole. He's a clever young man.
Very. We're nearly at the end. Just one more model.
Another evening dress?
It'll be a wedding dress, I think.
Number 75. Sweet Mystery.
Oh, you are right. Now, this one is beautiful. Will we see the bride's face, or will she stay veiled?
I expect there'll be a dramatic gesture when she gets to the end of the catwalk. Veronica!
Oh, but she's dead! Don't come near me, she's dead!
I came to give you this, Miss Masters. It's what Helen asked you to bring from Paris.
Veronica!
Of course, Miss Field can tell you all about it. She told me when I helped her to pack.
Rachel! You lying, cheating bitch! Inspector, there's your murderess. She killed Helen.
Nicky, you fool. It's a trick to catch us.
Rachel Field and Nicholas Field, otherwise Nicholas Knight. I arrest you both for the willful murder of Helen Pankhurst. And I must warn you that...
Leave Nicky alone. It was me. It was me.
Well, I hope you two are thoroughly ashamed of yourselves.
Well, sir...
Ashamed, I like that. You'd never have caught them without us, and you know it. We were baffled, admits Chief Inspector Tibbet of Scotland Yard.
We were not baffled. I admit your ridiculous scheme came in useful, Veronica, but only when I took charge of it.
Well, you see, I didn't know who it was. I guessed how
I'd be grateful if you'd begin at the beginning, Inspector. I'm a little lost.
Well, I think I'd better, Miss French, but it's difficult to know where to begin. I suppose the right place is Helen's love affair with Mr. Goring.
Mr. Goring? But I thought it was Michael.
So did most people.
There was no affair in the ordinary sense of the word, Inspector. They loved each other and hoped to marry when the magazine was stable enough financially. That was all.
I know. Difficulties started, didn't they, when Alwyn started to share Helen's flat.
Yes, Godfrey was away in the States at the time, and the flat sharing was meant to be a very temporary arrangement, but Alwyn stayed on. So Michael and Teresa agreed that Helen should use them as an excuse when she was meeting Godfrey.
And then Alwyn saw Teresa at the theatre and jumped to the wrong conclusions.
Yes, they all talked it over and decided to let her go on, believing it was Michael.
Oh, poor Mr. Goring. What will happen to him now?
His wife loves him. I don't think she's been as much in the dark as everyone imagined. She tried to get out of me the name of Helen's doctor. I have a feeling that she'll nurse him devotedly as long as she can.
But then Helen's murder
It was nothing to do with her love affair. I first guessed when Veronica told me that Rachel Field was a meticulous packer who wrapped everything up in tissue paper.
Tissue paper? But what's
Exactly.
that?
When Helen was killed and Rachel's suitcase rifled, there were things scattered all over the office, but not a shred of tissue paper.
Huh?
Whoever went through the case had removed it. And Rachel herself never commented on its absence, so she was involved somehow. Then some writing appeared on a piece of paper that had been blank before.
Where?
In Helen's flat. An unfinished letter on her blotting pad. Invisible ink.
Yes, that's what Helen asked Teresa to bring back from Paris. She'd guessed how the designs were being pirated, and she and Godfrey wanted to check that it was possible.
Do you mean that the tissue paper
Yes.
was used...
On the tissue paper in Rachel's case were traced paper patterns of the pieces of a toile, with sewing instructions in invisible ink. Rachel had come home, unpack, and send the sheets to Nicholas Knight. We had only to hold them in front of a fire, and there were his Paris models.
I still don't understand, Inspector. Who stole the tissue paper from Rachel's case?
Its rightful owner.
What?
At Goring's party, Patrick had too much to drink. He said to Knight, whom he loathes, Helen and I know what you're up to, or words to that effect. Knight was rattled. He and Rachel had a talk, and they decided that she'd better go back and collect the case. Nothing sinister about that. She'd simply walk off with it.
Of course.
She let herself in with her own key. She got as far as Helen's office, looked in, and stopped dead in the shadows. Well, Helen probably hadn't even noticed, but Rachel's case had burst open and the tissue paper was sticking out, with the markings on it showing clearly in the heat of the fire that Helen had switched on.
Oh.
And on Helen's desk, a bottle of invisible ink from Paris, which Helen had taken from Teresa's case.
So Rachel went to the darkroom and got the cyanide?
Yes. She put it in Helen's thermos, wiped it clean of fingerprints, and slipped away. Then she saw Nicholas and told him what he must do. He must watch Helen from his flat window.
Watch her? Do you mean he could
Yes,
see?
he saw her die. He told me himself he could see Helen working. Once she was dead, on Rachel's instructions, he was to go to the office and remove the tissue paper and the invisible ink. He did exactly what he was told, but he was in such a panic, he never thought to leave everything looking normal. If he'd only repacked the case and shut it, he'd never have known.
Have they confessed?
They've filled in the details.
But why then? They're such an unlikely pair to work together.
Rachel was Nicholas's sister.
What? But they're not a bit alike.
Well, there is a resemblance, actually, once you know. Rachel financed him when he set up in business. They kept the brother-sister bit quiet because of Goring's attitude to relationships in business. I checked with Sunset House yesterday. In fact, I had got most of this when my idiot niece decided to take a hand.
Well, it was a very bright idea, I thought. I suspected Nicholas, but I knew he must have an accomplice because he never went to Paris. So I went round saying loudly I knew he was up to something, and then dramatically disappeared. And Donald was to watch Nicholas' place like a hawk until the accomplice turned up.
A sillier idea I've seldom heard.
Seems to have succeeded in deceiving a lot of people. But how did you do it?
Well, we were going to Portchester to disappear, but then Donald's mother got ill, so we thought up a much better plan. He went home on Friday, and I sent myself a telegram so I could show it to Nancy. Oh, I acted so suspiciously. I hope the man at the post office remembered me. I couldn't have done more if I'd stood on my head. Well, anyway, the telegram came, and I showed it to Nancy and went to Waterloo. And when I was safely locked in the loo there, I changed into my old blue suit and took off all my makeup and put on some Woolworth spectacles. Oh, and I let my hair down.
Yes, I'd guessed.
Why?
You left hairpins all over the place, and a face tissue covered with mascara, and that terrible brown lipstick. That plus the fact that everyone knows you're going in and no one knows you're coming out.
Yes, I know. I thought I'd been pretty clever. I simply took a tube to Liverpool Street and a train to Hoxton and had a lovely long weekend with Donald's parents, who are sweeties. I stayed down there on Monday. Well, then, you see, Miss French, it was all up because they saw the papers with pictures of me all over them. I had to tell them everything, and then they went and rang Uncle Henry at Scotland Yard, and he wasn't there.
I was collecting your hairpins from the ladies' lavatory at Waterloo Station.
Oh, good. Anyway, Uncle Henry came back and rang the Mackays and was absolutely furious. I thought the telephone was going to explode. Then the nice policeman from Chelmsford came and smuggled me out. We drove to London like a whirlwind, with me hidden on the floor under a rug and the siren going. It was fabulous. And then I got smuggled into the back of Nicholas Knight's place. Oh, that was rather awful because some people had to know, but not Nicholas. And the girls were dead scared.
I had a lot of helpers. Miss French was one.
Miss French, did you know?
No, I knew nothing. Your uncle asked me to bring Miss Field to the show. I had no idea why.
Oh.
Well, I must go, Inspector. I have a lot of work to do and no secretary. Oh, I'm glad it's finished now.
Tell me something. Was it necessary?
Necessary? What do you mean?
Well, how talented was Nicholas Knight?
Why, he's brilliant. Nicholas is a very gifted young man.
I think your first choice of tense was the right one. So he'd have got there in the end without any of this?
Probably. He just wanted a shortcut.
A shortcut? How many murders have been just that? Helen is dead. Knight's career finished. And none of it was necessary at all. Greed and folly. They'll always be with us, I suppose. I'd probably be out of a job if they weren't.
In Murder à la Mode, the novel by Patricia Moyes, adapted for radio by Betty Davis, Chief Inspector Tibbet was played by Rupert Davis. The rest of the cast was as follows. Helen Pankhurst, Margaret Wolfett. Teresa Masters, Monica Gray. Rachel Field, Barbara Bolton. Patrick Walsh, Barry Keegan. Marjorie French, Joan Matheson. Michael Healy, Michael Spice. Donald Mackay, Nigel Lambert. Alwyn Piper, Joe Manning Wilson. Godfrey Goring, John Bentley. Veronica Spence, Elizabeth Proud. Ernest, Brian Hewlett. Nicholas Knight, John Rye. Lorna Goring, Margot Johns. Horace Barry, John Gabriel. Dr. Markham, Godfrey Kenton. Sir James, Malcolm Hayes. Mrs. O'Reilly, Kathleen Helm. Fashion commentator, Jill Carey. The play was produced by Betty Davis.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Our star tonight is one of the most compelling actresses in America today, Miss Agnes Moorehead. Miss Moorehead returns to our stage to appear in a new study in terror by Lucille Fletcher, called Sorry, Wrong Number. This story of a woman who accidentally overheard a conversation with death and who strove frantically to prevent murder from claiming an innocent victim is tonight's tale of suspense. If you have been with us on these Tuesday nights, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation, and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so it is with Sorry, Wrong Number, and the performance of Agnes Moorehead. We again hope to keep you in suspense.
Oh, dear.
Your call, please.
Operator, I've been dialing Murray Hill 70093 now for the last 3/4 of an hour, and the line is always busy. I don't see how it could be busy that long. Will you try it for me, please?
I'll be glad to try that number for you. One moment, please.
I don't see how it could be busy all this time. It's my husband's office. He's working late tonight, and I'm all alone here in the house. My health is very poor, and I've been feeling so nervous all day.
Ringing Murray Hill 70093.
Hello?
Hello? Hello? Is Mr. Stevenson there?
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, hello, George.
Yes, sir. This is George speaking.
Hello? Who's this? What number am I calling, please?
I'm here with our client now. He says the coast is clear for tonight.
Yes, sir.
Where are you now?
In a phone booth. But don't worry. Everything's okay.
Very well. Now, you know the address. At 11 o'clock, the private patrolman goes around to the bar on 2nd Avenue for a beer. Be sure that all the lights downstairs are on, eh? There should be only one light visible from the street. At 11:15, a train crosses the bridge. It makes a noise in case her window is open and she should scream.
Oh, hello. What number is this, please?
Okay. I understand.
Now make it quick. As little blood as possible, eh? Our client does not wish to make us suffer long.
Will a knife be okay, sir?
Yeah, a knife will be okay. And do you remember the other detail?
Yeah, I know. Remove the rings and bracelets and the jewelry in the bureau drawer.
That's right. Our client wishes it to look like simple robbery.
Now, don't worry. Everything is going to be okay.
All right, then. Be sure that...
Oh, how awful. How unspeakably awful. Oh.
Your call, please.
Operator, I've just been cut off.
I'm sorry. What number were you calling?
Why, it was supposed to be Murray Hill 70093, but it wasn't. Some wires must have got crossed. I was cut into a wrong number, and I've just heard the most dreadful thing. Something about a murder. And, operator, you'll simply have to retrace that call at once.
I beg your pardon. May I help you?
Oh, I know it was a wrong number, and I had no business listening, but these two men, they were cold-blooded fiends, and they were going to murder somebody, some poor innocent woman who was all alone in a house near a bridge, and we've got to stop them. We've got to.
What number were you calling, please?
Well, that doesn't matter. This was a wrong number, and you dialed it for me, and we've got to find out what it was immediately.
What number did you call?
Oh, why are you so stupid? What time is it? Do you mean to tell me you can't find out what that number was just now?
I'll connect you with the chief operator.
Oh, I think it's perfectly shameful. Now, look, it was obviously a case of some little slip of the finger. I told you to try Murray Hill 70093 for me. You dialed it, but your finger must have slipped, and I was connected with some other number. And I could hear them, but they couldn't hear me. Now, I simply fail to see why you couldn't make that same mistake again on purpose, why you couldn't try to dial Murray Hill 70093 in the same sort of careless way.
Murray Hill 70093. I will try to get it for you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Murray Hill 70093 is busy. I will call you in 20...
Operator. Operator, will you answer me?
Your call, please.
Well, you didn't try to get that wrong number at all. I asked you explicitly, and all you did was dial correctly.
I'm sorry. What number are you calling?
Oh, can't you for once forget what number I'm calling and do something for me?
Now, I want to trace that call. It's my civic duty, it's your civic duty to trace that call and apprehend those dangerous killers. And if you won't...
I will connect you with the chief operator.
Please. Oh. Where's the answer?
This is the chief operator.
Oh, chief operator, I want you to trace a call, a telephone call immediately. I don't know where it came from or who was making it, but it's absolutely necessary that it be tracked down because it was about a murder that someone's planning. A terrible, cold-blooded murder of a poor, innocent woman. Tonight at 11:15.
I see.
Well, can you trace it for me? Can you track down those men?
I'm not certain. It depends.
Depends on what?
It depends on whether the call is still going on. If it's a live call, we can trace it on the equipment. If it's been disconnected, we can't.
Disconnected?
If the parties have stopped talking to each other.
Oh, but of course they must have stopped talking to each other by now. That was at least 5 minutes ago, and they didn't sound like the type who would make a long call.
Well, I can try tracing it. May I have your name, please?
Mrs. Stevenson. Mrs. Elbert Stevenson. Now, but listen...
And your telephone number, please.
Oh, Plaza 42295. But if you go on wasting all this time...
Why do you want the call traced, please?
Why? Well... Oh, no reason. No reason. I mean, I merely felt very strongly that something ought to be done about it. These men sounded like killers. They're dangerous. They're going to murder this woman at 11:15 tonight, and I thought the police ought to know.
Have you reported this to the police?
Well, no, not yet.
You want this call checked purely as a private individual?
Yes, but meanwhile...
I'm sorry, Mrs. Stevenson, but I'm afraid we couldn't make this check for you and trace the call just in your say-so as a private individual.
Well,
We'd have to do something more official.
Oh, for heaven's sake. You mean to tell me I can't report that there's going to be a murder without getting tied up in all this red tape? Why, it's perfectly idiotic. Well, all right. I'll call the police.
Thank you. I'm sure that would be the best way to...
Oh, it's ridiculous. It's perfectly ridiculous. All this red tape. Oh.
Your call, please.
The police department. Get me the police department, please.
Thank you. Ringing the police department.
Okay.
Police station, precinct 43, Sergeant Martin speaking.
Police department, this is Mrs. Stevenson, Mrs. Elbert Smythe Stevenson of 53 North Sutton Place. I'm calling up to report a murder. I mean, the murder hasn't been committed yet, but I just overheard plans for it over the telephone, over a wrong number that the operator gave me. I've been trying to trace down the call myself, but everybody is so stupid, and I guess in the end you're the only people who could do anything.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, it was a perfectly definite murder. I heard their plans distinctly. Two men were talking, and they were going to murder some woman at 11:15 tonight. She lived in a house near a bridge. Are you listening to me?
Yes, ma'am.
And there was a private patrolman on the street. He was going to go around for a beer on 2nd Avenue, and there was some third man, a client, who was paying to have this poor woman murdered. They were going to take her rings and bracelets and use a knife. Well, it's unnerved me dreadfully, and I'm not well.
I see. When was all this, ma'am?
Well, about 8 minutes ago. Oh, then you can do something. You do understand.
What is your name, ma'am?
Mrs. Stevenson, Mrs. Elbert Stevenson.
And your address?
53 North Sutton Place. 53 North Sutton Place. That's near a bridge, the Queensboro Bridge, you know, and we have a private patrolman on our street, and 2nd Avenue...
And what was the number you were calling?
Murray Hill 70093. But that wasn't the number I overheard. I mean, Murray Hill 70093 is my husband's office. He's working late tonight, and I was trying to reach him to ask him to come home. I'm an invalid, you know, and it's the maid's night off, and I hate to be alone, even though he says I'm perfectly safe as long as I have the telephone right beside my bed.
Well, we'll look into it, Mrs. Stevenson. And we'll see if we can check it with the telephone company.
But the telephone company said they couldn't check the call if the parties had stopped talking. I've already taken care of that.
Oh, you have?
Yes, and personally, I feel you ought to do something far more immediate and drastic than just check the call. What good does checking the call do if they stop talking? By the time you track it down, they'll already have committed the murder.
Well, we'll take care of it, don't you worry.
Well, I'd say the whole thing calls for a search, a complete and thorough search of the whole city. Now, I'm very near the bridge, and I'm not far from 2nd Avenue, and I know I'd feel a lot better if you sent around a radio car to this neighborhood at once.
And what makes you think the murder's going to be committed in your neighborhood, ma'am?
Oh, well, I don't know. Only the coincidence is so horrible. 2nd Avenue and patrolman and the bridge.
2nd Avenue is a very long street, ma'am.
I know it.
And you know how many bridges there are in the city of New York alone.
Oh.
Not to mention Brooklyn and Staten Island and Queens and the Bronx.
I know.
How do you know there isn't some little house out on Staten Island on some little 2nd Avenue you've never even heard about?
Oh.
How do you know they're even talking about New York at all?
But I heard the call on the New York dialing system.
Maybe it was a long-distance call you overheard. Telephones are funny things. Look, lady, why don't you look at it this way? Supposing you hadn't broken in on that telephone call. Supposing you'd got your husband the way you always do. You wouldn't be upset, would you?
No, I suppose not, only it sounded so inhuman, so cold-blooded.
Well, a lot of murders are plotted in this city every day, ma'am.
Well,
we manage to prevent most all of them, but a clue of this kind is so vague. Isn't much more use to us than no clue at all.
But surely you...
Unless, of course, you have some reason for thinking this call was phony, and that somebody may be planning to murder you.
Me? Oh, no, I hardly think so. Well, I mean, why should anybody? I'm alone all day and night. I see nobody except my maid, Eloise, and she's a big girl. She weighs 200 pounds. She's too lazy to bring up my breakfast tray. And the only other person is my husband, Albert. He's crazy about me. He just adores me. He waits on me hand and foot, has scarcely left my side since I took sick 12 years ago.
Well, and there's nothing for you to worry about.
Well,
now, if you'll just leave the rest of this to us, we'll take care
But what will you do? It's so late. It's nearly 11 now.
We'll take care of it, lady.
Well, will you broadcast it all over the city and send out squads and warn your radio cars to watch out, especially in suspicious neighborhoods like mine?
Lady, I said we'd take care of it. Just now, I've got a couple of other matters here on my desk that require immediate attention. Good night, ma'am, and thank you.
Oh, you... Oh, now, why did I hang up the phone like that? Now he'll think I am a fool. Oh, why doesn't Albert come home? Why doesn't he? Oh.
Your call, please.
Operator, for heaven's sake, will you ring that Murray Hill 70093 number again? I can't think what's keeping him so long.
I will try it for you.
Well, try. Oh. So nervous. Why did you take so long?
I'm sorry. Murray Hill 70093 is busy. I will call you.
I can hear it. You don't have to tell me. I know it's busy. Oh, if I could only get out of this bed for a little while. If I could get a breath of fresh air, or just lean out of the window, or see the street. Ringing and ringing and ringing and ringing and ringing every 5 seconds. Ringing and ringing and ringing and ringing and ringing every 5 seconds or so. And when I pick it up, there's no one there.
I'm sorry. If you will hang up, I will test it for you.
I don't want you to test it for me. I want you to put that call through, whatever it is, at once.
I'm afraid I cannot do that.
You can't, and why? Why, may I ask?
The dial system is automatic.
Oh.
If someone is trying to dial your number, there is no way to check whether the call is coming through the system or not.
Oh,
unless the person who is trying to reach you complains to his particular operator.
Well, of all this stupid... And meanwhile, I've got to sit here in my bed suffering every time that phone rings, imagining everything.
I will try to check the trouble for you.
Check it. That's all anybody can do. Oh, what's the use of talking to you? You're stupid. I'll fix her. Of all the impudence. Oh, how dare she speak to me like that? How dare she speak to me like that? Oh. She answered.
Your call, please.
Young woman, I don't know your name, but there are ways of finding you out. And I'm going to report you to your superiors for the most unpardonable rudeness and insolence it has ever been my privilege. Give me the business office at once.
You may dial that number direct.
Dial it direct? I'll do no such thing. I don't even know the number.
The number is in the directory, or you may secure it by dialing information.
Now listen here, you... Oh, what's the use? Oh, dear. Oh, for heaven's sake, I'm going out of my mind. Hello? Stop ringing me, do you hear? Answer me. Who is this? You realize you're driving me crazy? Who's calling me? What are you doing it for? Now stop it, I say. Hello? Hello, if you don't stop ringing me, I'm going to call the police. Do you hear? The police! Oh, if Albert would only come home. Oh, let it ring. Let it go on ringing. It's a trick of some kind. And I won't answer it. I won't, even if it goes on ringing all night. I won't. Now, what's the matter? Why did they stop ringing all of a sudden? What time is it? Oh, where did I put that clock? 5 to 11. Oh, they're sure I'm home. They heard my voice answer them just now. That's why they've been ringing me. Why no one has answered me? Call that operator again. Oh, where is she? Why doesn't she answer? Oh, operator. Why doesn't she answer? Oh.
Your call, please.
Where were you just now? Why didn't you answer at once? Give me the police department.
I'm sorry.
Oh. Oh.
Sorry, the line is busy. Sorry, the line is busy. I will call you.
Busy? Busy? But that's impossible. The police department can't be busy. There must be other lines available.
The line is busy.
Oh.
I will try to get them for you later.
No, I've got to speak to them now or to someone.
What not speak to?
I don't know, but there must be some department. A detective agency.